Hello everyone and welcome to Rissington. It's event 6 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and it's round 4 for IAME, KZ2, but rounds 3 for TKM. They're going to be battling around this fabulous circuit in the heart of the Cotswolds in the UK on the little RAF base that is Little Rissington. It's just over the way beyond the fence, and if you go anywhere off the circuit, well, the army, they'll be on your case very, very quickly, so you've got to stay on track all weekend. Stay tuned with us because all the racing is coming up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Little Rissington. The sun is out. It was raining all weekend. It's the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And what a beautiful day that we've got ahead of us. Henry Beaudette, you join me in the commentary box for event 6. How are we?
We are. I'm all good. Thank you very much.
Good.
I can't believe we are halfway through the 12-event calendar.
We are,
for,
yes.
2022. Like you said in the intro video, this is round 4 for Cadet IAME, Junior X30, Senior X30 and KZ2, and round 3 for Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. And Anthony, we have a packed day in total. We have 6 heat races, 3 pre-finals and then 6 finals. Now, all the heats yesterday were in Junior X30, Senior X30 and IAME Cadet. So those classes have done their 2 heat races. They'll be starting with their pre-finals a little bit later on. But in KZ2, TKM Extreme and Junior TKM, they only did time qualifying yesterday, so we have the joy to bring you both their heat races and their finals. Let's have a look at the circuit. That's not Rissington on our track, that's Managors. This is a 970-metre circuit. Do you know, Anthony, they've been racing karts here since 1964.
It's quite a while, isn't it?
It is. This
nearly as old as you.
It nearly as old as me. Well, I shall get onto the age of things very soon. So originally this was the Bromsgrove Kart Club, and it was set up, or two of the people that were instrumental in setting it up, Pete and Marge Klassen, the mother and father of Paul Klassen, our technical scrutineer here at the British Kart Championships. And again, this resonates history. It's an airbase. So the RAF Little Rissington was built in 1938. It was a maintenance base for aircraft during the Second World War. Significantly, though, from 1948 onwards, this was home to the Red Arrows up until about 1976. So the Red Pelicans, they were originally called, and the Red Arrows were based here. And you know, they've also used this facility for many, many different films. Die Another Day, James Bond, the Avengers film, not the Marvel Avengers, the Spy Avengers in the late 90s with Ray Fiennes in it, and the Thunderbirds movie.
Technically, will we get a fine if we're filming an RAF base?
Well, that is the Glider Club that is used here now. So it's now home to the 621st and 637th RAF Volunteer Gliding Squadron.
Yes, I love how it calls a squadron.
It's a gliding squadron.
I love that.
A group of gliders. What a group of gliders are called? I don't know, a fall of gliders, a plummet of gliders, something like that. But I mean, this is not the oldest part yet. We've got a really old traditional kart circuit. But on this site, do you know this is home of one of the UK's oldest Neolithic long barrows?
Go on.
The 5-field long barrow, dated between 2,400 and 3,400 BC.
Okay.
It's about 80 foot long.
Yeah.
It's got stones. It's a bit like Stonehenge.
Yeah.
You know, it's a protected site. There's a burial chamber in it. It was excavated during the 1940s, but it's preserved. It's on the east side of the site. But yeah, a Neolithic long barrow. Now that is older than me.
No,
that's one thing here. That's older than me.
Is it older than you, Henry?
Well, I mean, my kart knowledge might be span 2,500 years. You know, the first kart race I watched, Fred Flintstone won.
Really?
Yeah, and I notice you're moving the cable ties away.
I am indeed moving the cable ties.
I haven't slapped you live on air with a cable tie in some time.
No, you haven't. Welcome to everyone joining us on the live chat as well. Good morning to everyone, or good evening to all around the world. Let us know where you are watching from. Let us know the time where you are watching from. Michael Burke joins us at 7:20 p.m. where he is in Bathurst, Australia.
Exactly.
Joins us without fail every racing weekend.
G'day. Right. We had a bit of a driver of the day interview. Now, it was really good because there was lots of people here watching it.
It was.
So, Anthony, you interviewed our driver of the day from Warden Law, Mr. Jehan Callaghan.
Jehan Callaghan, our driver of the day, nominated winner from the Warden Law round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. You've got a lovely trophy in your hand. You've got £2.5 grand worth of tools right next to you and a big cheesy grin on your face. How do you feel?
I feel great to be nominated for driver of the day, and yeah, feel very happy.
Yeah, it was a brilliant weekend for you. A fantastic result. I mean, you didn't really leave the top 3 out the whole weekend, did you?
No, because I qualified first, and then I kind of, for first and second heat, I was first for the whole race, and then I finished second for all of it.
It was a tough old weekend as well, because you had to deal with some rain as well, didn't we?
Yeah, because halfway through the race it was raining, and we were on slicks, so we just had to come back into the pits and change to our wets. Yeah.
It worked out well, and like you say, you had a fantastic weekend, and it was why you were nominated, and of course won that popular vote as well, the public vote also. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Class and Motorsport, especially Dave and Ashley, my mum and dad, and family and friends.
Brilliant. Well done. Yihan Kalachon, our driver of the day from the Warden Law round for the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Go. Lovely stuff there, wasn't it? Lovely stuff there. But we've got races coming up, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes.
First race of the day, it's race 7, heat 1. It's KZ2 coming up. Starting the day with KZ2. Oh, what a way to wake up.
Exactly. Now, the KZ2, they will use a slightly different circuit layout to everybody else. The direct drive circuit is 970 metres, but the KZ2s miss out the dog leg, the slowest part of the track, so they all the way down the back straight. It's a much faster entry into Bottom Bend, well over 100, up to 100 miles an hour, apparently. Interesting fact, Anthony.
Go on.
Do you know who designed the dogleg part of Little Rissington Kart Circuit?
Well, I don't know, because I looked at that section of the track, and they need a seeing to in a dark cover, because that corner is the tightest thing I've ever seen.
Yes. Well,
who designed it?
I'm glad you said that. A certain Mr. Paul Fletcher designed it in the mid-1960s when he was racing. And so do you know the kart that Paul Fletcher, his own chassis, he made his own chassis, Fletcher. Paul Fletcher owns and operates and created PFI.
Yes.
So he raced the Bitzer tube.
Okay.
Well, the Bitzer tube, it was Italian sounding.
Right.
Bitzer tube.
Right.
But it was really Bitzer tube because it was made out
because it was bits of tube.
And he used 1p pieces as washers. And used that to come second in the World Karting Championships in 1962 behind Belgium's Francois Goldstein.
Well, there you go.
There we go.
Well, you can't do that anymore, because I guarantee there's no 1p washers on any of these cars.
Now, we're looking down on the dummy grid area at the KZ2 contenders. First things first, a big hope that is Josh Price.
Yes.
Josh Price had to withdraw from the meeting, a family medical emergency. We hope that Josh's family are all well, and we send you our best wishes. Secondly, some shout-outs to some of our KZ2 crew watching from back home, particularly the Moore racing team. So a big hello to, the kids of Tom and Sam Moore. Luke, Big Luke, Jack, Robert, Ethan and Alex, all watching and cheering the Moore racing team on. Now, we had timed qualifying yesterday.
We did.
For KZ2.
We did.
And it was one of the class's most experienced drivers setting the pole position mark, James Glenister. Now, when you look at the KZ2 Championship this year, you've got a real good mix. You've got the experienced drivers that have been in this class for several years and the brand new drivers that either started KZ2 last year or this year. And at the moment, I have to say, the top 3 are the new breed of KZ2 drivers in the championship. Charlie Turner, Bradley Barrett and Tom Adams. Dan Kelly, Joe Charlton and Shane Daly, the best place of the old guard. They're 4th, 5th and 6th in the championships. But they're on their rolling lap. It'll be a standing start. Let's have a look at the starting grid.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a great one starting on that front row. James Glenister, Morgan Porter and Caden McQueen rounding out the front row of 3 in a row.
It's a 3x2 grid.
It is a 3x2 grid here. Charlie Turner and Bradley Barrett round out the next row.
Now, on row number 3, a 3-wide grid, it's Derek Morgan on the inside, Dan Kelly in the middle, and Miles Murphy on the outside of row 3. Row 4 is Shane Daly and Spencer Shinner.
Yes, row 5, another 3-row grid is the E-Plate Dan Gold for the Rush Performance team. Hannah Lang with a great result, starting on that 5th row. Charlie Cole alongside. Sam Ward and Lewis Halliday who ran out row number 6 on a 2-row grid.
Now, row 7, Tom Adams, 3rd of the championship. He's on the inside of row number 7 with Ashley Lewis and Lee Ward on the outside. And Joe Charlton, the 2020 KZ2 British Gearbox champion, starts shotgun on the field in 19th position. Now, this is the penultimate round of the championship for the KZ2s. They don't race at PFI. so that their last round will be at Kimbolton at the start of September. There are 12 point scoring opportunities for the KZ2s. You score points based on your 2 heat results. So the intermediate classification, that dishes out championship points. And then, of course, you score championship points for the final. So over the course of their 10-round season, they score 10 lots of championship points. You use the best 8 out of 10 scores. So you could drop 2 scores. That can be from any meeting.
Yep.
You drop your 2 worst scores. At the moment, before we get into drop scores, Charlie Turner is your championship leader in kart number 4 with 369 points. Bradley Barrett, second on 343. Tom Adams, third on 341. Dan Kelly, fourth on 338. And Joe Charlton, fifth on 336. Now we can see them getting into their positions on the grid. Don't forget, move over 100 miles an hour in the 6-speed KZ2 karts by the time they get to Bottom Bend. Now,
so it looks like they were just doing some practice starts there.
Yes.
At the straight at Bottom's Bend.
Yes.
Bottom straight.
Yes. Again, we've got paddock. Yeah.
It's an interesting corner.
Well, you've got lots of upper and littles and lowers, all the little town names around here in the Cotswolds.
Bottom in there as well.
Exactly. So, there on the left-hand side of your screen, the Rush Performance kart of number 22, James Glenister. In the middle of your screen, the number 46 kart of Morgan Porter. On the outside, the Croc of Caden McQueen, the McQueen Machine. Hand in the air, waiting for the lights to go out. And we'll be racing very shortly. Little Rissington for the British Championships 2022 is go! And it's a great start from Charlie Turner, wheel spinning away, and he gets blocked in there because James Glenister kept the inside line. Through top paddock bend onto top straight now. We're into turn 2 and are going around the loop. This is the loop. Oh, and wide is... that is the number 9 kart of Ashley Lewis running very wide. Now we're into top bend. We go onto the back straight. Here we go then, up to 100 miles an hour, past the dog leg, flat out, down a few gears, into bottom bend. Now they come uphill into middle bend. They're using middle bend and now into the elbow. Very tight, deceptively tight corner into the elbow. Down to the gears, under braking. It's still James Glenister leading. Oh, Lewis Halliday running a little bit wide as they come out of the final corner to complete lap number 1 in this 10 minutes plus 1 lap race. And it's Caden McQueen who has taken the lead.
Great start from Caden, up 2 places already from starting on that third place spot. Granted, he was on the front row, 3 abreast, but he was on the outside line going into it. And two karts, Hannah
Sam Ward.
Sam Ward and the
Sam
O plate.
Ward and Shane Daly.
Yeah.
So one of the more racing drivers out of the race, the O plate winner, the British Open champion. And sadly, Sam Ward, the last time we saw Sam as Morgan Porter takes the lead.
Yep.
So Porter, I was about to say the last time we saw Sam Ward was on the podium at Warden Law. The last time we saw Morgan Porter, he was chasing home Reese Ushijima for second place at Glenagorse.
It was indeed. What a change a couple of weeks makes, doesn't it? Yep. Well, there we go. Morgan Porter now leading this one. But again, everyone really, really close here. This is fantastic for KZ2 early doors. But like you say, this is such a fast track. They don't leave third gear. They don't go below third gear around this track. So it's very, very quick. And the lap times, 35 seconds.
And you just look at the slipstream that Caden McQueen is getting. So normally we don't talk about slipstreaming in KZ2. Here we do, especially on the back straight. And McQueen's back in front. Oh, a tigering drive by Caden McQueen at the elbow there to take over top spot from Morgan Porter. Porter settles back in second. And look at the train that is developing behind them. So there is James Glenister is the first of those red and yellow Rush Performance karts in third. Then with a red crash helmet, driver number 4, championship leader Charlie Turner in 4th place. Dan Kelly for the Andy Fairless Racing Team on the red and white Birrell ART chassis. He is in 5th position. Then it is Miles Murphy in kart number 37. Bradley Barrett is 7th. And tacking onto the back of that group is Charlie Cole, one of the youngest drivers in the field, kart number 66 for the Jade Racing Team. And a bit of smoke coming out of the back of one of the Rush Performance karts. I hope that wasn't water.
No, I'm sure it was fine. Nothing to worry about at all.
Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about.
He's very, very highly strung.
Exactly.
It's actually coming out of the back of James Glenister's kart. I'm wondering if there's a little bit of bumper rub going on that number 22 car. But McQueen continues to lead. Now, look at the slipstream that Glenister will get. He draws right back up to the bumper of Porter, but can't make a move. It's a very brave person that makes a move going into that bottom bend in a KZ2 kart. And I'm just wondering, is that a little bit of smoke? It seems... No, it's still there. It is still there. I'm wondering what is that, but does it seem to be affecting Glenister's pace too much?
No, and it's only round certain corners as well. So it's only round the right-handers, really. So maybe it is something that's rubbing on the left-hand side of the kart.
It's not affecting Glenister
It's
at all.
not.
Makes a move up to P2. I got to say, smoking's a terrible habit. You shouldn't start. But Glenister seems to be puffing away nicely.
Radiator cap is still on attached to that one. But yeah, I do see what you're saying. There is a lot of smoke coming off that. Looks like the exhaust as well.
Dan Kelly diving up the inside of Charlie. And Morgan Porter's been freight trained. I have to say, Porter's going backwards now. Caden McQueen. Debut season in the British Gearbox Championship. He has been great in qualifying and is generally great at the start of the races.
Yes.
The problem that team have had is getting the kart to perform well at the end of the races. Caden generally finds himself falling backwards during the course of the race, but not this time so far. We're on lap number 6 already, 6 minutes to go. There's Miles Murphy going into Middle Bend. And there's the remains of the Sam Ward and Shane Daly karts.
Sam Ward under investigation as well, so potentially could be something in the works there.
A little bit of over-exuberance, methinks.
Oh, very wide there for one of the Rush Performance drivers there. I believe that was Spencer Shinner in 10th place, or in 9th place, I have to say, in the 55, running very wide out of the final corner. It's the battle for the first place at the moment. Caden McQueen still winning. What has happened to Caden McQueen?
Well, he's obviously had his vitamins this morning.
He's had his Weetabix, hasn't he?
He's eaten his Weetabix. And maybe he's just found this circuit. It's a very smooth circuit. This circuit, even though it's built in 1964, and the layout hasn't changed at all, really, in that time. It is a very smooth circuit. Maybe that Mad Croc chassis just likes that. Maybe Caden has just found the sweet spot with the kart, and maybe he just found that this is the type of circuit. Again, when you're not going below third gear, as a driver coming over from direct drive, I mean, it sounds really stupid. It does take a while to get used to changing gears.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You're not changing gears as many times here as you are at some of the more technical circuits, and maybe that is just suiting Caden McQueen's style at this point in his gearbox career. However, Glenister smoking away behind him. Now, this is
That's really coming out now.
Now, if that is sort of steam and water smoke, then there's not going to be much water left in the kart. And also, I'm thinking, well, if it's oil or water, then that is not going to. It's going to end expensively.
It's going to end expensively, and it's going to end in a very
if
big.
It's just a bit loose on the exhaust attachment. And I don't know. But anyway, let's have a look. It's not affecting his pace.
No,
yet.
So far, his pace is absolutely fine, and he's right on the tail of Caden. No dramas whatsoever. Of course, while this is happening, more battles are happening in mid sort of pack as well. We've got sort of two major packs forming. We've got a pack for 1st and 7th place, and then from 8th downwards. And that final corner there, it's so fast, and there's not a lot of runoff to stop you.
And so McQueen, 34.30 seconds.
That's a quick time.
4 minutes to go. McQueen leads, Glenister in second. I'll run through the order, Anthony. If there's a change, shout.
I will.
McQueen and Glenister top two on your screens. A little bit of a gap back to Charlie Turner. Turner is holding off Miles Murphy and keeping Miles at arm's length. Then it's Dan Kelly and Morgan Porter following Murphy in close formation, followed by Charlie Cole in 7th. Shinner runs in 8th. Then it's Hannah Lang 9th. Derek Morgan rounding out the top 10. And Bradley Barrett, Joe Charlton, Tom Adams, Lewis Halliday, Dan Gould, Lee Ward, Ashley Lewis. They are 17 runners remaining. Joe Charlton from 19th to 12th. That's up 7 places. Not a bad return.
Oh, here goes Glenister down the inside, gets it done on Caden. So, like you said, absolutely nothing wrong with that kart whatsoever, but it is smoking like anything going out of there.
Like a chimney.
Like a chimney out there. So, there we go. Caden immediately tries to defend straight away, comes back down the inside, but then thinks against it, slots back into place. So Glenister now holding on to the race lead from qualifying yesterday. And right now he's looking pretty determined out there. We're looking pretty close onto that one, but it looks like it's running hot.
It's definitely coming out of the back of the engine.
Yeah.
Now, on the right-hand side of the car, as well as you look, if you get a rear angle, it's from the right-hand side of the kart. So I wonder if it's dropping any water. McQueen is dropped back a little bit. It's not going to be creating any sort of oil or slippery stuff on the circuit. Well, at the moment, Glenister continues to lead. Glenister, who won the opening round of the championship at Shellington, hasn't been on the podium since, and he's actually dropped to 8th in the championship. This is really a must-win weekend for James Glenister as he tries to and he's gone faster, 34.16, so 0.2 faster in clean air than he was when he was following Caden McQueen. Now McQueen is slipping back into the clutches of Charlie Turner in the number 4 kart. This is what we were talking about. McQueen tends to suffer in the latter stages of the race, so he's just got to try and hold on for dear life.
He will indeed hold on. 1 minute 42 seconds remaining then, plus that one lap. At the moment, Charlie Turner, current championship leader, you know, he needs good weekends here. He needs to maintain that gap. 26 points, I believe the gap is to himself and Bradley Barrett, who was racing this weekend. But Bradley, at the moment, where is
down in 11th place.
That's not championship running position, is it?
It's not. And of course, you're looking back at someone like Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly, he's a little bit further back in the championship, running in 4th place, but he had a really bad he had a bad weekend at Glanagorse, so he'll probably drop those two completely, so he's not dropping as many points as some of the drivers he's chasing, which actually is good, you know, because looking at Charlie Turner, I mean, he hasn't finished lower than 3rd in any of, I mean, 3rd in points, in the 3rd heat points at the first round, 3rd of the final at Shenington, 2nd, then he had a win in the final at Warden Law. Then he's had a 2nd and 3rd. So Charlie Turner, he's got this 26-point cushion, but he's dropping more points than the drivers chasing him. Yep. So that 26-point cushion is a little bit of a misnomer. There's Sam Ward watching on. Realise, don't expect any smiles from me on camera, says Mr. Ward.
Yeah.
I am not a happy chappy.
No. Well, at the moment, Caden McQueen looking behind him quite a bit in this one, and all he can see is Charlie Turner slowly closing in on that Rush Performance car. Miles Murphy also for the Moore Racing team, very, very close behind. So there is starting to close up here. There is only 13 seconds left, but they will get 2 more laps left because they'll have, well, this...
Oh, Dan Kelly up the inside of Miles Murphy at the elbow. Brave move. And that's experience. Well, both 2 of the most experienced drivers in the class, but speaking of experience, behind them, Charlie Cole is having a superb race. So he's the 2nd of the red and white Birrell ART cars. There he is in kart number 66, his first season in the British Championship, one of the youngest drivers in the class. As there's a great view of as they head down the back straight, you know, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, 100 miles an hour, inches off the ground.
Terrifying, really.
Terrifying, really. But I mean, and you say, well, you've got lots of fields to catch you.
Yes.
You know, but yeah, so there's no barriers. There's fields. And a real throwback circuit. This is, you know, obviously it's an old airbase, as we discussed earlier on. But this is the final lap. So Glenister leads into the loop for the final time. McQueen covering the inside line, and again covering the inside line, going out into top bend. Now Turner's going to get a good run. Is Charlie Turner brave enough to make a move going into bottom bend?
I reckon he is. I reckon he's going to go for it, but we'll have to see what happens. I don't think he's close enough for it, really. Is he going to try it through the elbow?
One opportunity to go. He checks behind him. McQueen defends. Turner can't get the cutback coming out of the elbow as James Glenister takes the checkered flag. Victory for James Glenister, a well-earned victory. Of course, there's another kart smoking as it came on. That was Lewis Halliday or was that Joe Charlton? There was Joe Charlton smoking coming around there. So maybe that's, well, we'll see what happens. James Glenister will obviously be happy with the win. Caden McQueen will be ecstatic. That's his best result of the season. Yeah,
that is. I didn't expect to see that from Caden, I have to say, because in the whole season, yeah, he has been struggling.
Great over 1 lap, not so great over a full race distance.
But
he's learning the class, and of course here they come into the pits. So Glenister, McQueen, Turner, your provisional top 3. Dan Kelly in 4th place, followed by Miles Murphy, Morgan Porter, Charlie Cole, Spencer Shinner, Hannah Lang, and Derek Morgan rounding out your top 10. 2nd in the championship, Bradley Barrett, and 3rd in the championship, Tom Adams, only 11th and 12th. Joe Charlton slipped to 13th place on the last lap. From the back of the grid, followed by Dan Gould, Lewis Halliday, Lee Ward and Ashley Lewis. Shane Daly and Sam Ward failed to complete the opening lap. 19 drivers, 19 laps in one of the heat races. But the good news is, as Shane Daly sort of forlornly pushes his kart back in, there doesn't look like to be any lasting damage. No. All 4 wheels are on, all 4 wheels look straight. That's a positive.
Yes. Potentially just a spin and stall, and you can't get these going again, can you? Really?
Well, it's a bit. If the engine cuts out, it's a little bit tricky. And I noticed that Shane Daly and Sam Ward pushing their karts in, not together.
No.
Which, I mean, you were being positive there, positive, you know, thinking about maybe just a spin. But I think maybe there would have been a collective spin, which also was known as an accident.
Synchronised
spinning. after some unsynchronized contact, perhaps.
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 We're not sure.
We're not sure.
We're not sure. Anyway.
But anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Race 1 in the books.
Done.
Who is working? Michael Burke saying, good work, Hannah. Yep. A top 10 finish. And of course, yes, this time last week, Little Rissington was hosting Little Green Man Championship and the TKM O Plate.
Yes.
And we will talk about the TKM O Plate very shortly because coming out onto the circuit next, it's TKM Extreme. So, well, TKM Extreme, it's a British phenomenon. So for our international friends, such as Lightning 482, who's watching from Bermuda at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Lovely.
And from New Zealand, Cam Erickson-Jones. Hi to all the Kiwis down in New Zealand. New Zealand, a country very close to my heart, because like Wales, it's got more sheep than people in it. So here we go, TKM Extreme. Last weekend at the O Plate, well, Alistair Cresswell came back and won the O Plate. We'll see him a little bit later on in Senior X30. But last year's Junior TKM British Vice Champion came back to TKM Extreme for 1 week only and won the British Open Championship. So the O Plate is the British Open Championship. It is open to any licence holder in the country. And that is what Alistair Cresswell won on his return. Chris Whitton, he will be starting this race from pole position in kart number 5. He came second at the O Plate last weekend at Rissington. And again, it's a real good idea to say who is going to be strong at this event. So, I mean, Charlie King was 4th at the O Plate. Looking at Kai Springfield finishing 5th, Harvey Roth finishing 6th. One driver who didn't do the O Plate last weekend, was saving all his pennies for this weekend, was last round's winner, Sam Johns. Sam Johns, the runner-up, the winner at Warden Law, currently second in the championship. Chris Whitton, there he is, on the left-hand side of your screen in kart number 5. He leads the championship with 254 points. Sam Johns, who qualified only 7th, he's second in the championship on 235 points. Aaron Lask is third in the championship on 223. Kai Springfield 4th, a joint 4th, with a 3-way tie for 4th place between Kai Springfield, Lee Whittingham and Spencer Lane. I've just seen Lee in the paddock. Really good to see Lee and his mum Heather here watching. Hope that Heather is enjoying her day at the races. And here's number 27 kart of Sam Johns getting put into position. I want to talk a little bit about the driver alongside Chris Whitton on the front row of the grid. Number 33, Michael Cornell, one of the real privateers in the class. The very first round of the new look British Championship back in 2019. Michael Cornell on the podium. Hasn't repeated that.
No. No,
so,
it hasn't.
Looking for a second British Championship podium, there was the number 33, the RSR kart of Aaron Lask. That is, it'll come to me, the RSR.
Yeah.
What RS stands for. I was told, then I forgot. Here's a look at the starting lineup. It's Chris Whitton and Michael Cornell on the front row, Ben Watson and Aaron Lask on row 2.
Kai Springfield and Joe Fowler will round out row 3 with Sam Johns and Spencer Lane rounding out the top 8.
Row number 5, Harvey Roth and Charlie King, Lee Whittingham and Isaac Marsh on row number 6.
Adam Sparrow and Archie Strong on row 7, Tom Johnson and Ashton Cox on row 8.
Adam back in the championship, he missed the last round.
He
Megan
did.
Lawson and Kian Bennett start from row number 9, and then on row 10, Fen Chapman and Jack Saunders rounding out the field. So Kian Bennett, now did Kian Bennett have, he was the driver that had his van stolen. I thought it was Charlie Gromit, but I think it was Kian Bennett who had all his equipment stolen at Warden Law. Charlie Gromit not here, Kian Bennett is here. So I think that here we go, onto our rolling lap. Now, this is the first time, Anthony, that we're going to see the dog leg.
We are indeed, yeah, the dogleg part of the circuit, a very tight corner. You look at the apex of it, and it's a point.
Yes.
It is a point. It's not a nice round curve. And
what it does do is, here we are into the dogleg, it creates a plentiful amount of overtaking opportunities.
So
it's hard on the brakes. You can see that curve.
Lunge.
I mean, yes. I mean, this is that camera is in a superb position
to be wiped out.
Well, no. Anthony, oh ye of little faith. We are going to see lunges aplenty. Thank you very much. Coming into this race. Oh, there's a good idea. The marbles on the outside, getting caught up there. Sam Branston, living just 10 minutes away, provides it. Well, why don't you come down and have a watch? You're allowed to spectate. Lights are green, we're off and racing, and it's a great start from Chris Whitton. Now, a problem for Kai Springfield. Timing screen saying that the number 97 kart is not out there. Maybe hopefully that's the transponder problem, and he is out there. But hopefully there's not anything more serious amiss as we go around the top bend for the first time. Here we go, into the dog leg. And anyone making a move? Well, lots of people back in the pack are making a move.
Lunge down the inside, and there's more coming together. Several karts
that's
off.
The number 40 kart, the number of Isaac Marsh. Archie Strong is in the middle of that one.
Yep.
And, well, there is a view of the drivers going into Middle Bend. Kai Springfield is not out there. There's a move for second place. That is Aaron Lask passing Michael Cornell.
Cornell's struggling now as well. Yeah, really dropping back into the pack.
Yeah, so let's have a little look at... so Kai Springfield not out there, sadly. There's Lee Whittingham with the number 34 kart, but what a start from Chris Whitton. And Sam Johns in fourth place has got to get his head down to try and peg back the championship leader. There's a move from number 95, Ben Watson.
Yep.
Classic Motorsport, and that's a single thing. Like, well, Sam, I hate to say it, but he can't see you hand signalling because he's ahead of you and he's not looking round.
He is indeed.
Anyway, come on, Sam, get your head down yourself. Oh, there's that's Archie Strong off at the side of the circuit there, just looking a little bit of discomfort. Didn't really have a chance to see a replay of that opening lap skirmish.
No.
Maybe we can have a look at it.
But 34 Lee Whittingham under investigation. I don't think there's anything to do with that. Here is a replay of what happened there.
Now,
right.
It's the middle of the pack. They're three wides. The leaders get through cleanly. And then in the middle, there goes Lee Whittingham. Lee Whittingham up over the top of Archie Strong. And Archie Strong went into Isaac Marsh. On the outside, it looked like it was Fen Chapman and Kian Bennett, who were just on the outside, who couldn't have nowhere to go.
Yeah, there we go. Well,
and that's why Lee Whittingham was under investigation.
There we go.
Because he was the inside of a three-wide manoeuvre.
Yes. Yeah. Not somewhere you want to be, really, is it?
Well, I mean, the door might be open initially, but you know that door will close.
Yeah,
yes.
And especially on that corner as well, the very tight apex, it will close.
Yes, exactly.
It will close.
Yes, it's like the door to the nightclub when I try and get in.
Yeah.
Name's not down, you're not coming in.
No,
right.
No, they see the beard and
Chris,
no.
Chris Whitton pulling away. Sam Johns trying again to get past the number 95 kart of Aaron Last. Joe Fowler in the number 3 kart. Now, Joe, we didn't talk about Joe featuring at the front of the championship. That's because he missed the opening round with his British touring car commitments. He works for Cotswolds on the engine department side of things. So that opening round clashed. So he's using the opening round as his 2 dropped scores. The TKM classes, they got a 6-round championship, 12-point scoring opportunities, and they count their top best 10 scores. They dropped their 2 worst scores. Joe Fowler wasn't at the opening round, so he's going to drop those 2 scores. So he can't afford to have any mistakes, any bad results. At the moment, he is in 5th position. But this group for second place, well, Chris Whitton is just checking out, but the battle is on for second place. Ben Watson, Sam Johns, Aaron Last. There's the number 16 kart of Charlie King, trying to get at the inside of, that was Lask, I think. There's Fowler as well. And a problem for Fen Chapman.
Yeah.
Out of the race in the number 88 Tim Wilson Motorsport machine.
Yes, that kart going no further in that one. 6.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. Nice low shot there. You see the poppies in the field in the background.
Yes.
It's a beautiful shot there. Beautiful British countryside here in the Cotswolds.
I have to say that you find a lot of, for very good reasons, a lot of RAF bases that built in the Second World, they do have poppies close by as a remembrance to the servicemen who lost their lives in Flanders fields in the Great War. But that is just an aside. It's an interesting little snippet that, you'll find poppies growing near RAF bases deliberately.
Deliberately. There we go then. So yellow flag still out in this section. So no overtaking into the prime overtaking opportunity of the dogleg. That will be...
Why is that? Is that because Fen Chapman's kart is at the side of the circuit? I think it is. You saw a marshal standing there in the orange, just sort of, overseeing that kart that is going no further. But it is difficult to overtake here.
Yeah.
You've got the elbow, which is one opportunity, but because it's a very high-speed circuit, especially the first 1, 2, 3, 4 corners, paddock bend, turn 2, the loop and top bend. As I say that, Charlie King completely blowing my theory out of the water. Because it's fast, it's flowing, it's generally a one-line racetrack.
Yes, yeah. It
Generally, not always, as Charlie King just showed me, and you.
Yes. Never mind. It is what it is. We believe you, Henry. We believe you.
Yes.
There we go. 5 minutes to go then. Right, now, so Sam Johns is a bit... Sam Johns did quite well at Warden Law, took the win, and you were quite happy with that?
Yes, I was.
He was quite happy with that.
He was.
I think the entire population of Wales was happy with
They
that.
were. I checked. I asked them all.
You asked every single one of them.
I asked all of them.
This time around, yeah, not going too well at the moment, but like we say, this is Heat 1. This is the beginning of the day for TKM. You know, plenty more is going to happen.
I mean, as a nation,
Yeah.
Wales are a little bit partied out at the moment.
Right.
Obviously, we had the qualifying for the World Cup.
Yep.
The party lasted for several weeks. Yesterday, we almost beat South Africa in rugby. We went down to the last kick of the game. So there was not a dry glass in Cardiff yesterday. And so maybe just the entire Welsh nation a little bit low at the moment.
Yeah.
Looking to Sam Johns, and only Sam Johns, to boost the nation's pride. Yes.
Excellent.
That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Excellent. Well, it's a good theory. We'll go with it. So, Witten's leading the way comfortably at the moment. 1.5 seconds is the gap from Ben Watson in second place. The two Classic Motorsport drivers of Joe Fowler and Ben Watson absolutely line astern. Charlie King, this is a good scene from Charlie King, running quite well at the moment.
And again, Charlie, 4th in the Oak late last weekend here, so...
fresh knowledge.
Fresh knowledge, similar conditions. And Fowler having to chase the number 95 Kart of Watson at the moment. The gap between Chris Whitten there and Ben Watson in second is 1.5 seconds. A brief rundown of the full order. Whitten, then you've got this battle on screen. Watson, Fowler, King, Johns, Blask, Cornell and Spencer Lane in 8th place. There's Fowler at the inside coming into turn number 1. And does he make it? Does he? No.
Now, that's interesting because all that will have done now is back everyone up into each other, and they have done so. So that's really allowing everyone to close in. And now, here goes Charlie King on Joe Fowler.
Yes.
Gets that done as well.
Gets pushed out of the way now.
And Fowler all the way down, now looking into 5th. Cornell's got past.
Yep, Cornell around the outside. Not quite.
Not quite.
But behind this battle, we saw Spencer Lane in 8th place. Lee Whittingham and Harvey Roth round out the top 10. Cian Bennett is 11th, followed by Adam Sparrow, Megan Lawson, Ashton Cox, Jack Saunders, Tom Johnson and Isaac Marsh in 17th place. And obviously Chapman, Springfield and Strong. Chapman and Strong out of the race. Kai Springfield not out there. Charlie King getting a warning flag. Well, he's obviously committed. That's one word to describe it.
Committed moves.
Yes.
Much tighter entry line as well into that second
Rob
section of
Saw
top end.
Racing. There we go. RSR, Rob Saw Racing. I remembered.
Right.
There we go.
Just came to your head.
Yes. It dusted off some of the cobwebs. So it's the RSR's Rob Saw Racing. And that is the number 93 Kart and the number 44 Kart of Cian Bennett. And yes, Bennett was the driver who unfortunately had his van stolen from the hotel at Warden Law with his equipment in it. So obviously cobbling together what stuff he has got to continue the British Championship, and hopefully he has had his equipment returned, or some of it.
Hopefully.
I know the police are involved. Well, we'll see. But back to the race itself. Chris Whitten. Well, what can we say about Chris Whitten? 6 overall wins in the British Championship since the start of 2019. He's right high up on the overall list of winners in terms of British Championship, the new era British Championship history. There's certainly the most in TKM Extreme. And he is en route towards another heat victory. The first of 2 heat races. Watson still holding on. Great result for Ben Watson. I mean, he's 13th in the championship is Ben Watson, but showing a real turn of pace here. I know that the Classen Motorsport team as a whole had a rather good rambunctious night last night, a team bonding exercise. And there's no better team bonding exercises when you get the entire team kicked out of a pub. There we go. So, but obviously it spurred them on.
It did.
It spurred them on. The hijinks, japes and revelry of the British Kart Championship, the Classen Motorsport awning. They were in fine fettle this morning, I have to say. When I went in to see them, they were laughing and joking about it. I'm sure the landlord of the pub was laughing and joking last night, but less said about that, the better. Who knew that bread knives could stick into dartboards? Who knew?
Who knew? Who knew?
There we go. Well, Watson's on course for a fantastic result here for the Class of Motorsport Collective. Lask, King, Fowler, Cornell chasing, but they cannot get past the number 95 Kart.
Yeah, they do seem to be. Well, they're in a train at the moment, and this is usually the sort of time in a race that you would see moves being made, and there is the move being made.
Oh dear, curse of the commentator.
Aaron Lask.
Ben, I am so sorry. Class of Motorsport, I apologise. And he's not lost one position, he's lost two.
He's fighting back, though. He's coming back. And here comes Joe Fowler as well.
Yep, Joe Fowler around the outside, Charlie King there, and that is the problem. If you go to the outside, or if you go to the outside of going into the dog leg, you're on the inside of the second half of the corner. So all is not lost. If you don't make it at the first half of the corner, then you get the line coming out. Likewise, if you make the move going in, then and you're side by side coming on the first part of the dog leg, then you are on the outside. But this is now the final lap. Final lap, Chris Whitten on cruise control. Who is going to get second?
Well, we're about to find that out because, like you say, yeah, Chris Whitten now leading by 3.5 seconds, but eyes on this battle for second place. Big look over the shoulder there for Lask as they go into the dog leg. Joe Fowler making moves in the background, but no moves so far in this one. Charlie King looking very, very feisty here as well as they exit out in towards Bottom Bend for the final time. And again, no one really close enough for any moves. There's your race leader, though. Number 5, Chris Whitten, privateer driver, 1 corner to go. Checker flag to see. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much.
Job done for Chris Whitten, and the battle for second place comes across the line. It's Aaron Lask. Great result for Aaron Lask. He's actually third of the championship, so that's very, very good for Lask. Watson in third, King's fourth, Cornell fifth, Sam Johns in sixth, and a little gap back to Joe Fowler in seventh, Spencer Lane in eighth, Harvey Roth and Lee Whittingham round out the top 10. And then a gap back to Adam Sparrow in 11th, followed by Cian Bennett, Ashton Cox, Megan Lawson, Jack Saunders, Tom Johnson, and Isaac Marsh, the 17th and final finisher. Didn't see Chris Whitten an awful lot, but that's good for Chris. He wants that because that means there's no action around him and he can just cruise off into the distance to record another heat victory.
Indeed, there is a look at the pending
Paul Klassen.
Pending Paul Klassen results. Chris Whitten takes a win from Lask, Watson, King, Cornell, Johns, Fowler, Lane, Roth, Whittingham, Sparrow, Bennett, top 12. Ashton Cox, the novice driver, taking 13th, which is a good result. Megan Lawson, Jack Saunders, Tom Johnson, and Isaac Marsh, top 17 to finish. 3 retirements from that one after the end of the coming together. There is one of the retirements, number 60, Archie Strong, Ben Chapman, and Kai Springfield, the 3 retirements.
Shout out for the Sesame Street t-shirt.
Yeah, that's a good top, that is.
Yep.
I'm kind of jealous.
I'm very jealous. Especially because, for those of you that liked early 90s rave music, there was a group called Smart E's, which for obvious reasons, early 90s rave music, what have you. But there's a glider.
Well, that is part of the gliding squadron.
Yes. And
they sound terrifying.
And Smart E's, they did a song called Sesame's Treat. And it was, is he going to land it? Is he going to land it? Pop! There he goes. But yeah. And they used the music for Sesame Street in a hardcore rave anthem from 1992, as I recall.
Oh, crikey!
Yes,
I wasn't around then.
No, and I can't remember being around then. But yes, So Sesame Street. Yes.
Well, there we go then. There's another race done. Another first race.
I mean, we managed. I mean, I got a Street Hawk T-shirt.
Yeah.
Out of Charlie Ellis Motorsport last year for referencing the 80s pop culture.
Yeah. And hopefully, get another one.
Well, I mean, if I get a Sesame Street T-shirt. Now, Sam Branston is going. He's going to come to the circuit. I'm going to come up in a few hours. Well, Sam, if you can pick up a pot noodle on the way up, because I ain't paying £4 for a bacon roll here. If you can pick a pot noodle at the lunch break, that'd be great.
There we go.
Fantastic. Straight in the commentary box. I got a kettle next door. Fantastic. Oh, poor old Ben Chapman.
Yeah.
The Tim Wilson Motorsport crew. One of our hard-working marshals today.
Well,
Anthony.
We've had TKM Extreme.
Yes.
Well, that was our second
race
of the day.
Yes.
We've got another first heat of the day. One more to go with first heats.
I think we should.
It is.
Have a look at it.
Is.
Right now.
Yes.
Junior TKM coming up.
Yes. Oh, what a day to race TKMs around Rissington. So,
now let's have a little look. What are people saying on the live Extreme.
You ponder, because Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing has come into the commentary box.
We
Hello, Ian. How are we?
We really want to have your comments coming in. We've got people watching from Australia, New Zealand. We've got people from Bermuda. Now, there is another race going on this weekend. It's not as important, but it is in the UK. It's by nowhere near as important as this one. But if you have any tips, hints, or predictions about what is going to happen in the other race that you're all going to watch after the broadcast here is finished, let us know who you're cheering for, not just here, but who you're cheering for, who you think might win in the other race that is going on in the UK this weekend. The one that you're going to record and then watch after this finishes.
Yeah.
So yes, we go. There's Dara McInerney. Now after Dara McInerney's dad coated my head with blue dye.
At Warden, yes.
Because I made fun of his lack of follicles on the top of his head. Smart man wearing a hat, the E-plate holder, and good to see Dara back in the. Now again, Dara, we talked about Dara designed that crash helmet himself, designed and painted it himself. So there's Dara's dad with the. I like that. It's festival season.
It is.
So you've got to wear a bucket hat. There we go. Alfie Garford back in the championship. So we have the #1 plate back in junior TKM.
It's nice to see, isn't it?
Yep. The X30 experiment has ended.
Yeah.
And he is back home in TKM and running the #1 plate. He's not in championship contention because, again, he's missed the first 2 rounds, but he's going to finish the season out strongly. And he came back with a bang last weekend, finishing 3rd in the O plate. James Morley won the O plate. He was not racing the British Championship this year, finished 3rd at the British Championship last year. But Leon Frost, our championship leader in junior TKM, finished 2nd in the O plate. Alfie Garth was 3rd, and Olivia Jenkins was 4th. And there's a smart-looking number 57, Jack Stewart, with the sunglasses on.
Under an iridium visor.
Well, but hay fever, you never know, or maybe prescription.
But they could be prescription.
Now, where are we going to get to? Number 70, Joe Cheek. Joe Cheek is on the inside of row number 4. He's at the back of that screen there. So, number 70, Joe Cheek. Serious moment. 2 weeks ago at Kim Bolton. Was a Hunt's Kart Club race meeting. Had an accident. Another car drove up over him, and the accident didn't look that bad. However, the brake disc of the other cart nicked the artery in the top of his leg.
Yeah.
And I have to say, there he is, and there's his dad, Paul. On behalf of everybody at Class of Motorsport, Joe and his family, they want to say a massive thank you to the medical staff and Motorsport, because it was a Motorsport UK event, the medical staff at Kim Bolton Hunt's Kart Club for taking that, because he actually had his license taken off him temporarily because the investigation classed it as a near-fatal accident. I mean, you nick an artery, and it's so a big thank you. Again, he's back here. He was very cheeky. It wasn't his cheek; it was his leg that got it. I've seen the pictures of the accident, of the aftermath of the accident. Not very pleasant.
All I have to say is that I feel like a lot of people may take the medical crews and the safety crews here for granted. It's they are here to make sure that everyone who races is safe and can leave safe and leave well and uninjured as much as possible. And if you think back 40 years in karting,
absolutely,
it could have ended a lot worse.
Again, we do appreciate it. And of course, when you race at Motorsport UK events, you have the standard, the highest level of medical and track staff available for just such an. Okay, there's Tim Wilson of Tim Wilson Motorsport there down on the right at the fence, having a little look over. And here we go. Let's have a look at the starting lineup, shall we? Pole position is Leon Frost, the championship leader and double race winner so far this year. Dara McInerney, who won on the track at Warden Law, was excluded from the final. He starts the E-plate car to the outside of row number 1. Olivia Jenkins, second in the championship, leads off row 2. A championship returnee and defending national champion Alfie Garford.
Aidan Mitchell and Leah Robinson on row 3. Joe Cheek, the man himself, back on the grid. Good to see on row 4 alongside Joel Hull.
Row number 5, Tyler Harris and Seth Hathaway. Row 6, driver of the day for Warden, Johan Kalichern and Ollie Rand.
Row number 7, Sasha Bagley and Patrick Leaf. Then it's Oliver Bowen and Luke Jarman on row number 8. We spoke to Oliver in the paddock show.
Row number 9, Luke Bate and Jake Humphrey. Row number 10, rounding out the field, Jack Stewart and Oliver Bourne.
20 TKM, junior TKM is about to take to the track, and as you can see, steering checks coming into effect.
Many checks.
Many steering checks.
So a quick look at the championship at the moment. After 2 rounds, Leon Frost leads with 255 points. Olivia Jake in second on 230. Luke Bate third on 226. Yihan Kalachern on 224. Aidan Mitchell on 221. Tyler Harris on 217. Leo Robinson and Ollie Rands tied on 214. So between second and Seth Hathaway in 10th place, there's only 20 points. The problem is Leon Frost is another 25 points up the road. So it's a sunny day, but Frosty is keeping things cool at the front of the championship, and he's got pole position as they come around Pitts Bend, which we don't use during the racing, onto the start line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter, and Darren McInerney on the outside of row number 1 loses second spot. Olivia Jenkins slots into P2, or is that on the Birrell ART chassis? And I think that's Jenkins. So look, it's not got the Tim Wilson Motorsport graphics on her car. She's classed as a privateer now.
Yeah, she is running the Birrell ART chassis, so potentially so, could be. Oh, what a stop
there's
there.
A problem. And that is the number 30 car, the number 95 car. Ah, now that's Luke Bates, third of the championship, getting involved there. Sorry, up and over and facing the wrong way. So that is not going to help Luke Bates. Joel Hull gets a warning flag in kart number 31. But at the end of lap number 1, it is Frost, followed by Jenkins, then McInerney, Aidan Mitchell, and returnee Alfie Garford. Joe Cheek is up in the 6th position, and again, he's got a huge scar, had surgery. He has got a huge scar, but he's obviously been past fit. He's had his licence returned to him, so there's no question of him not being fit to race. So I'm going to look. Listening from Royal Oak, Michigan. That's the international part of the Macaulay Bishop fan club. Once again, tuning in.
Hello, Noel. How are we?
Yes, I've left my wife for my car just for one day only.
I know.
There we go. But on track, there's Leon Frost under pressure from Olivia Jenkins, and then Dara McInerney. Now, so you say it's only a heat race.
Yes, it is.
However,
only a heat race.
Championship implications. This is the halfway point of the championship. Every heat that Frost wins, it doesn't count towards his championship points, as we got to change the lead.
Yep.
Good move there from Olivia Jenkins. So Leon Frost, of course, at the end of the 2 heat races, you get the intermediate classification. The intermediate classification gives you championship points. Now, it's 65 points for coming first in the intermediate classification of the final, 62 for coming second, 60 for coming third, and then down in increments of 1. So Olivia Jenkins, if she wins this race and wins the next race, she's got maximum points. She's gained a minimum of 3 points back. Every single point now is critical.
Yep.
Dara McInerney, after being excluded from the final, you oohed.
I did. Leon Frost with a huge moment there through the final corner. Looked like clipped the inside curve, and it just stepped out. I wonder if we could see that again, because it was so quick, the reaction
well, if it was
time.
Worth an ooh.
It was
and
worth
an ah, and there's a move. That's up to P1. So Frost, the adrenaline pumping. So I mean, obviously he had a big moment. Let's have a look if we can see a replay of that last corner and the incident that made Anthony go ooh.
Ooh, yeah. Well, I mean, it was an ooh moment on that one. But like you say, Frosty here running a good performance so far. Like you say, in qualifying. Now let's have a look. Okay, so out of the final corner. As they come around this next bit here, just watch the middle karting shot.
He's very tight on the inside.
Oh, it just stepped out.
He wasn't even on the curb.
It wasn't. It just something happened.
Yep, he put it on the loud pedal a little bit too soon, and as a result, again, great kart control. And now Dara McInerney has moved himself past Olivia Jenkins into P2, and it's cost them both a little bit of ground.
This is good stuff from Dara McInerney in this one.
Alfie Garford, 5-second penalty.
Yeah. Joel Hull also got a 5-second time penalty earlier on. Now, Dara's not had the best running this year in the Junior TKM Championship. Currently sitting 17th in the championship standings, but he's not a 17th position driver, is he?
It belies, that belies, it was because he's had an exclusion. Now he's gone for the lead. Dara McInerney, well, it was a tyre issue, wet tyres and park firmly and stuff like that. That's what his exclusion. Nothing sort of illegal modifications to engines or anything like that. But McInerney, I mean, that's got his dander up. And now Dara McInerney goes, right, I can win one of these races right from the front. So McInerney, the E-plate holder, only finished 9th in the O-plate here a week ago. And he knows because he's got to count that 0 score. So that exclusion for the final, he's got to count that. So, I mean, really, as a in terms of winning the championship, it's pretty much done and dusted for Dara.
Yep.
But in terms of getting a seed, a national seed, that is something that is still very much on the cards. And now it's a case of I just want to win out. I want to win. Every time I put that cart down on the circuit, me and my dad, we just want to go and win to prove to everybody that, yes, we can win.
We've
At
got
the moment, he can do that. Half distance approaching. We're on lap number 7. Behind the leaders, Anthony, it's a little bit spread out.
It is a bit. Alfie Garford, the number 1, he's on his own, really. No one close in front, no one close behind, which is a nice thing to have. Then we've got a couple of drivers. We've got Joe Cheek up 2 places from the starting spot up into P5. Ollie Rands up 6 places. Great running from Ollie Rands at the moment, running in P6. Aidan Mitchell has struggled a little bit. It's gone down into P7. Seth Hathaway, Yehan Callaghan, driver of the day, is up into P9 in the top 10. Patrick Leaf up 4 places in the top 10 now for Patrick Leaf.
Yep, and Patrick, let's have a little look at the number 22 kart. Patrick, one of the very few drivers that didn't do the O-plate. So he hasn't got that level of experience. That's even more impressive that he's in the top 10. And there is a potential move by the number 55 kart of Oliver Bowen on Joel Hull, but that didn't quite work at the elbow there. And there's the number 61 on your screen. That's Sasha Bagley, one of 2 Welsh drivers in this race, the only Welsh lady in the race. Well, we've got LCFC fans saying, come on, Joel. That would be Joel Hull. Let's have a little Ollie, for you. When you're saying hi? Well, hi.
Hi. Hi, Ollie.
Let us know who you're supporting. Or you could just be a karting fan. Now, Leon Frost back at... Well, he's back at the back end of Dara McInerney's kart, giving it a very close inspection. I think it's what we should say.
He's checking out that exhaust.
He is. He's looking at the lines of the rear bumper just to see if there's any, if you can see his reflection in the chrome, I think is what you can see. But he's certainly studying now where Dara McInerney is a little bit, weak compared to him, where are Dara's strong points. Because it's not just making a move, it's making a move at a position where the person you are passing can't come straight back at you. But it's a good exit off the dog leg.
Yeah.
Now, this means that he's going to be really close coming into the elbow. Not this corner, that's bottom middle bend, sorry. Oh, this top, middle and bottom, it's like an episode of Strike It Lucky.
Well, this is Frost's tactic. Leon Frost always does this in most races that we see him do. He will sit there in second place.
Yeah,
he will sit right behind the race leader.
And
he will watch and learn every single line, manoeuvre, positioning, everything that the person in the lead would be doing. In this case, it's Dara McInerney in the E-plate. And will then strike on the last lap and get it done and finished.
Yeah, exactly. He'll strike at the last lap, knowing that he'll study. Yep. He'll study, he might pick his moment a couple of laps previously. Then he'll wait, and he'll do it at a point where the person he's overtaking hasn't got the time, hasn't got the laps to come back and repass the position.
Yeah, exactly. And where do you reckon that's going to be around this circuit? Because
it's going to be going into dog leg on the last lap.
Yeah, you reckon so? I reckon it's going to be around here where we are right now. I reckon it's going to be around the loop. He's going to just reposition it because you see how quick and how he can chuck it in here, and now we're starting to line it up for the exit. I reckon.
Okay.
I reckon there.
Right. Fair enough.
Bet is on, lad. The bet is on.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't. Have a little look. See it. Well, in the next 2 minutes. Well, in the next minutes, in the next 60 seconds, where do you think?
Where do you think
Leon Frost is going to comment in? Let us know whether Anthony's got it right, and he says the loop, and I say dog leg. Could be the elbow here. That could be it.
Could be the elbow.
That's last gasp territory. That is.
Yeah.
They've dropped Olivia Jenkins, so Olivia Jenkins in third. There's Alfie Garford in fourth. Garford has got a 5-second penalty. There's the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek and Ollie Rands.
They're having a good little scrap.
Of course, Leon's not listening. He could make a complete mess of this by making a move now, but I don't think he will.
No.
I think he's going to wait till the penultimate lap of the last lap.
Yes, yeah. It will be very late on.
Yes. So let us know on the live chat. Unfortunately, we can't see on the British Kart Championship Facebook page. We can't see the comments on there.
No.
We can only see the comments on the YouTube, the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Oh, Leon Frost is right up behind McInerney coming into he has a really good run coming out of the dog leg. So Leon Frost is much better than McInerney through the first half of the lap. At the moment, it looks as though he's even stronger than McInerney at the first half of the lap, but McInerney has got track position and is just sort of not defending, but he is using his kart, again, like that, not defending, but again, there's nothing that Leon Frost can do. Going into, if you're on the outside coming out of the loop, if you're on the inside coming out of the loop, you're on the outside for top end, and that is not a place you can pass. There was some too wide action going on through there. That is back in the pack. That looked like it was between Cheek, Rands, Mitchell, Hathaway and Calichurn. Here we go. 30 seconds to go. Obviously, everybody on a live stream is enraptured by the visuals.
Yeah.
They don't want to tell us where they think who is going to be. I mean, what would you bet you? I mean, I can't afford food for the food truck, so it's something cheaper than that. Like, I don't know, my car.
Yeah,
or
there you go.
A tank of petrol.
And there's the move. Oh, he's trying. No, he's trying it around the outside there, and he can't get the waft out of the corner because obviously Darren has got good exit pace through that corner. Now he's going to try the lunge. Nearly.
Well, they're going to come to the last lap. So
he's teasing us.
He's teasing us.
He's got the live stream in his ears.
He's tried it at both places, whether it's Anthony at the loop or Henry at the dog leg, or nobody at this corner at the elbow, which is probably where he's going to move, actually.
Which is probably where he's going to do it now.
Exactly. So the clock strikes 0. Where will Frost make his move?
He might not even do it.
Oh, here we go. He's going to turn 1.
No!
Oh, Leon, you weren't listening. What a great move, though. And look at that. He's McInerney dropping back already. He's done it at a place where McInerney hasn't got the chance to fight back.
Yeah.
And he wasn't listening to us.
He wasn't.
Oh, dear. But he looks over his shoulder. This is what Leon... Well, Leon Frost has built a championship challenge on that. We've seen it at Shennington. All the way through at Shennington. We saw it in the dry at Warden Law. Picking his point, making his move, knowing that the other driver hasn't got the time to get back and repass the place. Great stuff. Frost into the elbow. The number 7 is P1 once again. McInerney, nothing Dara can do. He comes out of the final corner. There we go. They take the checker flag. There's the finish. It is Frost, McInerney, Jenkins and Garford, although Garford's got the 5-second penalty. So Joe Cheek, that's going to be a very well-deserved 4th place for Joe Cheek, 5th on the road. Treviso says the elbow. No, it wasn't. It was turn 1. Oh, hello.
Oh, dear.
That is the number 61 car, Sasha Bagley, getting all agricultural at the final, the penultimate corner, and she doesn't look very happy about that. There is a look at some of the Cotswolds grass.
Lots of it round here.
There's plenty around here. The Cotswolds, for those of you watching internationally, it's one of the most beautiful areas of Middle England.
Middle England,
I think, is the way that they describe it. It is beautiful.
Middle Earth for any.
Yes, Middle Earth. It's got that little Hobbiton sort of sound.
Yeah.
And they spotted. Look at that. The TKM drivers, they spotted the camera by there, so they're giving it some of the hand signals coming in. That's good to see. There they are. They've waved at the camera. They're smart drivers, these are. Spot the cameraman and...
give it a wave.
Yeah. Now, the one will be, how close can I get to the cameraman?
Yeah. I don't want to play that game.
There's the cameraman there on the right-hand side. So, provisional result. Leon Frost takes the win from Dara McInerney, Olivia Jenkins, Alfie Garford, 4th on the road. His 5-second penalty will actually only drop him 1 place to 5th. So Joe Cheek takes 4th, Alfie Garford will drop to 5th. Ollie Rands comes home in 6th position ahead of Aidan Mitchell. Seth Hathaway, Yehan Calichurn and Tyler Harris rounding out the top 10. Patrick Leaf comes home in 11th, followed by Luke Jarman, Jake Humphrey, Leo Robinson, Jack Stewart, Joel Hull, Oliver Bowen, Luke Bate, Sasha Bagley and Oliver Bourne. Bourne, well, finishing 20th. I mean, it's been a tough debut season for Bourne.
It has been, but we'll see the TKMs out a little bit later on today for their Heat 2, KZ2 for their Heat 2 as well, kick-starting 12:40, 1 o'clock for TKM Extreme and 20 past 1 for Junior TKM. In between now and then, it's pre-final time and Junior X30 for race 10. It's coming up next. Well,
Anthony, you're holding your feet. Yes.
It's just that I was excited about the schedule. That's all it was. It's Junior X30.
11,
it's
20,
pre-final.
6 minutes time for Junior X30. Now, this is round 4 out of 7. So they were sort of halfway through the championship, exactly, almost. And there is a look at the 32 Junior X30 drivers that we have here.
Yes.
Now, on one of my entry lists, I've got 33. So who withdrew. Sam Longley, I think, is the driver that withdrew. He's one of the drivers that is withdrawn. Sam Longley on the initial entry list, but not out there.
Yeah. You got version 2. I've got 2.1.
You got 2.1. Yes, I'm 2.0. We've got a new driver of the championship, Kian Gamiao, for the Jade Racing team. So I could see a new name on the entry list.
Kian Gamiao racing, club racing. A lot of, I think, I recognise that name. He's raced before.
Right.
I don't believe in TKM because I'm pretty sure I've said his name at Wilton Wood Kart Club before. But
Right.
TKM don't race at Wilton Wood Kart Club.
Ah.
So
The mystery continues.
the mystery continues.
The mystery continues. There's
a marshal in his natural habitat
Yes.
at the race circuit. See him prowling
and he's reading
in the grass.
rule book. No, that's his internet. That's his incident book. So the pre-final. So the heat races yesterday. What happened in the Junior X30 heat races
Go on,
yesterday, Anthony?
let's have a gander,
Pray
shall
tell.
we? Pray tell. Heat 1. Burgoyne Junior took the race win. New team for Burgoyne Junior. Mick Barrett Racing now from the Strawberry Racing team.
Yes.
He swapped it out. Macaulay Bishop took second place from Gabriel Silk. Now, I believe Gabriel Silk may have won that race, but did receive a penalty. I will tell you what that penalty was for. It was for a nose cone. So, received the nose cone, got a 5-second, and I think may have finished first. I don't know. I was busy. I couldn't actually pay attention to the heat racing yesterday. But
Well,
I was here.
unfortunately, I wasn't here yesterday.
Yes.
As eagle-eyed viewers at the paddock show may have been aware. I mean, I do apologise there, but I had other things. Like I said, there is another event going on in this country at the moment, and I mean, I'm not really allowed to say exactly what I was doing. However, it's safe to say there was a driver who was a little bit down on his luck, and he said, I'm not really sure about my driving in the wet. So, Henry, can I come to Landau International Raceway, birthplace of champions, global home of World Motorsport, and have a little wet weather practice? So, well, it doesn't normally rain in Wales.
Rains all the
But we'll
time.
sort something out. We've got the hose pipes out, wet the track up, did a bit of driver coaching with in the rain. He said, look, I've got a race this weekend at Silverstone. Come up, a bit of moral support. I said, all right, I'll come along. I should be at Rissington, but I'll come along just to help you. And it rained, and he did okay. Now, I'm not allowed to say who it was, but he's from Spain, and he did okay, in the rain yesterday. Thanks to me. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. God's honest truth, I speak only facts, ladies.
Calling it was Carlos Sainz. Put it on poll.
I signed the non-disclosure agreement. Anthony didn't. All I'm saying. But,
Cool.
Anyway, thanks to Landau.
Sam Branston, thank you very much. Kian races at Wilton in the X30. I have heard his name before, so yeah, there we go. And good luck to Charlie, Isaac, Kian, and Jack as well.
Yes, that would be the Jade Racing Team drivers.
Yes.
Little close look at Dayton Coulthard there on the grid. Some of the spectators. Now, last year at Wilton Mill, you see Chloe Chong's dad there. Last year at Wilton Mill, we saw the pooch, and the pooch was just a puppy.
Yes,
that pooch is no longer.
Grown
it's
up
grown.
now.
It's a grown-up pooch.
That is.
There he is peeking over, having a chat with the marshal.
Tall enough now to see the racing.
Yes.
Without having to be picked up.
Yes. There we go. Oh, wait, the star of the show.
Getting some fuss.
Oh, having his ears stroked, and he's liking that. There we go. Now, a bit like me.
Don't get.
No. Good there. But again, good to see spectators here at the circuit, and of course we are on MOD land, Ministry of Defence land, which is why nobody's allowed to stay at the circuit overnight, and it's why the Ministry of Defence were quite, how should we say, insistent that everyone was out of the circuit at 6 o'clock last night, whether they wanted to be or not.
Yeah,
but
there we go.
That was it.
Let's have a look at
championship positions, Anthony.
Yeah, well,
yes,
they
please.
will have slightly changed, obviously, from yesterday, because obviously they had their 2 heat races, so they may have slightly changed. But before those heat races, Gabriel still was leading the championship, 568 points before any drop scores. Theo McLaughlin second with 555. So, fairly close in the championship still between those top 2. Brandon Carr with a good season so far this year.
But a terrible day yesterday.
Terrible day yesterday, yeah. Didn't have a good one. So he has had ups and downs in this season, but they've all come to fruition. Let's have a look at the starting lineup.
There he is, on pole position, new team, Mick Barrett Racing for Harry Burgoyne Jr. Macaulay Bishop coming back really strongly in the second half of the season on the outside of row number 1. Gabriel still championship leader, and Cian Geraghty having a fantastic couple of rounds. He's on row 2.
Second in the championship, Theo McLaughlin on that third row with Jack Hobson alongside Jack Nasselship and Leo Robinson on row 4.
Henry Jocelyn back after missing Glanagorse, and Lewis Bird are on row 5. Jack Cox and Zach Green on row 6.
Row number 7, Taylor Orridge and Josh Agenbar. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Wesley Swain from row 8. Josh Agenbar, driver of the day from Clanigore.
Leo Brown and Isaac Phelps go from row 9. Freddie Lloyd and Chloe Chong start from row 10.
Eden Spanswick and Joey Brown on row 11. Fred Green and Monday Junior Canini on row 12.
Row 13, newcomer Kian Jamiao and Michael Rapsey. Morgan Moore, the Irishman, and Charlie Morrison-Jones on row 14.
Dayton Coulthard and Flynn McDermott on row 15. Nathan Clifford and Brandon Carr on row 16 and the grid.
Nathan Clifford, who hasn't gone out by the looks of it.
Yes.
So he is not out there. Yes, championship positions. Gabriel Stilp, Fionn McLaughlin, Brandon Carr, Leo Robinson, Harry Burgoyne Jr., your top 5. Then Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd. 68 points separate the top 6. As engine notes rise, lights are not green.
No, they're not. False start.
False start.
Go round again.
Now, there was the Little Green Man Championship was here last weekend for X30s. Macaulay Bishop won that. And I've got to say, so at the start of the season, I mean, I spoke to Macaulay, he had a great win in Europe at the start of the season. Then he had a little bit of a crisis in confidence, he was saying. And all credit to the Dan Holland racing team. Their man was a little bit down. So, they were supportive. They put their arms around him, made him feel loved, made him feel wanted, which is so key in not just karting, but in anything. If someone's struggling, you make them feel wanted, and oh dear, that was it. And Macaulay's repaid that. He won the Rotax round at Lark Hall. He was winning here last weekend. He was he was near us on the podium, or fighting for the podium at Glenagorse, and he put it on second on the grid for this race. So again, really good. Well done to the Dan Holland racing team. Really good support there for Macaulay, and he's repaying them in kind. Very important. Now, here we go. Second time of asking. Burgoyne in the number 68 car. Unfamiliar colours. It's a good start this time. Macaulay Bishop, not a great start. It's Gabriel Stilp slots into second, and is that Fionn McLaughlin up into third? It is McLaughlin up into third. And there's a driver, 2 drivers running wide, coming out of paddock bend, or coming out of turn 2. They both skate over the grass. They get back on. Harry Burgoyne Jr., Gabriel Stilp, Fionn McLaughlin. Fionn, who was fast in time qualifying, but some of the paperwork for scrutineering wasn't right, so we had to start both heats right from the back. So he's had a fantastic fight back of a weekend, has Fionn McLaughlin. And there's Stilp up the inside of Burgoyne Jr. into the elbow to take over top spot.
Absolutely sent it under braking there. You saw how sideways the kart went. Absolutely fantastic. Now, a driver who didn't get away well at that start was the man who started on the second row, number 73 MDL driver Cian Geraghty. That kart didn't get underway, and you saw he really tried to get the power down, and it just didn't go, and he dropped all the way back. 10th place.
Right, okay. And there is the number 14 BMR kart of Jack Hobson picking up a place on Macaulay Bishop. The Bishop for the Dan Holland racing team fights back. I've got to say. I mean, this is not like a love-in for Dan Holland racing. They've got some new teamwear this weekend. It looks smart.
It does look superb.
Anyway, enough of that. That's enough of that. I'm just saying. I mean, it does look very smart in the paddock. All credits to whoever designs their teamwear. But at the moment, their man Macaulay Bishop in 4th place, looking at the inside of Hobson there for 3rd. But Hobson holds on, so it's Stilp, Burgoyne Jr. It's going to take me a little while to get used to watching Harry Burgoyne Jr. in the McLaren racing colours.
Yeah, because you're so used to seeing him in that sort of Tony Kart livery, as it's still scrapping here in the background.
That is Fionn McLaughlin passing Jack Hobson.
Oh, it's
the number 29 of McLaughlin.
No, you are correct.
Robinson is
just
back
behind.
in 6th. Yeah. Then Nettleship is 7th. Henry Jocelyn is 8th. Lewis Bird for the Optima racing team. Lewis Bird for Crop Promotions in 9th. Then it's Taylor Orridge for Crop Promotions rounding out the top 10. Pratt Thompson, Zach Green, Geraghty, Agenbar, Phelps, Spanswick, Canini, Swain, then Lloyd and Chloe Chong rounding out the top 20. Nathan Clifford has gone out. But obviously there is a transponder issue with that kart.
Right.
So he is out there, but he is 32nd, which translates into last in this race. But we'll call it 32nd.
We'll call it, yeah. So that's a political way of doing it.
There is Bishop, and he is now being chased by McLaughlin. Now, Gabriel Stilp getting away at the front. Gabriel Stilp and Harry Burgoyne Jr. getting away at the front. A little bit of a gap opening up to this group on your screens now. SKR Motorsport saying good luck to Fred and Zach Green from Sukmeni Kira, who we saw in IAME earlier
Cadet,
this year,
yes.
but obviously he's not racing this weekend. So she's obviously not racing this weekend. But cheering on her team from wherever she's watching from. So hello, Sukmani. Sukmani, I hope we'll see you back in the paddock very soon.
Oh,
there's a move.
Yeah, Fionn McLaughlin for the Fusion team gets down the inside of Macaulay Bishop. That was at the elbow. So, again, another favourite corner there. So, yeah, very nice little one to do. And now Bishop in that pack of 4 now is in, well, no easy way of saying it, in trouble, really. I mean, unless he can get back at McLaughlin quickly and lead that group again, you know, at the moment, it could all start to go P-tong as Lewis Berg gets a 5-second time.
Well, I mean, we obviously, so Fionn has obviously got lots of pace in that Fusion Motorsport car, and there is Leo Robinson passing Hobson as well. He spent all day yesterday fighting his way through from the back of the grid, but in qualifying pace, he was fastest of all.
So, 8 minutes to go then on that one, and again, Leo Robinson just defending there slightly with Henry Jocelyn, and again, they're having a good little scrap there just behind, but that's allowing these two to break away. So already my statement there of saying that, you know, he could be in trouble here was gone.
I mean, I'm glad that the curse of the commentator isn't just affecting this side of the commentary, but it's like an infectious disease. Spreading it. And Burgoyne Jr. looking, but thinking better of it.
God, look at the porpoising into that corner.
I was going to say, there we go. We got a Formula 1 reference in there.
There we go. There we go.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's true. We talked about the track is quite smooth, but again, under braking, no suspension on these karts. Every microscopic bump is magnified, especially with the lower camera angles that we're using here. You can see it very clearly indeed. So through turn 2 into the loop goes Stilp, followed by Burgoyne Jr. and McLaughlin has caught them hand over fist. Fionn McLaughlin. Now Fionn McLaughlin, he has not won a round of the British Championship.
No.
Won heat races, but not a final, and he is motoring up to the lead. And I'm sure that we will see him make a move on Harry Burgoyne Jr. If not this lap, then very soon, because he doesn't want to lose the momentum he's currently got. He's quickest on the circuit. There's the move.
There it is.
Good stuff. And again, once you catch somebody, if you're faster, once you catch them, you tend to then sort of just drop to their pace if you can't get past them.
Yeah.
You've got to keep that momentum by making quick moves, one after the other. And if McLaughlin gets the Stilp, he's going to go for it. I'm sure he's not going to wait.
No.
He's going to go for it straight away.
Yep, he's going to show a kind of message, really, isn't it? Just, you know, I'm coming for this final. I'm going to win this one.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So there are championship points for this race.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
You score points after the heats. So you score points for the intermediate classification. You score points the pre-final, points the final.
Yep.
So this is key now for Fionn McLaughlin. Again, he's got in the championship standings, 13 points separate he from and Gabriel Stilp. Brandon Carr from the back of the grid. Brandon Carr is up to 18th place already.
Well, there goes Bishop back down the inside of Burgoyne Jr. Nice move there, back up into P3. Now, hopefully, these two will work together to try and close that battle, because they have looking like they have closed up a little bit there.
And certainly even Robinson in 5th has sort of joined the party as well. I mean, if McLaughlin goes for it straight away, you can, as sure as eggs are eggs, Stilp is going to come back.
Oh,
because
yes.
Stilp has been, all year, Stilp has been the king of the spectacular manoeuvre.
There it is.
There it is, straight away. Now, Stilp will try and fight back. He's going to get a good run coming out of the final corner. He's going to duck underneath McLaughlin. Oh, okay, half distance. Ring the dinner bell. Here comes Macaulay Bishop. Bishop, 2 for 1, special offer into the race lead.
Lovely.
Great move from Macaulay Bishop. That is a driver back with his full confidence once again, if ever there was one.
A prime opportunity for it as well. You could see that lining up, and you could see that we're going to go side by side and battle away. Still not managing to get the move there, and McLaughlin's gone really defensive into there, because now comes through Leo Robinson. Yeah, the 37 for the Fusion team is coming into this fray.
Yep,
and there's still loads of time left.
Robinson went for the move. McLaughlin went, no thank you, and teammate or not. And then that cost Robinson all his momentum coming out of the dogleg. He's now been passed by Hobson, and I think that's the 26th of Henry Jocelyn as well. Yes, it has. And he's got, Harry Burgoyne Jr. in there as well. Yeah, he's got Henry Jocelyn right behind him. Then it's number 33 kart of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So you look at the gap the top three have got. You know, that's incredible. So from battling for the lead group, Robinson and Burgoyne Jr., that one little incident, it wasn't even an incident.
No.
It was just having the momentum taken away from you. And there's a move from Gabriel Stilp up the inside, going into middle bend. Unbelievable. We just caught the tail end of that manoeuvre, and that was Stilp passing at a non-passing place.
Well,
So, I mean, if Alpha did like a rerun of Stilp's greatest passes this season, there are
there'd be
many
a list.
of them.
Yeah, there'd be a list, wouldn't there,
Yeah.
starting to form. Here comes Brad Thompson
Brad
down the
Thompson.
inside of Burgoyne Jr.
Yep.
Not managing to get that move done through the loop section of the track. And now, look, it's just really brought that whole group together, but it's just allowed the race leaders to just disappear down the road, hasn't it?
Yes, and I'm loving this now. We'll see this. There's a farmer on his lawnmower watching from the field. Coming, you just see him at the back. Oh, there he is, the back of that camera shot. Just sat on his mower. Oh, Dayton Coulthard going slow. Dayton Coulthard at the back of the field there. Charlie Morrison-Jones has retired. Taylor Orridge, the number 99 kart, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson watching this battle going on. And it's still Stilp, Bishop and McLaughlin, the top three. Cameron Pratt-Thompson just sort of guiding. Side by side once again. And Stilp defending. Bishop's going to stick it up the inside.
Yeah.
Bishop, oh, well done, Macaulay Bishop.
Yeah, good move there from
Stilp
Bishop.
was fighting every inch of the way, but Bishop stood firm. And now this is where Stilp made his move a lap ago. It's flat out.
There we go. Look at that under braking. Just absolutely sent it. What commitment from Stilp.
And unbelievable. Here comes McLaughlin, and now Fionn McLaughlin back in front. This is great stuff in the pre-final at Junior X30. So, Fionn McLaughlin, all three of these drivers have made superb overtaking moves in this race. You've got 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go, and it's not over yet. The more they battle, the closer that Hobson and Robinson in fourth and fifth will get.
Well, here we go. Now Fionn McLaughlin's in the middle of this one. What is Fionn going to do? Because Fionn made that move done. He's got to go.
He's got to go for it. There's the farmer watching on his mower.
And what a race he's watching.
Yes.
Here we go. Oh, he wasn't
not
close
quite.
enough. Right, okay, so that's the first time we've seen...
And that's cost McLaughlin.
Yeah, big style.
That's someone's armpit.
There's an armpit. But yeah, as I go through, look at the gap now that Stilp's got. Just from that one move, and with 1 minute, 20 seconds to go, that's kind of crucial. But if these two now just think, okay, right, let's calm down. Let's close that gap back up.
Yep.
Think about it, and that's where a true driver's talent comes in.
Yes.
If they know that and learn that,
well,
that's skill.
Bishop did not make a move, and McLaughlin did not defend. So that's key. And it's working already, because you can get a slipstream here. So it's still McLaughlin, Bishop, Robinson, Hobson, your top five. Then it's Jocelyn, Burgoyne Jr., Zach Green, Agambar, and Pratt Thompson, your top 10. 1 minute to go. Outside the top 10, Geraghty, Phelps, Nettleship, Orridge and Brandon Carr from 32nd up to 15th for Brandon Carr. Then it's Lewis Burns, Swain, Freddie Lloyd, Spanswick, Cox, Jack Cox riding out the top 20, Fred Green, 21st, Chloe Chong, Joey Brown, Leo Brown, Morgan Moore, Mondi Jr. Canini, newcomer Kian Gamiao, then Rapsy, Clifford, McDermott and Coulthard.
There we go, good rundown on the order there. No changes in the top three for the time being.
Job done. Fionn McLaughlin, Macaulay Bishop. You've caught the leader.
Yeah.
Now, what are you going to do with him?
Here we go. Elbow this time.
Stilp knows they're there. If Stilp defends into the elbow, he's going to lose all his momentum, so he can't defend. Here comes McLaughlin, wheel to wheel, side by side. Oh, Stilp on the outside. Here comes four wheels off the track. Bishop up into second place, fantastic. And Bishop maintains his momentum. The clock strikes 0. This is the penultimate lap. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. And now it's 4-5 for the lead. Here comes Leo Robinson trying to get involved. And McLaughlin has to defend. Fionn McLaughlin has to defend.
Oh, goodness me. Who's going to take this one? It's not even the last lap yet. Super defensive into the dogleg hairpin. Everyone gets through.
Hobson runs them all wide.
He does indeed. Yeah, he just tried to hold that inside line. And now there, Stilp said, right, let's go.
I mean, the farmer looks thrilled.
He's on a quad bike as well, not a tractor.
Oh, is he? Oh, he's on a mower of some kind. But anyway, here we go. Last lap board going out. Up into the mixers comes Zach Green in kart number 53, I noticed. So it's Stilp and Bishop. 1-2. 1 lap to go. What has this race still got in store for us?
Well, let's find out then, because only a few more corners to go midway round the lap and not much time left for overtaking. We saw how defensive Stilp went into this section here. Is he going to do it again? Oh, not so much. He's kind of keeping it in the middle of the track there, and that's smart.
Well, Bishop is gonna have the power. The problem is is Stilp's going to cover his line. Stilp's got to defend going into the elbow, but last time around, Bishop passed someone going around the outside of the elbow. Here we go, 2 corners. Bishop does a crossover move. Oh, Bishop sold Stilp a dummy. That's an abs. Bishop did a Gabriel Stilp on Gabriel Stilp to win the race. Fantastic stuff for Macaulay Bishop and Dan Holland Racing. Well, Gabriel Stilp and the Mad Croc team, they will be, well, they'll be mad about that, but you've got to take your hat off.
Yeah.
We must have seen half a dozen superb overtaking manoeuvres for the race lead there. Macaulay Bishop is your winner. Stilp second. And who came out in third? Well, it was Leo Robinson in third, Jocelyn in fourth, Burgoyne Jr. in fifth. What happened to Fionn McLaughlin? He comes home in 10th.
Wow, there we go. What, anyone would think that was a final for an international grade race, but that was just a pre-final for the British Champs. It's still a very prestigious race to be a part of, but absolutely top quality stuff from the entirety of that grid. There is a look at the pending Pool Class and race results, of course, before scrutineering. And, well, what can you say, really? What can you say?
Well, I mean, okay, so that was a proper race, that was. I mean, often you see, you know, incidents and accidents and you know, for the lead and the lead battle getting a little bit too close for comfort. And of course, you think, oh, what are you know, it's not a final. Why are the drivers doing it? That was a superb kart race showing, you know, fantastic racecraft, craftsmanship, sportsmanship from all the contenders.
I thought you said it was difficult to overtake here.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Weren't we all?
Man was badly wrong. Man was badly wrong. So, a couple of things. Oh, so Kathy Watson. So, karting's a family sport, and a big say hello to Casey Watson on Marshall Post 9, Clark at the course, John Watson, and Shay Watson, the timekeeper. Love Kathy Mary. Oh. Let's have a look at the final corners of this one.
Yeah.
Action replay time, and there was action.
There was indeed action. Let's have a look back, because it was moves galore, wasn't it? This was the move, throws him on the outside, switches it back. The direction change there from that camera angle does not do it justice to the forces that were going through that car and driver.
Gabriel still put his hand in the air. I've been done.
Yeah.
Fair play.
He's done me proper.
No complaints there. That was like, don't.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Well,
calm down.
Oh,
I'll take a sip of iron brew.
That'll help.
As it always does. Always does. And we've got the final. If that was the pre-final, ladies and gentlemen, then you've got to be... there's the grid again.
Yeah.
But if that was the pre-final, what have they got in store for the final itself? Well, we'll find out later on this afternoon. Next up, race 11, Senior X30.
Yes, indeed. Senior X30 about to take to the track. Drivers getting themselves primed and ready. And, well, we're going to need to take a breather from that one, because that was absolutely, well, fantastic. Absolutely brilliant kart race. And it just shows you the talent that is in this paddock here this weekend at the Wera Tours British Kart Championships for Motorsport UK. And now we talk about Senior X30. A little bit less drivers in this one. In total, 22 drivers taken to the track this weekend. Championship standings, Bart Harrison leading the way, 540 points from Harry Platt, and the GP plate, 533. That will have changed slightly, obviously, because of yesterday with their heat. We can talk about the heat. Senior X30, let's talk about the heat.
Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
True good mythical morning. Let's talk about that.
Calai Atkins.
Calai.
Another heat win.
Yep. The Croc team very, very strong.
Yeah. Harry Platten took second place. Bart Harrison dropped one place, finished P3. Thomas Fleming, what a result. P4, 13 places gained.
Yep.
Penalties in that one. Connor Clifford, Aaron Walker, Alessandro Serenetti, James Pashley, Cameron Smith, also retirement, and Christian Brooks.
Well, Christian Brooks' exclusion from the race meeting.
Let's have a look.
Sam, you read up on there. Sam Hawthorne, formerly of this parish. Good luck to Sam Shawberto. Oh, Bex Lloyd's been on. Well done, Fred Lloyd. Love mum. So Christian Brooks, who was a guest driver in the championship, tried to reattach his nose cone after a race.
Yeah.
And that is goodbye for the meeting.
Yes.
We've had that a couple of times this year.
So
that'll be one. But a big hello and welcome in this class. First time here racing in the UK to Los Angeles' own San Clarita, Los Angeles, California, Cameron Smith.
Yes, indeed. The
And
American-
Cameron realising just how competitive the British Championship is. Races in the Super Nationals, races in all the major North American events, and comes here and finds himself, well, he qualified 22nd out of 22. Finished 21st and 20th, so we're moving up slowly, but yeah, it's a real eye-opener.
Very much so, because we went to speak to him this morning, and I think his response to being in a British paddock for the first time was,
About that, yeah.
you guys are nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's a laid-back California kid.
Exactly.
But I mean, he's chosen, Little Rissington, one of the most historic venues.
Come from LA to Little Rissington.
Come from Los Angeles to Little Rissington. There we go. There's some tyre pressure changes on the O-plate of Gus Lawrence's kart. So, yes, I mean, yeah, championship position. I mean, so we had Kalai Atkins, who won the second heat yesterday.
Second heat, yeah, we'll go over that one a little bit. Sam Shaw.
Shawberto.
Well, sure, that one. Bart Harrison took another P2. Gus Lawrence took P3 in that one. I tell you what, in the top 5, no one changed position. I suspect there were overtakes, but they finished the race as the same as they started.
As you were.
As you were, yeah.
Now, but leading the point standings is Bart Harrison with 540 points, 7 points clear of Harry Platten. In the intermediate clarification, that's gain. Harrison is second in the intermediate classification, scored 62 points, and Harry Platten third in the class of intermediate standings, gained 60 points. So Bart Harrison increases his points lead by 2 over Platten. So it's Harrison, 540 points, Harry Platten, 533, Aaron Walker, 529, 527 for Thomas Fleming, 517 for Gus Lawrence, 497 for Kalai Atkins. So 53 points separating the top 7 in the championship. Sorry, missed out Sam Heading in there as well, in 6th position in the championship. So 50 plus points, just over 50 points separating the top 7 in the championship. There is a look at the rear end or the rear bumper of Alfie Baxter's kart and the rear end of his mechanic's kart. There we are. Alfie Baxter Davis for the Jack Dex Racing Team. There's Louis Johnson Cool, who in the number 61 premium karting entry. There is our TKM Extreme British Open champion, Alistair Cresswell, in the number 33 car for Tim Wilson Motorsport. There's Oscar Joyce with his NFT on his. I wonder how that sponsorship deal is going. If he's made any sponsorship money off trying to sell that NFT.
Be curious to find out.
On Tinternet.
Yeah.
There's Marcus Littlewood for the Jade Racing Team, starting this race just in front of his teammate Nat Thomas. 22 drivers in this. Well, 21 drivers will start this race because Christian Brooks is no longer at the facility. He has been advised to go take his nose cone and come back another time after he's read the rule book. There is Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw, well, I'm waiting for the comments to come in. Sam Shaw showing that he has definitely got game.
Well, I had this conversation with him yesterday, so yeah.
He's got game.
Potentially, if anyone comes up with this sort of name on the profile, that is
Casper Scusa.
Casper Scusa.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's changed his profile to try and fool us again. But Sam Shaw is wise of this and has told us who it is. But Samuel Hawthorne has joined us and saying good luck to Sam Shaw. Shawberto.
There's the Dan Holland Racing threads.
Yeah.
Man likes them. And it's a sun-blessed day in the Cotswolds. It's it was, for our international viewers, tomorrow, of course, is American Independence Day. Happy 4th of July.
Yes, indeed.
To all our American fans. And the other day was Canada Day. Oh, Canada. I won't say the rest of the anthem, but there we go. So, again, there is our championship leader, Bart Harrison.
Yes.
Starting alongside. Now, Bart has got several wins in the British Championship. Here's a starting lineup. Sam Shaw and Bart Harrison, who hasn't won a round of the British Championship since 2019 in Mini X30. Then it's Harry Platten and Kalai Atkins on row number 2.
Row number 3, Gus Lawrence and Thomas Fleming. They'll round out that one. Harvey Ryby and Marcus Luzio will round out the top 8.
Marcus Luzio returning to the championship for the first time since Shellington. Marcus Littlewood and Sam Heading are on row number 5. Nat Thomas and Archie Tillett on row number 6.
Aaron Walker and Oscar Joyce on row 7. Connor Clifford and Alistair Cresswell We'll round up row 8.
Another driver returning to the championship after Warden missing Glanagos, James Pashley, Libby Johnson-Cool on row 9. Then Alessandro Serenetti and Alfie Bax-Davis. Alessandro Serenetti making his debut this season in the championship and making his debut overall, Cameron Smith.
In the UK.
In the UK,
His
yes.
first time here, Little Rissington is the track of choice.
Yep, and well, Alessandro Serenetti, the Italian driver, this is local to him because he goes to Cotswolds. Just east of Rome.
Just east of Rome.
Yep. Remy Gilbert is back on saying good luck to Kalai Atkins. And someone saying that the coverage is better than Sky's coverage of the other championship that is...
No one's watching the other one
no,
anyway.
I don't know what you're on about, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I was there yesterday helping out, you know...
This is the only elite racing that's happening this
No,
weekend
apparently so, yes.
in the UK. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. There we go. You can almost see the pimples on their teenage faces, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Round bottom bend. Into the start. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing for 12 minutes in this Senior X30 pre-final. Round the outs. Oh, that's the number 7 car getting very wide. Sam Heading managing to scramble back onto the circuit, but it's a good start from the poles into Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw and Bart Harrison running 1-2 as they go around top bend and in towards the back straight into towards the dog legs. Here's a move from Harry Platten.
Yeah, I was expecting to see that early doors from Platten and immediately gets that GP plate up into P2. Everyone gets around the dog leg.
Scrambling around. Yeah.
Pretty safely on that one.
Safely, there we go. Shaw leads through middle bend into the elbow. And that's a KR Sport machine by the looks of it. Going up the move, that was Connor Clifford's had a great start. Connor up into the top 10 already, and that was Connor making another move. But Shaw, in the number 16 premium karting entry, has got company.
Indeed, yes, and it's starting to shape up nicely. Breakaway for the top 4. Gus Lawrence at the back of that 4, but Harrison, Harry Platten, Sam Shaw leading that one. Thomas Fleming, the number 3, in a bit of a no man's land. No
dear,
close. Go on.
Oh, that was a preemptive. Because it looked like there was about to be an accident, but they managed to get away with it.
This is the seniors; they don't do such thing, Henry.
Of course not.
Faith in the young drivers. Here we go then. Out of the final corner, go that way, says that man. And
yes, keep going that way. Yes,
yeah.
But Shaw under pressure, Platten, and again Sam Shaw looking a little bit more defensive than I would have expected at this stage. Race. Gus Lawrence passes the number 77 of Bart Harrison for 3rd place, and again Harrison. I mean, he has been the nearly man of in the British Karting Championship for the last. Well, certainly in the last 3 years. Again, he won back in 2019 in Mini X30, but then in 2020, he was leading the championship right up to the last race of the season, but didn't win a final. In 2021, he moved up to, he was second in the championship in juniors last year, but didn't win a final. And now he's leading the championship here and hasn't won a final yet. So yes, Mr. Consistency, he would trade a 3-plate and a 2-plate for a top step of the podium.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Again, he's been in this championship right since the new era began in 2019. Won in 2019, won a Mini X30 race, but has then spent all of 2020, all of 2021, and the first half of 2022. Literally, there's not been a race where he has not had race-winning speed. He hasn't managed to get it over the line first. That is going to have to change very soon if he's going to win this championship. You don't tend to... I mean, Alfie Garford won the Junior TKM Championship last year without winning a final, but that's an anomaly.
Yeah.
You don't generally win championships without at least winning one final. Harrison has to get over the line. Has to get it over the line.
It has to, and right now is struggling in this pre-final. Now down into P5, dropping 3 places from starting on the front row in P2. Now you can see at the back of this train, Fleming's managed to get past and has joined the group. Who's that, the 41? Mr. Kalai Atkins is now closing in. And Kalai, who's had a stonking year, I have to say, with the crop promotion team. You know, he took the win at Warden Law. Absolutely fantastic. He's won heat races here, there, and everywhere.
Yep, he was on the bang on the pace at Glanagos as well.
Yeah. And
new fastest lap of the race.
There we go. So
2, 4, 5 at the front, with Kalai Atkins now trying to close in and make it 6 at the front.
Yeah, indeed. A little further back in this one, Marcus Littlewood doing well, 7th place, up 2 places. Harvey Ryby still there in P8. Marcus Luzio and Aaron Walker rounding at the top 10. Aaron Walker up 3 places. Connor Clifford, good start as well, up 4.
Yes.
And Alessandro Serenetti also up into P13, 6 places gained.
Now, lost Louis Johnson, Cool and Alistair Cresswell. Didn't see where.
On the same lap.
And they, well, let's have a look. Where did they start? Cresswell started on the outside of row 8 and Johnson Cool started on the outside of row 9. So they were in close company.
They were.
And retired on the same lap. I mean, now, assumption is a dangerous thing.
One would speculate.
One would speculate, however, that one retirement might be related to another, to the other. Potentially. Potentially.
We don't know, though. Anything could happen.
Tom Fleming, saying some support online for Thomas Fleming, and he is in this lead battle, 4th place in kart number 3. Here we go. It's Sam Shaw now beginning to edge away. And Kalai Atkins has now caught this group.
There you go. And they've not been battling either.
Not really.
So, the fact that he can close up on that,
Yes, Anthony, now we're looking at the contenders for 2nd place.
Yes.
Harry Platten, the GP plate holder, and Gus Lawrence, the O plate holder. You laugh because, let's just say, the final at Glenagorse, they probably took each other off their Christmas card list, shall we say.
Yeah.
They weren't necessarily in sync with how that race planned out.
No.
One party wanted the other party to do something else, and they ended up not winning the race. Tom Fleming did, by a distance. And one party felt that if the other party had cooperated more, they could have pegged Tom Fleming back a little bit. I think, is that the best way, the safest way to put it?
I think that's the very political way of getting that spot on,
Well, you know me, the epitome of political correctness. Yes. And let's see if they have put party politics aside and now will work together in the greater interest of themselves.
Well, we'll see whether or not that's the case. When we get to around 3 or 2 minutes remaining, if we start to see some hand gestures come in.
But at the moment, we've got to see it now because Sam Shaw's beginning to pull away.
Well, yeah.
So Platten and Lawrence have got to work together.
Well, again, so maybe not so, because again, let's think about it. This is a pre-final. This grid determines they start for the final. If it was the final, yes, I'd probably agree with you on that one. But I think this one is going to be a little bit more tame. Maybe, Lawrence is just thinking, okay, I don't
like a petting zoo.
Yeah. We're
not going into the Lions enclosure just yet.
No. I think it's just going to be a bit more calmer in this one. But I could be completely wrong. There's still 5 minutes to go.
I mean, we've done really well on the predictions so far today. Can't decide where drivers are going to make a move, and obviously on a track that's got hardly any overtaking. Well, this race has been a bit more sedate, but beforehand, leading up to it, there's been passing aplenty. Lawrence, the O plate, sitting on the rear bumper of Platten's kart. Platten not defending, but the pace. I mean, last time around, Sam Shaw 40.81. Harry Platten and Gus Lawrence 40.9. There's a move from Gus Lawrence.
There we go.
The O plate, the British Open champion, Gus Lawrence, into 2nd place. Now, does Platten fight back or does Platten push Lawrence and try to close in on Sam Shaw? We will find out.
Yep. Keep heading that way as well.
Keep going that way. Just in case they weren't sure.
Just in case.
Just in case they weren't sure.
Just in case.
There's Thomas Fleming at the inside of Harry Platten, so maybe Harry Platten has got the pace. Oh, and there's Kalai Atkins and Bart Harrison now. Now, Harrison on the outside of Platten. Platten will cut Harrison off there. Harrison tried the undercut coming out of the dog leg, and it looks like it might just work. No. Platten won't lose that position, but he's lost a couple already. Behind them, Marcus Littlewood in 7th is closing in. There's Kalai Atkins on Fleming at the elbow for 3rd place.
Yep, gets that done, and Kalai really doing a good job here at Rissington. Absolutely fantastic performance so far, obviously in this pre-final. Race 11 of the weekend. 3.5 minutes to go, plus that one lap. Sam Shaw leads. Gus Lawrence a little further behind.
Oh, Fleming has a look. He has a look. He has more than a look. He does it. That was a full-on, not a glance. That was a stare.
Full send.
That was Kalai Atkins, of course, now with that lose momentum, and that is going to cost Harrison big time. Harrison and Platten. Marcus Littlewood takes advantage, and that is the risk. If you're going to make a move into the dogleg, you've got to be absolutely sure you can pull it off, because if you don't, then you get absolutely swamped, and it takes you a good 3 or 4 corners to regain that momentum because it is uphill.
Yes.
I mean,
It's
we
not-
are on a slight slope here.
Yeah, it's only very slight though, but every little helps.
Yep.
Or it'd not help in a case.
Or not help, yeah. But Sam Shaw, meanwhile, is 1.3 seconds up the road from Gus Lawrence, and Lawrence is 1.4 seconds in front of this collective mass of machinery. Aaron Walker makes the move. Aaron Walker, so unlucky at Glenagorse, had a puncture in the final. And one of 2 drivers in the final to have a puncture. And Walker, it's hard to believe that Aaron Walker, in all his years, he hasn't won a final in the British Championship. He's got a couple of runners-up positions, including one this year at Warden Law. Now, Harry Platten, he won the Little Green Man event here a week ago. So you would have thought, I would have thought you would have been a little bit stronger than what he is. Sam Shaw was only 12th in the Little Green Man, in the warm-up event here last week.
What a difference a week makes.
What a difference. What a difference a day makes. What a difference a week makes. I mean, Sam Shaw has brought his A game here. There he is. And he's got, the rest of it trailing back. Lawrence, I mean, he's still pulling away from Gus Lawrence. So Lawrence made that move. Harry Platten down now in what is 7th position. So it's Shaw, Lawrence, Fleming, Atkins, Littlewood, Walker, your top 6. Then Platten, Harrison, Harvey Ribey, Heading, 10th. Then Lucio, Serenetti, Tillett, Clifford, Pashley, Baxter Davis, Oscar Joyce, Nat Thomas, and Cameron Smith on his British debut. Is a little bit off the pace, but, with the Dan Holland racing team. But he is, again, this is a learning experience for the California kid.
Yeah, a brand new track for him as well.
Yep.
You know,
brand new track, brand new country.
I mean, the difference between karting circuits in the US and ones here as Carly goes back down the inside of Tom Fleming to get 3rd place back. Fleming looking like he's fighting back. The main difference is that most karting circuits in the US predominantly turn up in massive stadium car parks.
Well, but a lot of them are newer.
A lot of them newer.
A lot of them are newer, so therefore they're designed. Oh, there's a move from Aaron Walker. They're a bit like PFI, computer design, CAD designs,
Yeah.
corner angles and things like that, track widths and stuff like that. This was just the service personnel here at Rissington in the 60s. They hacked it out over, on one of the access roads, the runway. Thought, that'll do.
Yeah.
Nice. So again, there's no uniformity to anything. The curbs are different.
Yeah.
You can see there's like a little, it's not a proper apex. It's like a little bit of a, there's 2 little turns in there. Yeah, there's little dips and divots at the side of the circuit. You make a mistake, here, and you're off into the weeds. You hit a curb there, and it's much different from hitting a curb somewhere else over the circuit.
Yeah. Is that they just plonked some nice tarmac on top of some original tarmac?
Yes.
So that'll do.
Exactly. And British
what racing it gives us.
And British karting is all the better for it.
Yes.
Now, there is Walker defending from Littlewood. That's the 5th position. This is the final lap. So we're starting our final lap. Sam Shaw leads by 2 seconds from Gus Lawrence. Lawrence 1.6 seconds in front of Atkins, and Atkins is clear of this group, so it's Fleming. Fleming in 4th place in this battle for 5th, but I have to say Sam Shaw, and there's some movement going on behind us. They're going into the dogleg. There was Aaron Walker, Littlewood side by side. That's going to cost them both a bit of momentum. Can Harry Platten capitalise? Platten has passed Littlewood, but in front of this group, checkered flag, Sam Shaw has taken the win off our screens. Lawrence 2nd, Atkins 3rd, Fleming 4th. Who's going to be 5th? It is Walker in 5th, Platten in 6th, Littlewood 7th, then Heading, Harrison and Ribey, your top 10. Lucio and Serenetti, 10th and 11th, followed by Tillett, Clifford, Pashley, Joyce, Thomas, back to Davis, and Cameron Smith. There's your winner.
There he is, the 16 plate. Currently 6th in the championships. Well, that one may have changed a little bit now. Could have gone up one, could have gone down one. We're not too sure. But there he is there, taking the heat win.
That's it. That's
the word we were looking for.
Character.
Our
British tracks have character. They have personalities. They have little quirks and personalities that, yes, as we look now, none of the senior drivers are playing. I mean, the junior TKMs are the best at this, are doing the hand signals, coming in, waving at the cameraman. The senior drivers were far too much.
It's a far too fresh.
Oh, of course. There's a Californian driver, Cameron Smith, coming in. Nice crash helmet. He's got the number 82 on the back. That's my old race number, that is. But even though he's from California, he's a Boston Celtics fan.
Again,
That's a basketball
oh,
reference.
okay, basketball team. Right,
Yes.
okay. Do you know what?
They just lost the NBA Finals.
I'm a bit sad. I don't really follow any of that. I really wish I did.
Well, I mean...
I need to get into it, I think.
When you've got a mind as mangled as mine, you know, you just got to fit a lot in. You know, it's like the font of all knowledge, or the lack of font.
Yeah.
You know, I know a little bit about everything.
You're like a jack of all trades when it comes to watching sport.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes, exactly.
Right, that is the end of the X30 pre-finals. We have one pre-final to go. It's coming up very shortly. What is it, Anthony?
It's IAME Cadet.
Really?
It is.
Excellent.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, yes.
IAME Cadet.
30 drivers.
Oh, big grid.
And this championship is going to be one for the ages. Looking at, we've got 1 point separating Jesse Phillips and George Edgar at the start, at the head of the grid. Now, last weekend, we talked about like the warm-up.
Yeah.
Fusion Motorsport, a top 5 clean sweep a week ago. Oliver Rowland Motorsport, again, looking at the front of the grid here. Oliver, they've got Henry Domain on the outside of row 1 and Jacob Ashcroft on the outside of row 4. Those two drivers have got to take the fight to Fusion. 30 drivers, 24 of them of this 30 drive either for Fusion or Oliver Rowland Motorsport.
Yep.
We've got one driver, we've got Joseph Smith for the Simon Wright Racing team. We've got Luca Narroway for Crop Promotion. We've got Edward Haynes, the privateer. We've got Jarlath Sayer, Will Green for Jamie Green Racing, and Henry Clark, who's a privateer. There is Luca Narroway, the sole Crop Promotions driver. So we got 24 drivers driving from the big two, the behemoths of our cadet sport. There's privateer driver Edward Haynes. Here are some of there's the number 87, Kazra Kamrab. Anthony?
Yeah.
You spoke to Luca yesterday, didn't you?
I did, Luca Narroway.
Should we hear from him?
We can indeed.
Why not?
We've got time.
Why not?
I'm here with young cadet driver Luca Narroway racing in the IAME Cadet class in the number 17 for the Crop Promotions team. Luca, welcome to Rissington. Back from last year where you had a bit of a nasty accident, but you're here again racing in the British Championship. Firstly, how's the British Championship going? It's your first year in this series.
Yeah, so it started off at Shennington really badly, and then we were getting better every time. So now we just got to do this race better, and then we've improved every race, and we'll get better each race.
Brilliant stuff. And cadet karting, it's not an easy group to be in. You're against some big names out there, big teams as well, and with it being your first year in the British as well this year, it is a tough one, but the rounds that we've had so far, it's been okay. You've been up there, you've been doing good. What's it like being with the Crop Promotions team, though?
It's good because we've got teammates, but sadly this time we've not got any. But I have got some other friends out there, but Croc really help us. They give us the data and are just really good with us.
Yeah, like we say, yeah, the cadet very, very competitive out there, and you say you've got some friends, and teamwork is crucial out there. So when you don't have teammates, you're on your own. So you really have to show what you've got, and I think that's what shows some great skill and great talent out there. If you can get through this grid without a teammate pushing you along, which is the main thing, isn't it? How is it like that, just with it on your own?
I'd rather have a teammate, but it is okay because, like I said, I've got friends which push me around, and yeah.
It's okay then. You can get through it all right. Now, talk us about some of your sponsors on here, because obviously you're with a team, but you're doing this year on a budget, aren't you? How do they help you out?
They've paid for my overalls. I'm not sure about my cart, which we just bought recently, but they really help us with money and basically pay for a lot of our stuff.
It's always a benefit, isn't it, when someone helps out, because karting, even it's a little bit, yeah, so it can be, but you're showing that you can still do it on a budget, because there are some cadet teams here that will spend lots and lots and lots, and you're here just that little bit, and you're still racing alongside them, and you're not far off the pace either.
No, right now I'm in my own air, no one's pushing me, but next session we're going to get out with some of my friends, and then we're going to push each other around. But yeah.
So you've got Dad, we're here over the race weekends with you. He does all the spanners on the karts. Is he doing an all right job this year?
Yeah, he's done really well. It's just really me. I've got to do better, and do my best and get better at each race.
I mean, karting is tough, and practice makes perfect. And like yourself, you don't go to every single race weekend, do you? You weren't here last weekend, so you know you've got a bit of catch-up to do. But you, I heard you do a lot of work with your simulator at home as well.
Yeah, we do that every day, and over these 2 weeks from the last British round, we never went out because you can't get to this track, and like you said, we don't go to the LGM. But over this course of 2 weeks, I've done 250 laps on the simulator.
There we go, and I feel that still has a benefit. What do you learn from the sim for these weekends?
You learn like the braking points and all the lines, so it just really helps you. And like if you've not been to this track for a while, like I've not, it just helps you to know where the corners are, and like just like I said, like the lines and all of that.
Do Mum and Dad tell you off for being on the sim for too much?
No.
No, they say get as many laps in as you can.
I do go on it, like I do 25 laps every night, but I go on it late at night. And sometimes it's a pain if it doesn't work or if it's updating, so I just really got to do it earlier in the day, but I just don't do it earlier in the day.
Well, there we go. Well, you've had lots of laps on the sim ready for this weekend, and you're primed and ready. Practices today. It's going to be a busy weekend. How do we think we're going to do? What's your prediction?
I've done really well here in the past. Even though I had a nasty crash last year, I was coming 15th, 16th, where this year I'm doing a bit worse. And I have been out with these grids before, but I predict that we are going to be quite high up, maybe top 20 or top 23 or top 25, something like that.
Oh, brilliant stuff. It's a tough old grid out there in IAME Cadet, but we'll keep a very close eye on you. Luke and Are, well done, and we'll see you out there this weekend.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Well, that's good to hear. Good to hear from young Luca Narroway. Now, yes, I mean, we had the 2 heat races yesterday in this race. Now, in the first race, Henry Domain was the winner. Kit Bolofsky won the second race, but fastest of all in qualifying was Jensen Graham. So Jensen Graham, you know, a nice mixture of race wins. So, you know, Oliver Ola Motorsport and Fusion Motorsport splitting the difference. Early contender. There we go. Kart Mechanic Bingo. Nice trainers. That's not Kart Mechanic Bingo. There's some of the... But, Dalton's always on point with his looking there. But, I mean, we've got plenty of contenders for Kart Mechanic Bingo. You've got the sunglasses. You've got the nice haircut. You've got the earpiece in, tucked round the back there. You
Radio in the back pocket.
In the back pocket. You've got the team shirt. You've got the tight shorts, cut just above the knee.
Not
Excellent.
colourful trainers, though.
Not colourful
but
trainers.
They are snazzy trainers.
They're nice. That is Ethan Woodward's mechanic. That's better. There's better. There we go. The trainers, the radio. He's got his grid pass. I well remember the sunglasses. Look at the sunglasses.
Almost. They're almost as good as mine.
Almost as good. Oh, very nice.
They're very similar.
There we go. We've got the haircut. I mean, that's a nice fade.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a proper fade there on his barnet. Toby George there admiring the barnet behind there. I mean, oh dear. Don't want to see that. But there we go. And also, now that's Jensen Graham's mechanic. And now we spotted him. He won Kart Mechanic Bingo at Glenagorse.
Did.
So I think you're 2 for 2. Mr. Graham,
2 for 2.
Well done. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. Kit Bolofsky and Henry Domain share the front row of the grid. Jesse Phillips and George Edgar on row number 2.
Ethan Woodward and Lewis Islin on row 3. Jensen Graham and Jacob Ashcroft will round out row 4.
Row number 5, Noah Baglin, the only non-fusion driver to have a podium in the finals this year, and Archie Lovett. Anthony Bukowski and Blair Smith are on row 6.
Row 7, Sky Parker and Kanishka Rao. Teddy J. Porter and Riley Cranham will round out the top 8 rows.
Sky Parker with the Jess Hawkins School of Bottle Hats.
Yes.
Harley Muscat, Austin Newstead on row number 9. Aaron Richardson, who is getting support from Gillian Bennett online, and Joseph Smith on row 10.
Laith Khan and Jarlis Sayer on row 11. Will Green and Henry Clark on row 12.
Row number 13 will be Henry Carter and Jensen Ackerman. Row 14, Kazra Kamyab and Colby Patterson.
Edward Haynes.
Oh, and Luca Narroway. Well, Luca, we spoke to you. You were hoping for a top 23 finish.
Yeah.
You said top 20, top 23.
Yeah.
You're starting 30th. You've got 7 places to make up, young man, in the number 17 Croc Promotions machine.
You got this.
Well,
right.
Okay.
So,
Heads down, 12 minutes, 30 drivers, championship positions. Jesse Phillips leads George Edgar by a point. And we're going to go round again.
Okay.
Yes, Anthony.
Okay, so, Glanigor.
Yes.
What did we learn? We learned
Wales can rain. It can rain in Wales.
It can rain in Wales. Also, we also learned that these teams have to work together.
Yes, they do.
Teamwork was a big part of it.
Yes.
And we saw, it was like the best round that we saw for ORM in terms of actually starting the final.
Yes,
at the start.
Yes.
It was.
Went a bit downhill.
It went a bit
that.
downhill.
Yes.
And again, that was teamwork. Hopefully, they've had a good talk to the team, everything like that. You've got to work together. Glanigor was a perfect example of why teamwork works.
Yeah, but it also it was like, I mean, okay, Blair Smith and Jacob Ashcroft, they're unlucky not to start the final when they were very well positioned. And that, if you haven't noticed, the pace laps are much quicker here. The drivers are picked at the pace. Now the lights are green, so you've got no carbs oiling up and something like that. Everyone makes it to the start, which is what you want to see. We're off and racing. It's a Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 already with the
Oh, dear!
Oh, my word. What is...
2 cuts off and one went skywards in the air. And both drivers get going again and back on track.
It looks like it was Riley Cranham, possibly an Austin Newstead, who were those 2 drivers. But up at the front, it is Kit Polowski, your pole sitter, who has the race lead. And he's got Jesse Phillips, George Edgar, and I think Ethan Woodward right behind him. Henry Domain in the number 5 car has slipped back to 5th. Ethan Woodward, good start from Ethan, up into 3rd position. There, Domain has dropped back to 5th. So the top Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Oliver Rowland Motorsport 5th and 6th with Henry Domain, and a great start for Noah Baglin.
Good start all the way through then. And we start this race already a breakaway, starting chopping and changing. Jensen Graham down the inside of Ethan Woodward. That's for P3. Woodward fights back though, and I believe holds on to the position. Yes, I believe does. Yeah, so that allows as well Henry Domain to close back in. So it's Fusion top 4. ORM currently have 2 drivers in this top 10 scenario. They've got Henry Domain and Noah Baglin. They've also got Blair Smith, Teddy Porter and Archie Lovett.
Now, Sky Parker up into 7th place as well for Fusion. So, again, this is early stages. We're going to see lots of drafting and lots of slipstreaming here. There's a move for 3rd place, Jensen Graham. Now, Jensen Graham coming into the Glenagorse weekend. Jensen Graham was leading the championship. He had a terrible weekend at Glenagorse. He's dropped to 3rd in the championship, just 1 point in front of Henry Domain. Riley Cranham. No, it wasn't Riley Cranham who went off. It was Austin Newstead and the Fusion driver that went off. That was Anthony Witkowski. But all 30 cars are still running. Colby Patterson is down in 28th. There's Domain having a little look at the rear end of Ethan Woodward's car coming out of Top Bend. Yeah. But he falls back into line. Now, you can always tell. So the number 27 and the number 20. So the number 27 is Jensen Graham. He's got the white Fusion Motorsport race suit. Now, normally it's Kit Bolofsky who has the white race suit, but Kit Bolofsky in traditional Fusion colours. It's the only way that we're going to tell the difference. Jesse Phillips there in P2.
What's the story behind
the race suits?
The different coloured
I have no idea.
You know what? I think I'm going to find that out at some point.
Yeah, why?
I'd like to know why.
Yeah, because you see, Jesse Phillips. I mean, it obviously helps the team take the drivers.
A reference to that,
you know. Yeah. So the Jesse Phillips has got the white sleeves on his race suit. Kit Bolofsky in all Fusion navy and orange, and then you've got Jensen Graham in the all white race suit. But of course, it does help the team. You know, communicate. You know, the mechanics are there watching, and when you've got so many drivers running at the front, you know, it does make it easy. Just, you know, instead of trying to squint and see the numbers, you can just see, right, white sleeves, that's Jesse Phillips. Navy sleeves, that is Kit Bolofsky. All white, that is all white on the night. Jensen Graham. But those three have now pulled away from Ethan Woodward. No, it's actually Henry Domain up in the 4th place, so Woodward down to 5th. Baglin is 6th, and it's Sky Parker, Blair Smith, Teddy J. Porter, who had that huge accident in the final at Glenagorse. Edgar is down in 10th. Islin is 11th, followed by Archie Lovett, Riley Cranham, Henry Carter, and Jacob Ashcroft, the top 15. In the warm-up event a week ago, Bolofsky was the winner, Edgar 2nd, Cranham 3rd, Phillips and Graham, the top 5. That was a week ago in the warm-up event. Sukmani Kera Motorsport saying, come on, Will Green and Jarlath Sayer.
I believe we've just lost Henry Clark from this race, the 82. I believe we just saw at the side of the track. The shot at the dogleg, which is a shame.
Change of second place.
Second, yeah. Jensen Graham has got into position. Now, I think that's all you're going to see from that. I think that's all she wrote.
For the time being.
For the time being.
Yes. And there is the abandoned cart of
Henry Clark.
Oh, you know, a cart not in its natural habitat.
No. But yeah, for these top 3, I reckon, yeah, they'll get into position, they'll be happy with it, and then they'll just kind of carry on. If they do chop and change, it won't be a scrap. It will be, okay, you try the front sort of thing, and we'll try and break away. It's kind of all action's going to be a little further behind whether or not when they can catch up. These 3 will scrap when there's 2 laps to go.
Okay, yes.
But until then,
they're going to keep looking over their shoulder.
Yep.
Now, of course, Henry Domain, well, if Henry Domain can catch these 3 running on his own, without any slipstreaming or any drafting help, that'll be a fantastic achievement. He is keeping the chasing group at bay. You can see behind Domain there's a gap of 1.2 seconds back to a group comprising Noah Baglin, Sky Parker, Ethan Woodward and Blair Smith. But Domain is keeping them at bay, and you can see the O plate going through there. That's George. He's up into 9th place now. So this is the 3rd group of karts. This is for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. There's your leaders. And you know what? Henry Domain is catching the lead group on his own. And these 3 are working together. Bolofsky leads. Graham 2nd and Phillips 3rd. And Domain is closing. Let's have a look at the lap times next time around. A 47.74 for the race leader Kit Bolofsky, a 47.72 for Henry Domain. So only 200ths of a second quicker, but quicker nonetheless.
Hey, we're still at 6 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time. To catch up to the back, but to overtake, another story.
Well, I mean, it all depends when. I mean, these 3 aren't going to, they're going to stay like this for the time being.
They will.
But not for the entirety of the race.
No.
And of course, Jesse Phillips, he's going to have to make his move somewhat earlier than you would normally, than the last lap, because he's got to try and get past 2 drivers.
Let's have a look a little further down the order while this battle is progressing. The top driver who isn't part of the Fusion ORM gangs, it is Will Green, currently in 18th place, the number 54 for the Jamie Green Racing team. Up 5 places, MP18 has got the company of Harley Musk. I say that, Will Green's just dropped down to 19th, but nonetheless, still the top driver out there, now alongside Jarlath Sayer in P20. Then there's another gaggle of Fusion drivers. Then it is Luca Narrow, who's up to 25th.
I was going to say, we've only got 2 more places to go, Luca, before you get your top 23 that you wanted.
Yeah, keep it up. Edward Haynes, privateer, currently running in 26th place, up 3 positions, so good run. Austin Newstead, I believe it was correct with Austin Newstead, dropped 9 positions potentially from that start incident. Colby Patterson there in 28th, and Joseph Smith, 29, 1 retirement, Henry Clark in the 80.
I mean, you look at, you talk about the increase in stepping up from Bambino to IAME Cadet, and just how hard this particular class is. I mean, IAME Cadet, it is known as the best cadet championship domestically in the world.
Yeah.
You only have to look at the different champions that have come out of it in motorsport and what they've gone on to do. Not just British drivers, but the likes of Santino Ferrucci's race in this championship and has gone on to IndyCar. There's a move. Devlin G. Francesco did a couple of rounds. Logan Sargent did a couple of rounds of this championship. The last 2 Bambino Motorsport UK champions, Edward Haynes and Austin Newstead, currently 27th and 26th. You know, Colby Patterson was right there in the Bambino Championship last year. He was running 28th. Look at that, Jensen Ackerman, 21st. Harley Musk is 18th. It does, no matter how good you are in Bambinos, it does take time to translate that to this.
Yeah, it really a completely different driving style, and you know you learn so much in your cadet years.
But also, I mean, we talk about the Bambinos, as well as it's the physicality and the total cut and thrust nature. I mean, the Bambino racing is spectacular. I mean, we look at them 3 wide, 4 wide, but it is, I mean, this is no quarter asked and none given. You know, you've got to be prepared to get your elbows out and sharpen them very early on in your cadet career, and it does take a little while to get used to it.
Yes, it does.
Now, there's Ethan Woodward, and he's been passed now by Noah Baglin. The 3 leaders. Now, they're the 3 leaders, and Henry Domain has started to fall back a little bit now. He's lapping 3 to 4 tenths a lap slower than these 3. So he's in no man's land in 4th place at the moment, but he doesn't want to give up because he wants to keep himself in close enough contention so that when this does break loose, and it will at some point, that he can capitalise on the lost momentum that these 3 will get when they start to, you know, try and pass each other. It's Belofsky, Graham. Now, Graham has made the move on Phillips. No, sorry, Graham's always been in 2nd, sorry. Phillips is 3rd. And again, Phillips is now hanging back a little bit. He's not pushing Graham along. As you can see, Graham literally physically pushing Belofsky along. Phillips easing back just slightly to give himself a little bit of breathing space to react.
Domain's not managed to close in as well either. That gap's opened back up now. It was 6 tenths per second. 1.8 is the gap. 2 minutes to go then, and I suspect again about a minute to go.
A minute, okay. I'd say a minute. Yeah, I think you're on right there. I'm not going to take that bet because I think you're.
You think you're spot on with it?
I think you're spot on. Yeah.
All right, we'll see. But yeah, with that time, that's when we're going to start to see those little scraps. That's when Domain needs to get head down.
Yes.
Get up there because they will lose so much time. In cadets,
especially if anyone makes a move going into the dogleg.
Yes.
So if Graham makes his move on Belofsky, you know, at the top end of the circuit or at the elbow or something like that, that's one thing. If they make a move going into the dogleg, that is going to cost them big time, and that will bring Domain into play. Now, behind the top 4, Ethan Woodward continues to run in 5th. Then it's Cranham up to 6th. Riley Cranham, very, very strong performance in P6. Edgar is 7th. Then it's Islin up to 8th. Baglin has just slipped back to 9th. So Baglin was 5th. He was the head of that train. He's now down to 9th. Blair Smith rounds out the top 10, followed by Sky Parker, Archie Lovett, Henry Carter, Teddy J. Porter, and Jacob Ashcroft in 15th. Kanish Grau, Laith Khan, Harley Musk, Will Green. Will Green, currently the best non-fusion ORM driver, in 19th place. Followed by Jensen Ackerman, Anthony Vikowski, Aaron Richardson, Austin Newstead, Kazra Kamiab, Colby Patterson, Edward Haynes, Luca Narroway, and Joseph Smith. Jarlath Sayer has retired.
Well, the 1 minute prediction has come and gone.
Yes.
So you should have put a bet on that one.
Sorry, I know. If I had, I might be able to afford a burger for lunch.
But there we go. These drivers, well, they might not even go for a move, you know. Again, it's pre-final.
It's championship points.
I know
if you look at the dynamic, that is Jarlath Sayer's kart.
Yeah, Jamie Green Racing. And that's gone through the barriers there.
It has.
That quite some way. That is at
turn 1.
Yeah.
So the clock strikes. Are they going to get across the line before the clock strikes zero?
This is going to be very
tight. It's going to be very tight.
They did. 1 second to go.
They did. Oh, that is Ian Rogers' worst nightmare.
Yeah.
Motorsport-timing.co.uk. So, penultimate lap. Now we're seeing Graham. There's championship points at stake. So, Jensen, Graham, of course, lost the championship lead last time out. They're looking over their shoulders. So here's the first move. Graham makes the move. Smooth, and that is very smooth. At the dogleg, that's incredibly smooth.
No time lost there whatsoever. No one defended it, and it was all good. Are we going to see a response
now we're
of this?
Now we're defending a little bit.
Is indeed.
And there's Jesse Phillips tried to swing right. Now he's going to get the momentum. It's on the last lap now, and it is Graham leading, followed by Belofsky. Phillips in 3rd. Oh, Graham defending hugely into turn number 2. Now we're into the loop. Belofsky's getting aggressive now. Out of the loop into top bend.
Phillips is probably in the prime position here because he'll
Bolowski.
react to anything that happens,
And
and there it is.
Over the rear bumper of Graham's kart. There we go. What a great move there. And that's why I said a couple of laps ago, Jesse Phillips is just keeping a kart length, that reaction space between himself. You can see the damage to Jensen Graham's rear bumper. Bolowski went for the move and just got his nose cone hooked up over. But you know what? Jensen Graham's not done yet. Here comes Henry Domain. 2 corners to go. Graham has the race lead. Sorry, Phillips has the race lead from Graham. And championship leader Jesse Phillips comes out of the final corner to take the race win. In the pre-final, Graham second, Bolowski third, Domain a very close fourth at the end. The rest of the field coming across the line. The sole surviving Jamie Green racing kart of Will Green is coming across the line there in 18th position. Well, Anthony, that was when it happened. Yes. It certainly happened with added interest.
It did, yeah. I mean, again, that just shows it pays to always be just aware of your surroundings, never to be, fully bumper to bumper, because you will not have any breathing space.
Any wiggle room.
Yeah, exactly. You need to have wiggle room in racing, and that, again, just showed it. So a great result there for Jesse Phillips, then will take the pre-final race win from Jensen Graham, Kit Bolowski, Henry Tremaine, Riley Cranham, Noah Backlin, Blair Smith, George Edgar, Ethan Woodward and Lewis Islin, rounding out the top 10. Archie Lovett and Henry Carter, the top 12. There is a look at the stricken Henry Clark, who is still yet to be recovered from the circuit, and is recovery.
There's mechanic.
There he goes.
So we'll look back. That's oh no, not gonna. We're gonna get the cart. Hey, what are you doing? Where's the cart? Where's the cart? There it is.
There it is.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about.
Help me pick this up.
Well, where's my gloves, Dad? There's my gloves. Now, what are we going to do? You're going to hop back in.
Oh, he's going to fire it up. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. So it was just a stall, obviously, because the marshals out there aren't allowed to restart the carts, are they? So
you dragged me all the way out here with this cart trolley, and you just get well, there we are. Oh,
now he's got to run back.
Run back. Oh, there's Chris Walker, Kartpix.net, our official championship photographer.
Yep. Still trying to guess my middle name.
Chris Walker is missing his fur, and there's a bird of prey stalking. It's a brown kite. I got a voice in my ear saying it's a red kite, but those are evidently brown wings.
Yeah, well, yes, but they are called red kites. They're very common in this part of the UK.
Yes, I know. It's a red kite with brown wings. Who knows what getting your brown wings?
This is turning more into Nature Watch. We've seen...
what he spotted?
He's got something.
There's one less field mouse in the world.
Yeah. Or a rabbit.
Or a vole.
Or a vole.
A vole.
Yeah.
An underappreciated voles.
Oh, yeah. Well,
next race up, it's KZ2, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Anthony.
Yes.
Whilst you were here yesterday, doing a fantastic job while I was helping my other driver, the Spanish friend, at the other event, you interviewed our championship leader, Charlie Turner.
I did.
Let's find out what he had to say, shall we?
Shall we do just
go
that?
on then.
I'm here with the leader of the KZ2 Championship so far, the number 4 seed, Charlie Turner, for the Rush Performance team. Charlie, we're around 4 of 5 rounds of the KZ2 Championship this year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. How important are these next few rounds for you? Because obviously championship is at stake here.
Well, of course, every round is important, but I'm going to treat this weekend like we've done for the last 3 rounds, just keep focusing on my driving and just keep improving the kart. The team have did a great job this year, and I'm really enjoyed this year. And again, a podium every round, winning round 2 at Walton Law, which again, I didn't really expect with the weather conditions. But so my main focus this weekend is obviously keep collecting the points and just keep focusing on getting the top 3. That's my main ambition and goal for this weekend.
You're leading the championship standings by 26 points, I think, off the top of my head, from Bradley Barrett, who is here this weekend, so he is also fighting for it. Obviously, last year you're running the number 4, 4th in the championship. This year, battling. What's the kind of stress levels compared to last year from this year?
Well, last year was my first year in the class. I had no expectations whatsoever. It was just going open-minded, and again, last year I didn't expect to get 2 podiums and get number 4. And this year, obviously, we come here with a new challenge to try and raise my game. And to be honest with you, I don't really look at points. To be honest with you, every round I take each round as it comes. And of course, to win the championship would mean a lot to me. And I became British champion back in 2018, senior road tax. I'm sort of familiar being in this sort of situation. But yeah, I've never looked at points in the past. I've never have done. So my main aim is just focusing on each round and take each race as it comes.
So basically, you hate it when we come around and remind you how close it is in the points, because you're like, don't tell me, I've not looked at them. But again, talk us the importance of all the rounds, because last round as well, you know, we had guest drivers. Risu Sujima took the race win in KZ2 at Glanny Gore. Did that really shake up the championship for you?
Not really, no. To me, it's like another race, and our Kart and Warden Law and GYG, the Kart just didn't suit our track for whatever reason. It's not very good at short, changing direction corners, but Shennington, it suited us because it's more of an open track and more flowing corners. And I think, again, it's the same thing for here and for Kim Bolton, so hopefully with the pace and the Kart should be better around these sort of places.
Yeah, I had a walk around the track earlier. The tarmac here looks absolutely fantastic. For such an old circuit, it looks pretty well kept. And like you say, how does it feel around here? Because it looks like quite a fast track.
It's very fast. We came here last weekend, did the LGM round to obviously get ready for this weekend. It's a very fast track, very short lap as well for KZ, because obviously we don't do the dogleg corner. But yeah, again, I'm really looking forward to this weekend, and obviously, and Kim Bolton as well.
Like I say, you're doing all the work in there today, and obviously no track action today for you. It's all going to be kicking off tomorrow. But like I say, these sort of moments here when you're at the circuit, you're not racing or anything like that. Obviously, you say you were here last weekend, so it's all kind of fresh in the mind, really. But the butterflies come into effect when you're here at the British on the day before?
Of course, it's the same for every race. You get butterflies in your stomach, but I'm really enjoying this year a lot, and I think that's the most important thing in life. If you enjoy something, things and results will follow. So I think the weather this weekend is going to be a bit changeable from what I'm looking at the forecast. So you probably see some drivers who haven't been having the best of years. They might come through in the rain, but I love the rain as well. So hopefully it might come to advantage for me as well. But yeah, just keep, as I say, just keep every round as it comes.
We say it all the time, KZ's is a completely different challenge to, let's say, the direct drive of the senior Rotax or senior IAME karts. What would you say to any seniors out there who are thinking, you know, they want that little next step of a challenge? Would you recommend KZ?
Yeah, definitely recommend a challenge, but yeah, you can't jump in this class expect to be really good straight away and put a lot of pressure on yourself. I think you just got to go in it open-minded. Obviously, you've got front brakes, the gears and the brake biases and the engine as well, because it's a very, very sensitive compared to an X30 or Rotax engine. But I definitely highly recommend having a go in the class and obviously get the numbers back up. And I think you're up against some of the best drivers in the country in this class.
And of course, for a lot of those drivers, they're probably thinking, do I go privateer, do I go team? You with the Rush Performance team, do you recommend them? They're a good team, yeah?
Well, I've known Bride for many, many years, so yeah, I'll definitely say recommend Rush. Or you can get away, well, I've never been a privateer, so it's hard to say, but I've known Bride for many years since day one. I started karting, we go back 13, 14 years ago, and so I think the partnership and the package is really, really good. So yeah, I think this is definitely a really good package for me.
Excellent stuff. Well, like I say, best of luck this weekend, Charlie. It's close in the championship. Just to remind you a little bit again, you got to add that fear factor on top, haven't you? But yeah. Best of luck here at Rissington, and we do wish you all the best for the rest of the season.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Well, always good to hear from Charlie Turner. Very well spoken, as ever. And we'll have a little look at some of the contenders. There's the number 48 of Derek Morgan on the grid. And, of course, this is Heat 2. So this is, again, the grids for Heat 1 and Heat 2 decided in timed qualifying yesterday. And, again, just like to hear your comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We've had plenty of, I have to say, I mean, well, here we go. I mean, non-karting related, but I have to say that Anthony Jordan has upped his biscuit game tremendously by producing Fox's favourites, ginger crunchy creams. Yes, well, I like a good ginger, but these were spectacular.
They were very, very nice.
Johan Davis. He's from my part of the world, asking what time is the Junior X30 final? Well, Johan, Anthony Jordan will tell you this moment.
It's at 2:15.
2:15, there you
This
go,
afternoon.
Johan Davis.
UK time.
UK time.
Just
That's
in case.
Also Welsh time.
Yeah.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
making sure, you know.
Yeah, always good thing. Just err on the side of caution.
Exactly.
So here is a look at the start. James Glenister. Hopefully he's quit his smoking problem that affected him. We'll have a little re-look at the opening race results.
Yes. Now, I will. Caden McQueen, underweight
Oh dear, not a problem I've ever had.
in his heat. Unfortunately,
So that was an exclusion.
I believe so.
He shouldn't have had that poo beforehand.
Probably.
I mean, I think that's probably facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has happened before.
It has
Drivers come in and
happened
say, "Oh, listen, I went to the toilet like 10 minutes before the race."
No,
Seriously.
Honestly, every little helps.
Yep.
Every little helps.
Moving swiftly on. James Glenister, race 1 winner, Morgan Porter and Caden McQueen. They're now on way to Caden McQueen. They will share the front row. On row 2, championship leader Charlie Turner and his nearest title rival, Bradley Barrett.
Derek Morgan and Dan Kelly with Miles Murphy will be on the third row, 3 abreast, with Shane Daly, Spencer Shinner just behind as well, row number 4.
On row number 5, the inside will be Dan Gould, in the middle will be Hannah Lang, and on the outside will be Charlie Cole. Sam Ward and Lewis Halliday go from row number 6.
On row 7, another 3 abreast row. Tom Adams and Ashley Lewis with Lee Ward alongside one of the 2 Rush Performance drivers and a privateer. Joe Charlton, once again, starting at the back of the grid, not had the best of qualifying.
Yeah, no time in qualifying for Joe Charlton.
Yeah.
So the 2020 champion, last year's number 3 seed, trying to do a top gear from the rear. Now, Anthony, we are looking out of the window here, and as the eagle-eyed viewers will notice, the sky has changed colour.
It has. But apparently no rain is expected in the next hour.
Well,
They say that. This is the UK. Anything can happen.
it can, yes. The wind has picked up as well, as you can see by the fluttering Vera Tools barrier.
I mean, I think the crucial thing is that, you know, rain. Do you prefer racing in the rain? I think
No.
we can. No.
No, I mean,
No.
I was good at it.
Yeah.
Because I was heavier.
Yeah.
And I won quite a few races in the rain because
I think.
it suited me and my somewhat rotund stature.
I think I prefer it, ladies and gentlemen, in the live.
Do you
chat.
prefer it wet or dry?
Do you But racing?
How's that? Okay. Let us know. Do you prefer it racing in the rain or in the dry? There is James Pashley outside our commentary box window eating what can only be described as the remnants of a very, very expensive bacon roll. You've got to support that this week.
Yes.
There we go. Now, let's have a look. There's the poppies in the background and the grid forming up 3 by 2. So, in the front row of the grid, left-hand side of your screen, race 1 winner poles at the James Glenister. Centre of your screen, the Moore Racing Kart Republic chassis of Morgan Porter. The outside of the front row, Caden McQueen. There's a look at the back row of the grid. There's number 3 of Joe Charlton. Look at that. He's got a quick energy course chassis, but he's got 18 drivers covering the track in front of him. Now, hand signal in the air. Wait for it. Wait for it. KZ2, Heat 2 is go! And it's another good start from James Glenister, but this time Caden McQueen and Morgan Porter side by side going into round 1, turn 1, and Porter has got it. Oh, Charlie Turner and Caden McQueen clash wheels. Miles Murphy is off in the background, but it's from the middle of the front row. Morgan Porter has the race lead, Anthony.
That was an exciting start there because Charlie Turner, heart in your mouth moment as another kart there going very slowly and being restarted.
Like Dan Kelly.
Did look like Dan Kelly, didn't it? But a fantastic start there. So close to those sides. But Morgan Porter has got the race lead, and by some convincing way. James Glenister, though, will be fighting back strongly in this one because James, you know, he took the Heat 1 win as well, so he wants to take this one as well. Maximum points going into the final 3 abreast across the line.
Yes, that was, and there was still 2 abreast going into turn number 1 by the looks of it. That was, I think, it was one of the MK Racing Formula K chassis. It was Hannah Lang was in the midst of that 3-wide action. There's Caden McQueen side by side down the back stretch. We could see McQueen on the inside. That was McQueen going past Charlie Turner. Charlie Turner getting muscled wide, going into middle bends. And here comes Sam Ward in the number 63 car. Oh, full commitment by Sam Ward. Charlie Cole gets elbowed out of the way, and that's dropped him down to Sam Ward up into 6th position. Where did Sam start? He started all the way back in
The 6th row.
6th row of the grid. So Sam Ward coming up. There's McQueen. He's over the O plate of Shane Daly. So that's 4th and 5th position. Ward in 6th. Turner back in 7th. Now, we didn't see. So Shane Daly and Sam Ward are going to have really fresh tyres.
They are.
They went out on the opening lap of the first race. So this is their chance to shine. Daly up over the curbs and Ward following him. Now, we never got to find out what happened between them in the opening race, apart from the fact they went off the same court. They were Charlie Turner in the background. You saw Charlie Turner retiring.
Oh, no.
So, the championship leader. Well, the championship, bad news for Charlie, good news for everybody else, including Bradley Barrett, who at the moment is running in third place, but who did not have a very good opening race, and who came into this weekend running second behind Turner in the championship, 26 points behind. That is going to help him because Turner will not now finish that high up in the intermediate classifications. And points are given out based on your finishing position, not in each individual heat, but in the combined results of the 2 heat races.
Yeah, exactly that. So we'll keep a very close eye on those point standings as they will update, and the intermediate classifications so far for the heats that they've had, determining for their final. Glenister, 0 points for the time being.
Yep.
Morgan Porter, though, still, he's got some waft. He was going to want to close that back up.
Anthony, while I was waffling...
Go on, yes.
Did I miss a move for the past the lead?
Well, I don't think we saw it. Because
okay.
I didn't... I
feel slightly better about that then.
Yeah. We didn't see it, but...
Oh, there's Miles Murphy going
yeah,
through with his NASA panel somewhat askew.
Yeah, so, indication of why potentially went wide.
Yes. Probably it was the driver that drove over the front of it that knocked his... So, Miles Murphy has 4 Formula 1 drivers with his crash helmet design. So, Miles Murphy, as a living, he designs crash helmets. Which 4 drivers, and you can comment in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel.
Oh, yes.
Which 4 drivers does Miles Murphy design the crash helmets for, who are racing in the other events this weekend?
That no one's watching because you're watching this.
Yes.
Yes. Get your comments in. Right. 6 minutes to go. Plus 1 lap. Glenister leads. Fastest lap of the race as well on the last lap. 34.58 versus Morgan Porter's 34.70. So a little bit of a difference. Gaps opening now. 4, 5, half a second now.
Yeah, now I'm surprised that Shane Daly hasn't been able to get past Caden McQueen here just yet, because he's got much fresher tyres. Sam Ward is now being come under a little bit of pressure from Dan Gould in 7th place, Derek Morgan in 8th, Charlie Cole in 9th, and Spencer Shinner in 10th. Tom Adams is up from 16th on the grid to 11th. Hannah Lang runs 12th. Lewis Halliday is next. Joe Charlton is up from 19th to 14th. Then it's Ashley Lewis, Miles Murphy, and Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly, after his spin, he's right down at the back in 18th position. There is the More Racing O plate of Shane Daly. There's the 3 leaders, the 4 leaders, the 5 leaders on your screen, going through Middle Bend there. Now, our cameraman down there, it's a great shot. However, there he's standing he is somewhat exposed. I don't know what he's getting paid this weekend, but I would guess not enough to stand right by there.
Hold on. They're getting paid?
Matt.
Oh, no, they think they are.
Okay.
No, they are. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Caden McQueen this time around, hopefully above board, above weight, everything like that. He's having still a good performance here because...
No, it is. He was underweight, but that was probably by a couple of 100 grams.
Yes.
So it's not as though he was running 10 kilos lighter than everybody else.
No.
So the performance on track is still the performance.
Yeah.
This is what we're seeing.
It can all fall down to, as well, the amount of fuel that you put in the cart.
Yeah.
Exactly. as well. So you could put, we didn't put, we were 1 litre too little. We just needed that 1 litre, and then that would put us above board. So.
I mean, it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously, Caden is going to blame his dad, Andrew Salis, for that incident.
100%, yeah.
100%, whether it was his fault or not. 100%.
Yeah.
I'm now interested to find out, the excuse that Caden uses to blame his dad for the underweight thing. And I mean, that'll be... that'll be something. Shane Daly has now finally got past Caden McQueen, so that's the first major move we've seen. But look at the gap that the top 3 have got. Now the question is, can Daly pull away? 3 minutes 40 seconds. He's got a gap of 2.5 seconds to make up on these 3 karts. See the gap there? I don't think he's got enough time to. Caden McQueen coming back at him at the elbow. I noticed there. So McQueen's back in front, and Sam Ward has gone missing. There, Sam Ward has dropped a lot of places. So Sam Ward in the number 63 kart, he was running in 6th. He's now down in 11th. So I think Sam Ward's got, Dan Gould directly behind Sam Ward opened the door, and Sam Ward ran wide and dropped several places. There's the first of those 2 very distinctive Formula K coloured overalls and chassis for the MK Racing team. But what can Shane Daly do now?
I know, yeah, a bit stuck really, because he knows that, well, McQueen's got the waff to get back past straight away. So, you know, thinking, right, okay, I'm going to have to think about this one a little bit more. More things that I'm just thinking about as well.
Oh, go on then.
James Glenister.
Yes.
Just popped up there, 34-2.
Yes.
No smoke coming out the back of the car this
No,
time around.
problem solved.
Yes.
Exhaust bolt tightened.
Yes.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I can
Sam
imagine.
Branston he was eating a lovely roast dinner before visiting Rissington Kart Club. Bring a pot noodle with you, Sam.
Yep.
For my lunch.
Or maybe some more ginger nut biscuits.
Yeah.
Because we did devour that packet. 2 minutes.
There's Hannah Lang diving up the inside of her teammate. Sam Ward there, that would be for 11th position. The number 91 kart going past the number 63. There's another fast lap for James Glenister, 34.20 seconds.
Responding to Morgan Porter, because Porter had closed that gap back up slightly. Maybe had a cheeky look over the shoulder and thought, right, okay, I'll go a little bit faster now.
Yep, and see, there's McQueen. So again, Caden McQueen, you know, he's in fighting form, because of course that exclusion means he'll score no points. So he's going to be whatever happens from this point onwards. Caden knows he's going to be starting. And there's one. That's Lewis Halliday and Joe Charlton trying to get past Sam Ward going into the tournament, and the number 9 kart of Ashley Lewis goes through as well. So there's obviously a problem with that number 63 kart of Sam Ward, who was running in a strong 6th position and now finds himself all the way back in 13th, maybe make that 14th position. Joe Charlton is in front of him. Miles Murphy recovering well. And there's just some of the rubber that gets thrown off these tyres, not just in the KZ class, but in all the classes, which makes it how difficult it is to move offline. There's Derek Morgan, the number 48 kart. We've got 1 minute to go. Glenister leads by a full second now over Porter. Porter's got a 2-second lead over Bradley Barrett. And Bradley Barrett in 3rd place is 2.3 seconds in front of McQueen and Daly, who run 4th and 5th. Haven't talked about Charlie Cole, but very impressive drive for the number 66 kart. There he is, on cue, on our screens. So there's Cole. He's running in 6th position with Dan Gould, the E-plate holder, the English champion, in 7th. Derek Morgan is 8th, Spencer Shinner 9th, and Tom Adams, 3rd of the championship, but 10th here. Then it's Lang, Halliday, Charlton, Lewis, Ward, Murphy, Sam Ward. Then Lee Ward is 17th, and Dan Kelly, after his off, is only 18th. Charlie Turner, our championship leader, in the pits with a mechanical-related issue.
Now, with that issue, as a nice clean pass there, no drama whatsoever for Charlie Cole.
Clean pass at nearly 100 miles an hour.
Yes. Textbook.
Textbook, yeah. If you're going to pass someone at 100 miles an hour, you want to make sure it's as clean as a whistle, because if it's not, there's a big field waiting to catch you.
Yes, indeed. Timer strikes 0 then. Last lap board will be out this time for James Glenister when he comes round to it again. Now, as we were saying that Charlie Taylor, retirement from this race, didn't have the best first heat either. In terms of intermediate classifications for the final later on, it's not even in the top 8 versus his closest championship rival, Bradley Barrett, who's currently seeing himself 4th and starting 4th for the final.
Oh, my words, there was movement there. That was so close. Sorry, Anthony. Derek Morgan and the number 55 kart of Spencer Shinner, they died at the inside of Dan Gould going into bottom bends at, like I said, nearly 100 miles an hour, and Gould almost came across, and there was... that was very close. I mean, we're on the final lap at the end of this race, and we can have a little replay of that because that could have been, that was just very, very, very close indeed. But we're on our final lap. Glenister has now extended his advantage to 2 seconds. Morgan Porter is just, and Bradley Barrett, they're just easy back. Look how close this is. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Oh, sorry, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. There's the checkered flag. Glenister wins, 2 out of 2. Porter seconds. 3rd for Barrett. McQueen finishes 5th, and they're coming across the line side by side almost. McQueen in 4th. Charlie Cole, great drive from Charlie Cole to finish in 5th position. Shane Daly holds off that pack for 6th position. I'm just looking back. The gap between Daly, who finished in 6th, and Gould, who finished in 10th, was 7/10 of a second. Now, we can see our cameraman there kneeling down. He's going to catch the karts coming into, there's Dan Kelly, he's going to catch the karts coming into pit lane, have the KZ2 drivers. No, they're quite serious. It's junior TKM where we're going to see the hand signals and the waves. Let's have a look as they come in. All very business-like. No one even saying hello to their mum. Oh, Derek Morgan does.
Good old
well, that's
Derek.
probably to his daughter. Yeah, look, anyone else? Anyone else? Any more for any more? A little thumbs up there, just from Dan Gould. But there we go. But that's a great shot. No one playing chicken with a cameraman.
No.
Not one of them playing chicken with a cameraman. I'm quite disappointed. I'm quite disappointed by that. But there we go. There's plenty of time left. Maybe some of the drivers that are listening to this in the paddock will, yes.
There we go. So, moisture in the air apparently being reported. Some slight rain, but never fear because the track here dries
Well, there's
quickly.
at least 3 spots of rain.
Exactly. Well, we don't need to repeat that next comment. Anyway, so more races coming up. 2 more races before the lunch break, and we get the paddock show. That was Heat 2 for KZ2. Heat 2, Race 14, TKM Extreme, is coming up next. Henry, we've got 5 minutes to waffle, so
Yes, well,
waffle we shall.
Okay, now my first question to you, Anthony.
Go on.
Is the lack of wet weather camera bags that our camera crew have got, is that because Alpha Live have run out, or is that because somebody forgot them?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Right, okay, fair enough. Say that. We'll take that what you will. Now, let's have a little look at the TKM Extreme field. The second job is that we've had, well, not much response to our questions that we put out there about...
Michael Burke says bring the rain.
Well, as an Australian, Michael... Now, in Australia, it's either on fire because it's so hot, or it's underwater because it's rained so much.
Yeah.
There's
not an in-between.
Not a happy medium.
Yeah.
I mean, Australia, they don't do things by halves.
No.
But let's say that.
It's the one country...
Sam Branston's having a lovely roast dinner, not with any pickle, I'm sure.
No.
But I wonder, what kind of roast dinner? I mean, chicken, pork, beef, lamb?
Details, man.
Details, man.
Right, anyway, racing.
Racing. There's,
TKM Extreme.
Yes. Of course, this is the class that Abby Pulling drove in at TKM, and of course she was on the podium in the W Series at another track this weekend.
Yeah.
So, the number 88 kart of...
I'm not biting when we start talking about other racing. We're here for karting.
Well, no, but I'm just saying that, I mean, I'm, you know, I'm not quite sure
Stating facts.
Just stating facts. Let's have a look at the, there's the number 40 kart. That's, there's the number 40 kart, bit of scuffage on the old
Isaac
side,
Marr.
but that's Gus Lawrence's stud double.
It is, yeah. They do look very similar, don't they?
Yeah.
It is quite uncanny.
There's Joe Fowler. He of Cosworth British Touring Car Hybrid fame. There's Michael Cornell.
I see that Michael's got himself a button for this round.
Yes,
Do you remember Warden Law?
Yes, when he was the old clutchless TKM engine.
Yes.
Standing up and things like that. Now, Michael Burke, flood warnings around too. I hope that everyone out in Bathurst is okay. I make light, but of course, yes, when Australia does get underwater, it can get quite serious. So I hope that everyone watching in Australia is keeping themselves dry indoors and everyone is well. There's a glider.
There you go. The
Gliding in. Let's have a look.
Rate it out of 10, the landing.
Well, I mean...
Well, no, you rate it in butter, don't you?
Descent. Descent is good and continuous and inexorable and unavoidable in a glider. And by this point, my lunch would have left. And by that point, right about there, that's when I'm thanking and praying to the lucky stars. Thank you for getting me down.
Butter smooth landing there.
Butter smooth landing. There's Chris Whitten, our race 1 winner in kart number 5. Do you know what? That incident marshal loves a nice sit.
He does.
He loves a nice sit.
He's found his spot there.
Yeah.
In the prime location here at Rissington Circuit, you will spot the lesser known
one
creature.
marshal sitting in a field, looking at his incident book, waiting for the TKM class to arrive on the plane.
That's suspiciously good.
Thank you. Oh, there's Les Latham. Now, there's a man's man if ever he was. Les Latham, KZ2 font of all knowledge. And he's got the Stracker racing pants on. Stracker, there's a name. He's dozed off.
He's happy to be here.
Oh, dear, Les.
Happy to be
Les, everyone's going to show that to you. Oh, dear.
He's that meme. You know the meme, the Fernando Alonso on the deck chair?
Oh, yeah.
Cartoon version of that.
Now, there's Adam Sparrow, Spadders, as his mates call him. But back in the challenge, not having a great time of things so far. I mean, he's dropped one round, so he's down at the back of the championship, along with Joe Fowler. Oh, he's awake. Someone's woken him up. Oh, there we are. Wakey, Les. No, we're still going to sit down.
It's just Marshall watch.
Yeah, Marshall watch. There we go. So there's a look at the back of the...
Right.
The back of our TKM Extreme field. Now, Fen Chapman in the number 88 kart retired from the opening race. It was chicken. It was a roast chicken dinner.
Roast chicken.
Ah, winner.
Chicken dinner.
Roast chicken dinner.
Grid.
Here's the starting lineup. Chris Whitton and Michael Cornell on row number 1. Ben Watson and Aaron Lask on row number 2.
Kai Springfield and Joe Fowler on row 3. Sam Johns and Spencer Lane will round out row 4.
Row number 5, Harvey Roth and Charlie King. Row 6, Lee Whittingham and Isaac Marsh.
Row 7, Adam Sparrow and Archie Strong. Tom Johnson and Ashton Cox will round out row 8.
Row number 9, Megan Lawson and Kian Bennett. Row 10, Fen Chapman and Jack Saunders.
20 drivers about to do battle here at Rissington, and moisture in the air.
Yes, moisture has been reported. Precipitation has been announced around the circuit, although circuit looks bone dry to me. Everyone on slick tyres, so it shouldn't be too much of it. And the wind is blowing through quite smooth, quite a lot. It's a brisk breeze.
It'll be fine.
It'll be, yes. That's Anthony's wishful thinking, because if any cameras get damaged, it comes out of his wages, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently so.
Apparently.
Here we go then, into the tram lines. TKM Extreme Heat 2 is go. Into turn number 1. It's a great start from Chris Whitton. The question is, what can everybody else do about that number 5 kart who was already 2 kart lengths in front and trying to make his escape? But a clean start to the first 3-4 corners as Sam Johns makes a move. And it's great to see Kai Springfield, who missed the opening race. He is back out there. Whatever problem he had has been fixed. And Kai Springfield will have fresher tyres, and he's hopefully trying to make good use of them.
Well, all the way around the outside there, looked like it was Jack Saunders trying to make a move. But yeah, they start the race, Henry. Of course they're going to be 3 wide.
Well, no,
calm down, man.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Sorry. Well, there's all the talk about roast dinners and nearly the lunch break. It's got me a bit worked up.
Yeah, well, rightly so. Cross the line then, and Chris Whitton leads from Watson, John, Springfield, Cornell, Roth, Whittingham, Lask, Lane and Fowler, the top 10 as they go through. Positions changing left, right and centre. Big mover there. Lee Whittingham to P7, 4 places gained. Archie Strong also in a P11, 3 places gained on that first lap. Kian Bennett, 3 places gained. Jack Saunders, 3 places gained. Megan Lawson, unfortunately, dropping to the back of the field, losing 3 places from 17th. But nonetheless, plenty of time to fight back. 8 minutes to go, and I'd say a pretty tidy first lap.
Yep, a very it's they're all putting themselves in a position now where they could try, and I mean they had to be tidy. They saw Chris Whitton moving away from them all. We've got Paul Cox saying go to Ashton Cox, and family watching back at home. Ashton at the moment down in 18th place, but again the leaders have now sorted themselves out. Joe Fowler a little bit further back than, so he's at a poor start in the number 3 kart, and there's Michael Cornell, but now. Everyone's got themselves head down. They got 1 goal. Chase that lead kart. Ben Watson already closing in. Oh, hello. That was a Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. Is that the number? Ooh, which Tim Wilson Motorsport kart? Harvey Roth, I believe. That might have been. Let's have a little look. Yes, it was Harvey Roth.
Yeah. Went down the inside at the dog leg and clipped another kart for good measure as well.
And that was, I'm not quite sure who it was, it may have been Aaron Lask. Now, Ben Watson has got to get his head down. He was closing in on Chris Whitton. He has got a 7/10 of a second advantage over Sam Johns. You've seen Sam Johns head down, really pushing, trying to catch the leaders. But you can see, so Whitton is keeping Watson at arm's length. Ben Watson has got to try and get to Chris Whitton and drag him into a scrap. That's the best bet. Drag Chris Whitton back into a tussle. Because, again, Whitton has shown that he's got the pace on his own. Watson is just, at the moment, Watson is just following in his wheel tracks. He isn't getting a slipstream and a toe, necessarily, but he can just copy Whitton's lines. So Chris Whitton's doing the hard work, and Watson is just following him around, copying his lines. That's good enough for now. Here's the battle behind Ben Watson for 3rd place. Kai Springfield passes Sam Johns. Now, Springfield's got fresher tyres than Johns. So Springfield, hopefully the number 97 Kart, the driver who was third in the opening round at Shannington, has hopefully got the pace to drag Sam Johns into the battle. But if you have a look now, Witten starting to ease away from Ben Watson.
He is indeed, and this is a pretty dominant performance that we've had from Chris Witten this weekend. You know, no dramas whatsoever.
So far, so good.
Cracking on with it. You know, he's leading the championship. Great first round as well at Shannington. So all is well, really. All is well in the world of Chris Witten.
So far, so good. Of course, there's no pre-finals for the TKMs and KZs. They just do their 2 heats and a final.
Yes.
And there's a move. That is the number 93 Rob Saw Racing Kart of Aaron Lask, passing Michael Cornell for 5th position. Does Cornell fight back? The answer is no.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. He will fight back.
He will try.
Oh, yes.
He will try his level best.
Shall indeed.
But of course, as they battle, the two drivers in front of them, Springfield and Sam Johns, pull away a little bit more. Now, Chris Witten completes lap number 6. The gap to Ben Watson is nearly a full second now. Chris Witten a 43.37, Watson a 43.58. So that says it all about this is telling you the drivers know if you don't, you've got to get Chris Witten in the first 2 to 3 laps.
Yeah.
Or else you probably won't get him at all. We're on lap 6 now, and Chris Witten it's only got Ben Watson within a second of him. So now Chris can control the second half of this race.
Definitely so, and that's the crucial part of this, isn't it? I mean, they've learned that over this season. You know, they've definitely learned that in this weekend as well.
Oh, yes.
But you've got to think, when it comes to the final later on, yes, Chris is going to be starting on pole position. He will be there. So you've just got to think to yourself, you've got to change the strategy. You've got to change the strategy going into the final.
Yep, exactly. Because Witten, you know, he won the final. He had a clean sweep of the weekend at Shannington, and then Sam Johns may have won the final at Warden Law, but Witten, I mean, Joe Fowler won the heats, so Joe Fowler's not out of championship contention either, even though he has only done 1 round so far. However, looking back, he's 14th at the moment. He's dropped 8 places, so I think he may have had a poor start, Joe Fowler, but all is not well with that number 3 Class and Motorsport kart. Adam Sparrow is running 11th, so he's gained a couple of places, but not many. Lee Whittingham, I spoke to Lee this morning, he said that we're just struggling with a lack of waft. The waft is not there. There's a move. That is Harvey Roth fighting back and repassing Archie Strong for... Charlie King, passing Archie Strong. Harvey Roth is down in 17th place after his spin, so Charlie King moves into 7th. Anthony, we're going to make a point.
I was making a point.
Do we actually want the pot noodle? Yes, please, Sam. I'm only joking.
No.
I'm joking. I'm not trying to persuade spectators to buy me food, honestly.
Dear. Is Cian Bennett, number 44 RSR kart, coming to a stop from 16th place, which is a big shame. Yeah, the point I was going to make, Jack Saunders, back of the grid, currently P10. He's taken out half the grid already.
Yeah,
he's overtaken
half the grid.
Bad choice of words from myself. Please, no one read anything into that one. Bad choice of words. He has overtaken half of the grid.
Yes. Otherwise, there'd be 20 TKM Extreme mechanics, diving onto the back of Clark of the course, Ken Potter, saying, "Oh, the commentator said he's taken out of the grid. Go and have a look at the cameras." No. He's overtaken.
He's overtaken out of the grid. Yes.
Now, here's a move. That is Aaron Lask going past Sam Johns for 3rd place.
It is, yes.
So 4th place. Sorry. So Kai Springfield. We talked about the fresh tyres. Kai Springfield has caught and passed Ben Watson. We're on lap number 10, 2.5 minutes ago. Oh, there's Charlie King passing Michael Cornell up at the loop. So Witten still leads, but Springfield now into P2 with Watson in 3rd place.
Now, 2 minutes to go. The gap's 2.2 seconds. Can Springfield catch Witten?
I don't think so. I would like him to, because it would make lots of entertainment for us, but I don't think he will. Hoop 2 saying hello. I believe, and I might be mistaken, but I believe that is the Under-14 Vale Vipers Most Improved Player of the Year watching and commenting in.
Right, okay, cool. So we know who that is then.
I believe I might be mistaken, but I believe that is the Most Improved Player Under-14s for the Vale Vipers this year. So we've got celebrities listening in. There's Springfield, followed by Ben Watson. So Watson, again, he's not letting Springfield get away. Now this train of cars, this is Lask in 4th, King 5th, Johns in 6th. I wonder how much is Sam Johns now beginning to regret not racing here in the warm-up event, the O-Plate, a week ago. He was one of the few drivers not to. I mean, Fowler didn't race here because he was obviously working in the British touring cars at Croft. You've got Sparrow, who isn't here. He's down the order. You've got Sam Johns down the order, not struggling. Oh, as I say that, Ben Watson didn't race here in the O-Plate, and he's up in the top 3. There goes Charlie King.
Yep, Charlie King on Aaron Lask. That was through the loop and gets that done. But Aaron Lask straight back. Again, if you lose a place, the first thing you should do is get straight back in.
And then give the signal to John, saying, what are you overtaking me for? And Charlie King saying, well, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm a racing driver.
Yeah. We're racing, aren't we?
And it's a minute to go. They're not going to catch the 2 drivers in front of them. So it's, this is those 2 drivers. 4th is as good as it's going to get for them in this race. So you may as well, make a good fist of it.
Indeed. Well,
with 2.5 seconds up the road, not great coverage responses. But then again, he's thinking, well, I'm so far up the road, there's no need to look at me. Look at the excitement. There's Lee Whittingham trying to pass Michael Cornell. Look at the battles. But Whitton leads, Springfield 2nd, Watson 3rd, and it's Lask, King, Johns, Cornell, Whittingham, Strong, Jack Saunders having passed half the field. Then Sparrow, Fowler, Lane. Oh, Springfield defending. Now it could be game on. Now there's a chance for Aaron Lask and Charlie King.
That was a bold move there from Springfield because he had no one really close behind.
Yeah, that was defending a little bit too early, perhaps.
Yeah.
And it's now brought everyone into play. So what was a head-to-head battle for second place is now a 7-kart battle for second place. Well, no, make that 4-kart battle because Sam Johns has just dropped back. So final lap. Whitton away up the road. This is the 4-kart scrap for second. There goes Aaron Lask up the inside of Charlie King, running King a little bit wide. But Springfield in the number 97 has got second place at the moment. Watson in 3rd. Then it's Lask and King. Now, will Springfield defend again? No. Learned his lesson, Anthony.
He did learn his lesson. There we go. Everyone slotting in. No positions gained or lost through the dogleg section. Then all is fine. All is well on this final lap as Chris Whitton, who is 3.8 seconds further up the road, is rounding the final corner. He will take the checkered flag in Heat 2 for TKM Extreme. There he goes and will gain minimum points starting on pole position. Kai Springfield crosses the line, holds on to second place from Watson, Lask, King. Then the big group behind comes through.
Yes.
6th all the way down to 15th, and it was Sam Johns who led that group from Lee Whittingham, Archie Strong, Jack Saunders, Adam Sparrow rounding out the top 10. Jack Saunders, great race, 11 positions gained. Michael Cornell ended that one dropping 9 places, finishing in P11 from Joe Fowler, Spencer Lane, Isaac Marsh, Harvey Roth, Ashton Cox. Good result, not gaining or losing any positions, finishing in P16. Same with Megan Lawson, not gaining or losing. There is Kian Bennett, the only retirement from the race. And as you can imagine, not best pleased. Fen Chapman and Tom Johnson round out the 19 finishes.
Wave watch. Anyone?
Well, this is TKM Extreme, they're the seniors, aren't they?
Let's play chicken watch as well. Come on, Sam, you got something about you, haven't you? Just try and shave the front of the lens on the camera, shall we? Nobody playing. The juniors will play. The juniors will absolutely, get involved in wave watch.
Exactly. Indeed, McLaughlin goes through there, and all is well. There we go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Right. Now, 1 heat to go. The next heat, well, we're going to see the results on screen, I think, first, are we?
I think we've already seen them.
Have we?
That's been done already.
I was.
You are looking out the beautiful view out the window.
Looking at the Cotswolds countryside.
Veranda,
trying to find the Neolithic barrow that is somewhere over there.
What we'll do, though?
I think we'll have a little look at the Sting.
We'll have a look at the Sting, shall we?
Sure.
Next race, Junior TKM, coming up next.
Go on, then. Why not? Why not?
I think it's a good idea.
not?
Why not? Oh, it's a good old Sting, that, isn't it?
That was a lovely Sting. Right. Junior TKM Heat 2, race number 15 on the programme. 20 drivers, 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, and Leon Frost, the race winner from heat number 1, will start from pole position. You're right there, Anthony.
Yeah, no, I was just handed a grid.
Oh, a grid? Oh.
Yeah, I've only got one, though.
Oh, you're a lucky man. You've got a grid?
I'll babysit it. And then we'll share it later.
So, there's some of the personalities. There's Dara McInerney's dad.
Still got his hat on.
He's still got his hat on.
How long did it take for you to get that grid set yet?
Well, I mean, my scalp has never been the same since.
Right, okay.
Yes, but I mean, it was a good scrubbing.
Yeah.
I did get it off that night.
Wire brush?
Yeah. Well, yes, I did get it off that night. But as those of you who don't know, I mean, that's why if you look back at the podiums for Warden Law, you'll realise I had a Wera Tools cap on.
Yes.
And that was because I had a blue head,
yes.
thanks to Dara. All I did was make fun of his baldness.
Yeah.
I mean, jokingly. And then him and Paul Klassen conspired to get me with the blue paint that is a nightmare to get off.
Yes.
But, you know, we laugh and we joke, and I deserved it.
Exactly. Well, Junior TKM, let's remind ourselves of the first race of Junior TKM, shall we?
Yes, why not?
Leon Frost, a pretty good race. Didn't win by much, 0.3 of a second from Dara McInerney. Very, very close between those two. And, of course, the classic that we always see from Frosty, stay behind, watch.
Wait. Mirror signal manoeuvre, go, win.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are we going to see that again this time around? Olivia Jenkins took third from that one. Again, lovely result. Joe Cheek, P4, 3 places gained.
Bravest man here, and I mean that seriously.
Yep. Really so. Couple of penalties out in that one. Alfie Garford did receive a penalty, last year's champion. The number 1 did receive a penalty. Also, Luke Jarman, Leo Robinson, Joel Hull, Sasha Bagley, and Oliver Bourne, all penalties.
Bryn Calder racing has been on. Now, Bryn Calder is an ex-spar of Leon Frost when he was racing the Daniel Ricciardo series.
Okay.
And, oi, Bryn! That's a Twin Town reference, that
Bryn,
is.
Yeah.
Oi, Bryn. But I think he's got one parent from Australia or New Zealand, one from Wales. He's Scottish. There's a bit of Scottish English. Multinational racing is Bryn Calder. Good to see Bryn on board.
Cool.
But again, every time you say Bryn, he's at the Twin Town reference. Oi, Bryn!
Oh, Bryn, what's occurring?
Aye, that's a gavin. That's not bad, actually, Anthony.
Thank you.
For a non-yokel like yourself, that's not a bad Gavin and Stacey impersonation.
Thank you.
Now, late comers to the grid. That is the number 27 of Ollie Rands. Just about.
Oh, it's 27. Yeah, Ollie Rands.
Yeah,
sorry.
He's there. He's
all good.
He's ready to go. And looking round, I noticed that Simon Garford was coming in with him as well. So Simon Garford helping him.
Let's see how it's going to line up. Again, shorts in this weather, but it's a bold move. Got the Tim Wilson jacket. We nearly had Kart Mechanic Bingo in TKM, but that's quite a rarity. But there we go. So karts are going to get themselves lined up, ready, and we're all going to have a good little chin wag.
Yes, we are.
So, right then. So, getting themselves primed and ready. There is the shoes of Leon Frost. Primed and ready, all good. Gloves on, wagons rolling out in just a moment time. Race start due time is 20 past, so we've got around 3 minutes until they get themselves going. Now, of course, championship standings in this one and junior TKM, well, they are pretty close, I would say. Obviously, reminding ourselves, Leon Frost, 255 points at the beginning of this weekend from Olivia Jenkins, 230. The majority of this grid are rookies, I will say. Our top ranking rookie out there in terms of championship points is actually third place in the number 95, Luke Bate, the top rookie in the Talco chassis. 226 points for the time being, but at this moment in time, only a handful of drivers are non-rookie drivers, so we have to keep a very close eye on all of what they do. It makes it very challenging for the top rookie in the classes on this one, but they'll get themselves primed and ready. As you see, Darren McInerney looking comfortable where he is on that E plate, and everyone just getting themselves primed and sorted. Ladies and gents, do keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting. We'll give them a good shout out, and then when these drivers come back in off the session, they always go to their motorhomes or their camper vans or their easy up awnings, and they'll get the mobile phone out, they'll scroll back and they'll watch their race back, and if they can hear a shout out for them, well, it's always a nice little feeling, isn't it? So get your comments in, let us know who you're supporting, and we will do our best to shout out those comments over the live stream. The timing screen updates here in the commentary box. I reckon only puts his neck brace on, and we're going to get this Heat 2 race underway in just a moment. It was absolutely fantastic performance from Leon Frost earlier on. Of course, showing the strength of the driver. And let's have a look at the starting grid then for Junior TKM race 15. Leon Frost and Darren McInerney will start on row 1. Olivia Jenkins and Alfie Garford will round out row number 2. Aidan Mitchell and Leo Robinson will round out row 3. Joe Cheek and Joel Hull on row number 4. Row 5, Tyler Harris and Seth Hathaway, Jan Calichurn driver of the day for the TKM at the last round. We'll start on row 6 with Ollie Rands alongside Sasha Bagley and Patrick Leaf on row 7, Oliver Bowen and Luke Jarman on row 8, Luke Bate and Jake Humphrey on row 9, and the last row of the grid, Jack Stewart and Oliver Bourne, rounding out the 20 drivers taking to the circuit. So the drivers making their way out, and again, the rain has held off, I have to say, ladies and gents. There's blue sky around, so all seems well here. All is good. Spectators line the edge of the circuit. Camper vans aglow here. Everyone primed and ready for some fantastic racing, and we are going to see some fantastic racing here in Junior TKM as they make their way around the bottom bend onto the bottom straight. Around Pitts Bend, we shall start. The blue TKM mist will clear as we go into the tram lines, and lights are out. We're off and racing. Great start then from Frosty. Gets a good run across the start-finish line and a spin in the mid-pack on wall. What a 360 and a great recovery there from Seth Hathaway for the Klassen Motorsport team. The number 33 round and back in a straight line in the middle of the pack. Gets it done, I have to say. Probably going to need a new race suit after that one, because no one likes to be in the middle of the circuit, especially at the race start. But Frosty leads as they go into the dogleg. I can see there, it's not Darren McInerney, I believe Olivia Jenkins who's come up into P2 there, as that looks to me like potentially Tyler Harris or Alfie Garford slow out of the dogleg, and it is Garford, the number 1, dropping down the order slightly. So a dramatic start of this one, as down the inside there, Joel Hull making moves as well in the number 31. Up into P5, up 3 places gained. So Tyler Harris actually with a lightning start at that one has gained 6 places. Darren McInerney did have an issue out there. He's dropped 11 places there as Joe Cheek gets another move done there on Tyler Harris. Tyler Harris now down in towards P4. So Joe Cheek, strong performance from Joe Cheek. Like you say, an absolutely fantastic drive. You know, for a driver who has suffered from such an injury at Kim Bolton to come back here at the British and show such performance and, you know, not lose his racing spirit as we're 3 wide into the elbow. And again, everyone getting round. Absolutely fantastic stuff as they exit out of the final corner. Frosty leads then from Jenkins, Cheek, Hull, Harris, Rand. There is Tyler Harris having that great battle with Joel Hull, and Joel, there you go, yeah. Joel just saying, no, come on, think, let's not scrap too much. Yes, it will be all fun and games, but we do need to try and close this gap up, because already, straight away, you can see how big the gaps have opened up. So Leon Frost comfortable in the lead now by some 0.4 of a second. This is a little further back in the order. It was Leo Robinson, Sasha Bagley and Patrick Leaf. Patrick Leaf not having a good run on that lap, has dropped back down into P14, original starting spot after gaining so many places. Recovering now again is Alfie Garford, getting back past Sasha Bagley as well, moving up into P9 as well. Leon Frost with the fastest lap of the race. Harris knocked down the inside there of Joel Hull. Joel struggling out of this section though. And again, just constantly saying, just reminding Tyler Harris, don't go for the move. Just keep pushing me along. We're doing all right. Let's see if we can close back up. Through the elbow we go. And again, looking like going for a move there. That was Johan Calichurn down the inside of his teammate Sasha Bagley. The 2 Klassen Motorsport drivers working well. And again, Harris in this sort of position. Tyler Harris looks slightly faster around this first section of the track, and then subsequently Joel Hull is looking slightly faster in the second half of the lap. So it's kind of between the two drivers. It's like, oh, who leads this? Because I would say that the latter part of the lap slightly faster than the first half, but we'll have to see what happens. They are closing in though on Joe Cheek, I have to say. Joe doing a fabulous job in P3 for the time being. Gap 1.4 seconds from the race lead of Leon Frost. But it does look like these two are closing in. So we'll keep an eye on that one then as 6 minutes remain. So Frosty still leads from Jakins. Cheek, this battle here you're watching for P4 of Hull and Harris. Robinson and Rands, the top 7. Dara McInerney back up into P8 with also fastest lap of the race, 43.21. The fastest of the 43s out there. And again, nice low shot there. You can see all the marbles and the rubber that's flown off the karts there. It's really just showing that it's kind of single file line all the way through that section. There's Dara McInerney just in the background of shot behind Leo Robinson. Not to be confused with IAME Junior X30 driver Leo Robinson, Junior TKM driver, and there a change for fourth place as Tyler Harris has made the move done. And look at the time that Tyler's gained already on Joel. Could see that the gap was opening up as Joe Cheek has actually caught up to the back of Olivia Jakins. So potentially an issue for Jakins on that last lap. Lost a large amount of time and actually has lost now second place as Joe Cheek has dived down the inside round the penultimate corner and has moved up into P2. So 5 places gained from Cheek, and that gap 1.5 seconds. 4 minutes to go then. Can Joe Cheek close up to the back of Leon Frost? Obviously a slightly different scenario this time around of what we had from Heat 1. Dara McInerney was leading the majority of it from Leon Frost. Somewhere around no one to battle. Frost is kind of just driven away from this one, 1.5 seconds. So no dramas whatsoever in that one. Again, lovely low shot there as they whiz through the middle bend section and down the inside. Looks Garford, takes a bit of curb there and nerves off there. The number 30 of Leo Robinson. That was for 8th place, but Garford gets the move done well alongside, but it just looked like there that Robinson didn't want to give the place up and kept his kart slotted in place. But there now Garford now already latched onto the back of Ollie Rands and looking for the move here down into the inside of the dogleg. Yep, no dramas there. Garford, 1 more place gained. And as you saw, Rands didn't really defend that one, thinking, yeah, Garford's quicker. I could probably learn a thing or two from Garford. You know, he's running the number 1. You know, he last year's Junior TKM champion. So, you know, if you're going to learn a thing or two, probably going to be from Garford. Eyes here, change. Still, we called that earlier on where Joe Cheek got past Olivia Jakins. Jakins not dropped off the back, though, has stuck with Joe Cheek. But that gap is open to over 2 seconds now. 2.3 seconds is the gap now between Leon Frost and Joe Cheek. So 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the timer. And Tyler Harris there has now got past Dara McInerney and up into P4. So Dara has closed in as well. So everyone's still in position. No position changes through that lap. So it's still Leon Frost leading the way with 2.5 minutes to go from Joe Cheek. From Olivia Jakins, Tyler Harris, Dara McInerney, Joe Hull, Alfie Garford, Ollie Rands, Leo Robinson, Aidan Mitchell, the top 10. Jake Humphreys had a good race in this one for the Tim Wilton Motorsport team. 7 positions gained, now up to P11, just behind Aidan Mitchell. Yehan Kalachurn just behind as well in P12. Patrick Leaf up to P13. Luke Bate also up 3 places, up to P14. Luke Jarman, Sasha Bagley, Seth Hathaway, Oliver Bowen, Jack Stewart and Oliver Bourne. All 20 wagons still rolling here at Rissington. Leo Robinson there, not the best lap on that one, actually also dropping a few places. He's just dropped down into P13. Also, Bowen's got past Seth Hathaway for P17. Change as well for 4th place. Dara McInerney's got past Tyler Harris. And here, Olivia Jenkins has got past Joe Cheek, and Joe Cheek fighting straight back and getting that move done. And look how quickly the two behind have closed in. So Dara McInerney and Tyler Harris now have joined this battle for 2nd. Leon Frost has gone. 2.8 seconds now is the gap. This, on your screen, is the battle for 2nd place. Dara McInerney, great recovery drive in this one. Dropped all the way into that mid-pack section, has fought back now, back into P4. So Cheek leads this group for P2 from Jenkins, McInerney, Harris. Joel Hull just in the back of that one. And again, Joe looking very defensive here. Yeah, he's going to hug that inside line. He's going to force Olivia Jenkins to take the outside line. And again, it seems to be working. Still holding on to that one. You can just see there hand gestures from Jenkins, not happy with something, and is constantly saying, yeah, you can see their confirmation, just saying, come on, go, stop defending. 30 seconds left on the board. There's still 2 more laps in this one as they go through. And again, Cheek just trying everything to hold on to that P2. Coming around, Olivia Jenkins now under pressure from McInerney. McInerney looking down the inside, but Harris goes down the inside of McInerney, and also looking like Alfie Garford's come into this group as well. It's way more than a group of 5. It's really close up at the whole pack's here as Harris gets past Jenkins. Jenkins now down into P4. So Tyler Harris, a great drive so far, now up 5 places, up 6 places actually, and looking like it was going to go for a move on Joe Cheek there through the elbow. Now Olivia Jenkins back round the outside. Oh, you've got to be so careful there because the track just runs out. You've got to be so careful to keep it on the track there because it's just straight grass and you're straight off into the tyre walls as Aiden Mitchell gets himself a 5-second time penalty for good measure. But this is still heating up as now Tyler Harris gets past Joe Cheek, gets that move done. Now instantly on the defensive. Defense from Cheek, who's still there in P3. Harris now in P2. Jenkins holding on to P4, and Garford right there as well. You can see him with the green helmet in the back of this 4. Joe Cheek holding on to that one. Checker flag's gone out to Leon Frost. He's miles ahead of this battle at the moment, but who's going to take 2nd out of the final corner? Harris will take it from Cheek. Jenkins, Garford, McInerney, then it's Humphrey, Hull, Mitchell, Leaf, Robinson. Calichurn will take 12th. From Bates, Rands will take P14. Jarman, Bagley, Bowen, Hathaway, Stewart and Bourne. 20 karts started this race, 20 karts finish. And there, confirmation, Leon Frost taking the race win in Heat 2. Maximum points then gained in the heats, and we'll start the final on pole position. There is a look at the provisional race results as the karts make their way back into the pit lane. And again, a tame, exciting race, and hand gestures coming in, which is perfect. What we like to see. The juniors always giving us nice hand gestures to the cameraman. He knows exactly where it is, and there a little bit more from Seth Hathaway there in the number 33. What a result and what a race there. And a look at the side stands there, packed up with spectators, family, mechanics as well, watching the racing. And I'd say they've been blessed with some decent racing, I have to say. Henry, you're back?
Hello, yes. So I'm sorry I missed you with that last race.
No, you're absolutely
fine.
fine.
It sounded very exciting, but we've got a special guest that I'm about to interview. So before we have the paddock show, which you hosted last night, Anthony, we're going to have someone in there. I mean, I'm going to have to try and get a bacon roll from someone. If anyone's got a mortgage they can take out for me, I can afford some lunch. But if you want to, I've got someone coming in now to interview a very special guest, a special interview before the paddock show gets underway. We'll just, if you sit in here, and I'll pop this headset on, I think we're all good to go. And so, now we're on. So, ladies and gentlemen, Now, we talked earlier about how this kart circuit has been in action since 1964, when it was known as the Bromsgrove Kart Club. It's been the Rissington Kart Club since from the late 60s onwards, and one of the drivers that was here very early on, it was a gentleman named Howard Moore. Howard joins me at the track now. You've not raced here for 50 years. Howard, first of all, welcome to the Wera Tools British Kart Championship.
Thank you. This is a real treat to visit Rissington and see it still vibrant and thriving.
Now, the last time, the only thing that is the same the last time you were here is the actual track layout itself. The track layout hasn't changed at all. Everything around the sport of karting has changed immeasurably since you were last in a kart.
Yes.
Coming into the circuit today, because I know you live locally, and you just coming into the circuit today, what were the initial feelings of when you saw the paddock, what the paddock looks like now compared to what it was like when you were racing?
It's just about 5 times more people or more vehicles involved, and of course the setup, the professional setup of many of these teams is, yes, akin to Formula One, is relative to the scale of Formula One.
Yes, and you can mention Formula One with a certain degree of authority, because when you got sort of like, when your karting career was temporarily put on hold, you went to work in motorsport as a fabricator and ended up working in Formula One as the chief mechanic for a certain James Hunt in 1976, the year that he won his first Formula One championship. Now, obviously that season has gone down in folklore since then, but from somebody coming out of karting to suddenly thrust into the world of Formula One, the spotlight, even though it was a different era, what was that like?
Well, of course, it was my dream come true. Always having ambitions towards motorsport, but to be working with McLaren as one of the most successful teams at the time was dream come true, of course. Boyhood. Yeah,
because again, and I know that you worked on the car of Emerson Fittipaldi the year that he won his second World Championship. You were there at McLaren all the way through the 1970s, just after, of course, Bruce passed away and before sort of Ron Dennis and Project One took over. But that era of the 70s, it was again an era fraught with danger, but also it's some of the most iconic eras of all of motorsport. It's certainly got a certain romance. Do you look back at it now with a certain rose-tinted spectacles of romanticism of the good old days?
I think I'm very cynical about the current state of Formula One, the way it's developed. The regulations have been so contrived, I think, that everything's more complicated. What can I say? But to be honest, everybody, all the drivers now should be back in go-karts and fighting for their world championship in go-karts, because there are fewer complications. It's pure accelerated brake and a pure battle of skill and wits.
I mean, exactly. And we see that an awful lot when drivers saying, karting is pure racing. I know Terry Fullerton and Ayrton Senna, they said it very famously, that karting is just pure motorsport. But of course, and I'm sorry we haven't got as much time as I'd like, because I know that your Formula One career behind the scenes involved in the development of the first all-carbon fibre monocoque chassis for McLaren. And now there's the British Grand Prix this weekend. In 1981, John Watson won the British Grand Prix in a car that you helped to sort of in the wind tunnel, the first carbon fibre monocoque chassis. Just such an important footnote of history in our sport that you were there at the sharp end for. John Watson was an interesting character, the Irishman.
He still is.
He still is, yes. Yep. And I mean, of all the drivers, I mean, I'm not going to say favourite driver, things like that, but in terms of characters, the ultra-professional world of kart racing now, which driver would be least suited to the ultra-professional world of modern-day kart racing? I'd imagine it would be anyone who wakes up with "I've had sex for breakfast" on their T-shirt, something like that.
That's a very, very difficult question. I'm not sure if you asking who my least favourite driver is.
No, but somebody who was like in the world of 1970s Formula One compared to the ultra-professional world of kart racing, which driver would be most the fish out of water in terms of the strictness of rules and regulations? Who was the most free-spirited driver of your tenure?
I'm sorry, I can't really get my head round all of that.
Okay, no problem. I mean, now you raced a Birrell.
Yes.
Now, Birrell's still a name that is here in the paddock.
Yes.
There's lots of Birrells here and there now, of course, the Birrell ART chassis. But I mean, when you look back, what would you say to anybody looking to get into kart racing? What did it give you as a person? What did kart racing give to you?
Gave me obviously the competitiveness which we all love, to be close wheel racing. It also gave me the freedom to invent my own angle or approach by putting mudguards on the front wheel, behind the front wheels, because I found that driving in the wet, the visor got most of its water from your own front wheels.
Okay.
These were just deflectors, simple, flat.
So this is when you were allowed to use a little bit more engineering ingenuity in kart racing.
Yeah. I had the facilities.
Yes. Because I did believe McLaren did say, "Well, please use our workshop to help prep your go-kart." Didn't they?
Absolutely right. I made a version of a slide carburetor out of the old Christensen butterfly carburetor. I made that into a virtual slide, and gave that to Terry Fullerton to try and develop. I was a bit naive in my construction, not appreciating all the jets and channels inside the carburetor, and probably messed up a little bit there. But yeah, Terry Fullerton was our idol and ideal driver, and he was Ayrton Senna's hero as well.
And of course, still very much actively involved in British karting.
Is he?
And he's got his own chassis.
Yeah.
Which is similar to a Birrell, so he carries on working with Birrell. He's not here this weekend, but he does travel to quite a few of the British Kart Championship meetings. And again, a link to the sport's past, to the sport's history. You know, people don't learn from history. I think it's really important. But I mean, so Rissington, what other circuits do you recall from your karting days? You mentioned Rye House having a go in 100 National, and again, all the historic the historic karting fans have I've just mentioned 100 National.
Yes.
They've all now they're sort of composing themselves. And Shennington, would that be another?
Yeah,
circuit?
I used to go to Shennington. Because I was from this area and it was easy for access to me, even though I was living down in London. It was a familiar place to race. When I used to come here to Rissington, don't know if I mentioned it earlier, Nigel Mansell used to race in the 210 Villiers class.
He was a Midland champion in about 1970 here at Rissington, was Nigel Mansell.
Yeah.
He owner of one of the best moustaches in all of motorsport.
And he's at the British Grand Prix this weekend.
Yes, indeed. He was handing out the trophies for the prizes for the qualifying yesterday.
And he was truly a British hero.
Yes, indeed.
He was a grassroots driver.
And created a fan fervour that has not been replicated since.
Yeah.
I would love to carry on talking about all things motorsport for a long time, but I do know that you have been invited to speak at Brooklands about your experiences working as James Hunt's #1 mechanic. If there's anybody out there listening, where can they hear some of your stories in the near future, Howard?
I haven't written the book or the script yet, so I hope one day when I still have my marbles, I'll be able to make some notes and put it into a form of a presentation or a speech with photographs, of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you ever so much.
Little Rissington was, in my memory, the best circuit to race at because of its beautiful surface, interesting layout, and very fast.
Yes, indeed.
Shennington, on the other hand, very bumpy.
Yes. Well, I mean, Howard Moore, it's been such a pleasure to have you here with us this weekend. I hope you're going to stay and watch the racing, and I hope it brings back many, many memories.
I'm so impressed. It warms, excites my heart, makes my heart beat faster, yes.
Well, that's the whole idea of karting. It makes your heart beat a little bit faster. Thank you ever so much, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Moore. And now over to Anthony for the Paddock Show.
Thank you very much.
Hello,
Henry.
everyone. Welcome to the Paddock Show here at, well, sunny Rissington. It's kind of drizzly. It's kind of moist at the moment. It's a bit awful out there. If you are enjoying these paddock shows, if you are enjoying what you see, you want to get involved a little bit more, let us know in the comment section below. Get your predictions out there for any races, people you'd like to see, and what you'd like to see as well on our socials as well. Would you like to see some more overtakes? Would you like to see crashes? No one likes to see crashes, really, but if you want to see them, we'll show them. So it is completely up to you, really. Get your comments in, let us know what you want to see. But we're going to take a lovely walk around this nice, miserable, wet paddock. IAME Cadets are coming into the pit lane. KZ2 are about to go out, and all the IAME mechanics, or the cadet mechanics, are heading back to their karts. So we're going to go for a quick ponder, wander, and find out. It's a very wet weekend here at Rissington. It's not very nice in the Cotswolds, I have to say. Cotswolds is usually lovely, but not this time around. There we go, so there's some TKMs getting themselves lined up to go out. Let's go down here, let's have a chin wag with some of the cadets that have just come in off the circuit. You can see all the trolleys there behind us, getting themselves sorted. Now, one thing, if people aren't familiar with Rissington, is that Rissington itself is actually positioned on MOD land, and, well, any more than a few feet off the premises here, i.e. if you go beyond that metal fence there, you'll probably get shot by a sniper from the MOD in that watchtower up on the top of that hangar. So, yeah, you've got to stay within the confines of the area and, yeah, not go any further. I think all the mechanics aren't allowed to go in, but I think we're allowed to go in for the time being. So we'll try and squeeze through. Excuse me, guys. Can I just squeeze past you? Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Not allowed in there.
Oh, I'm allowed in here. I'm allowed anyway. You pipe down there. Right, let's have a chat with a driver or two. Of course, ladies and gents, if you are joining us on this, please make sure you get your comments in. Who do we have here? We have Mr. Ethan Woodward. Ethan, how was that session out there just now?
Not great.
It's a bit wet out there.
Yeah, I didn't get a good start, and then the grip wasn't very good towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the kart's looking a bit filthy now, isn't it? So are you going to be cleaning it?
No.
No, you get a mechanic to do. Who's your mechanic?
My dad.
Your dad. Okay, well, I wouldn't like to be your dad right now. But there we go. How are we feeling for the weekend, though?
Good.
Good.
I'm feeling quite confident.
Yeah, excellent. All right, well, we'll let you crack on because you've got to go in and get your... Well, Dad will be over soon and he'll see how mucky that kart is and go, oh, great, thanks for that. Thanks for that. George, how's it going? All good?
Yeah, it was an alright race, obviously. The start wasn't too good, got put on the grass, but managed to come back to 6th in the end, so...
Yeah, not bad, not bad. How are the conditions out there? Slippery?
Yeah.
Your kart's rolling away, by the way. It's just, you just crashed into the back of there. Mr. Lovett. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Well, best of luck. Cheers, thank you very much. Well, as you can see, lots of them coming in. All the mechanics are going to be steaming in now, so we're going to be right in the way. So we'll probably quickly shimmy out the way as the KZ2s are starting to get themselves fired up now as well. I think, in all honesty, James, I think we've come right the wrong way because we can't really get into there now, so we might have to walk back up. Yeah, as you can see there, look at these KZs. Absolutely love these. Some of the biggest, most powerful karts we've got here in short track racing here in the UK. Gearbox karts, 6-speed gearboxes, and as you can imagine, on a wet track, these are going to be absolutely mega to watch. If anything, I really want to go find a nice spot to watch them at as well during this paddock show. But they are absolutely beautiful, and that you can't. Unfortunately, we don't have smell-o-vision here, ladies and gentlemen, but if you could smell what we could smell, it's absolutely fantastic. It's the smell of two-stroke as they whiz out to get their, I'm assuming, first heat of the weekend underway. Hello there, hello. How do? There's the weighing scales there. We're not going to walk over that, just in case I get spotted. I have spotted myself a gap. I'm going through said gap. Hello, Sue. How's it going? Miss Dan Parker. Dan, how are we? Paddock show?
Oh, fantastic.
How's it going? Good day?
Yep, excellent.
Yeah.
Really good weather here. No, it's all good.
I'm sensing tension and sarcasm in your voice, sir.
No, it's good. Yeah, no, club are doing a good job. Track's challenging. When the weather's like this, it dries really, really quickly here. So, yeah, it can get a little bit dicey in here when they've got new tyres on, or we've not had too many wet races for some of these classes, so they're going to have to be on their A game, thinking if they use, you know, the brand new wets, or they're going to dicey and go on the slicks, but it dries so quickly. So
that's always a benefit, isn't it? But we'll leave you to it because you're a very busy man. But excellent, Dan Parker there, obviously part of the, well, I think head of karting in Motorsport UK. So a very top tier chap in the world of karting in the UK. So if you ever need a favour, go talk to Dan. Hello, Michelle. How are we? All good? Yeah.
Loving the weather.
Oh, loving the weather too. Yes, lovely. We'll let you crack on as well. Right, let's dive into the paddock a little bit more, shall we? Because we've gone around there. We've had a chat to a few drivers. The TKMs are getting themselves lined up. I'm not sure if this is Junior or TKM Extreme. I think that's TKM Extreme heading to it. Oh dear, Mr. Sparrow, you're getting yourself all caught up here. There you go. Get your wetsuit. Why are you not putting your wetsuit on? It's very slippery out there.
Well, it's starting to dry out a bit, so.
Well, the track's still wet. Standing water, lad. You'll get drenched.
I won't get drenched.
You're about an inch off the ground, you're going to get drenched.
I'm not going to get drenched.
Right, there we go. This is your first heat that's starting now, is it?
No, it's final practice.
Oh, final practice. Your heats start tomorrow, don't they?
Yeah, we've got 2 heats tomorrow, qualifying last session tonight, I think. So.
Okay. Sometimes I know what I'm saying, sometimes I don't. But Kart's looking lovely and everything, nice and clean. It's not going to look like that when you come back out of circuit after this session.
No, it's not, but it'll be like this before qualifying.
Good, 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 good. Oh, there we go. So there's Megan Lawson giving you a nice little bump out the way. But yes, excellent. Well, we'll let you crack on. But yeah, best of luck in practice, Mr. Adam Sparrow there. Right then, ladies and gents, let's have a wander into the paddock then, and we can see already, man, how's your quiff?
How's my quiff?
How's your quiff?
Really good.
Good. Excellent, lovely, good man, good man. We're not going to speak to him because we speak to him nearly every other weekend, so he can have a bit of time. I would like to pop into the, well, it's JDR tent, but I believe it's Tim Wilson Motorsport who's currently in there, so we'll have a ganders. But there is a loud, very loud, noisy compressor on the go. The reason why I want to come in here, because we have a driver who's racing in X30, but he won the TKM O plate here, but I think he's actually gone down to the grid already because I don't see him. So we came, we saw, we didn't conquer at all. Right, so we're back outside. Sorry about that, folks. There we go. I was going to have a chat with him, but he's already gone. Oh, there we go. Close the door on there. Right, let's go down here. There's Ashley Klassen there for the Klassen Motorsport team. Hello, Ashley. All good? Yeah, lovely. It's a bit of Mick Barrett racing. Let's pop in here because Henry Jocelyn's obviously in here as well. And he's here is Henry Jocelyn, a man who is racing in all sorts of academy stuff as well. And I had a chat with your dad the other day. The academy stuff. Well, it didn't go your way, did it?
No, definitely not. No, definitely not.
No, it was one of those. But you're back here with the British champs at a wet Rissington. How does this compare to some of the sunny European circuits here?
It's a lot wetter, but it's better than the academy in my opinion. In the academy, just not worth it really. I don't like it at all.
It is hard work, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of talent in there, and you're definitely one of those talents. But it is a hard challenge out there. But let's talk about this weekend, because this weekend have you had your first heat yet?
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was going well. I started 12th, got up to 4th, but then got sent really hard by Nettleship, so ended up 9th with a nose, so that put me back to 11th.
So again, still starting the weekend tough, but there's still plenty more left of this weekend. You've still got another heat, pre-final and final?
Yeah.
Yeah, so plenty of time to go, and tomorrow's another day, and hopefully it's not going to rain as much tomorrow, is it?
No.
I don't know, actually. Check the weather. It might rain. It might rain. There's another driver here, Mr. Bart Harrison. Don't go walking off anywhere. Bart, how's the weekend been so far?
Decent, thank you. I qualified P2 and came P3 in the heat, but the pace in the wet wasn't that great.
I mean, it's all right, isn't it? Now, you're dressed more like it's, well, December.
It's quite cold and rainy.
It is. We're beginning... Yes, please present that on head. Excellent. You put it... That's absolutely fantastic. No, you got it a bit wrong. There you go. There you go. There you go. Well, it's stuck on your bubble. There we go. That's perfect.
Thank you very much.
That's a good look.
Yeah, it's keeping me dry.
It's keeping you dry. The awnings here is keeping you dry. But yeah, you wouldn't think we were in July, would you?
No, it was quite nice yesterday, but not today.
No, exactly. How do you think all the people at Silverstone feel? Do we not care about them? They should be here.
No, yeah, they should probably be karting, to be honest.
Exactly. Karting's way more exciting than Formula 1. There'll be more overtakes in one heat here than there will be an entire Grand Prix tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a lot more exciting.
Exactly. Exactly. Right, excellent. But we'll leave you to it. Enjoy the rest of your day and, of course, rest of weekend. And he's taken the hat off now. He didn't want to keep that out. That's Mr. Mick Barrett himself, just walking out. He's having a chat with the team. Let's have a walk and talk with Mr. Bradley Barrett over here. Second in the championship, Bradley. 26 points behind Charlie Turner for the lead. How critical are these next couple of rounds?
Oh, they just have to go perfect, don't they? Like usual in racing, they have to go perfect every race, and hopefully nothing goes wrong. P1 in the last session there, so hopefully it stays wet then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, are you finding it okay? Were you here last weekend?
No, I don't do practice. I just come along for the British Champs rounds. I've got my team running, so I just put all my time and effort into that, and then come for the British rounds and do a bit of KZ British. It's a bit of fun.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'd love to. We'll maybe come and chat to you a little bit later on as well. But I'm loving the not so easy up awning that we had the pleasure of putting up together yesterday. Well, I say putting up together. I've watched and heckled while you were struggling to put it up.
Yeah, it's still up, so that's a sign. It
has survived.
Yeah, it does the job. We're not wet when we're underneath it, so that's the main thing.
Even though you did put a hole in the roof.
Oh, it's got a hole in it, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it's right though.
Well done with your P1 out there and that one. Was that heat?
No, that was the final practice session for quali. We've had a couple of finishes in the top 3 in practice. We had one practice problem in one of the practice sessions, so we were down there. But yeah, that was the last session. That was P1, so yeah, I'm quite happy with that.
Cracking stuff. Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and we'll keep a close eye on you. Bradley Barrett there, number 6, like I say, running second in the championship, and only 26 points behind Charlie Turner. There's the Moore Racing tent. Now we've got the likes of Miles Murphy and KZ2 in here as well. This is KZ2's penultimate round here. It's round 4 of 5, so a lot up for stakes here. We've got Morgan Porter's Kart Republic KZ2 there, and we've got Sam Daly's KR2 there. Let's have a quick chat with Miles Murphy on the ever so lovely yellow, red, multicoloured KZ2. Miles, how are we today?
Wet.
Soggy. Moist.
Yeah. Moist, yeah, moist. Can you say that?
Yeah, you can. It's one of those words that you can get away with.
That's fine. Yeah, a bit moist to say. It started off dry and rained the last 2. The last session was a bit of a write-off because it was one of those where it wasn't wet enough for wet, it wasn't dry enough for slick, so let's go to quality and see what we can do, really.
Primed, ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, guess so.
Yeah.
Got to be, haven't I?
You have to be, yeah. You're going to give it your all.
Yeah, give it a roll, see where we end up. It's going to be close anyway. Like, the time's always been, like, so close. You barely stop around here, and if you get in a tow, you literally can't break away, so we'll see how it goes.
It's a short lap here as well. What is it, just over 30 seconds or so?
Yes, it's 34 seconds. It might probably be 33 in quali, depending on how everyone goes. But yes, I think it's because the lowest gear you go down to is 3rd. So you're just constantly flying around there, and there's not really much time to gain in places. If you get the setup nailed on, you'll be quids in. If not, you'll be way down. It's just going to be one of those.
Well, best of luck tomorrow, and hopefully it dries up a little bit more, because,
we'll see how it goes in there. The problem they've got is now, this year, because they've changed the format, we don't have a pre-final. We end up having so much less racing. So it's like, if you have a F-up in one of the heats, you're absolutely screwed. It's one of those where... It's one of those where hopefully the championship sorts it for next year, because if anything, it's killing a lot of the racing. Yeah, we get extra practice sessions, which is good. It's technically more value for the money. But because we haven't got a pre-final, we've got much less racing and an overall less point score. It can mean that if someone's got one sort of nightmare in a heat, that the weekend's pretty much entirely screwed. So hopefully they fix that for next year.
Really adds a challenge to it, doesn't it? But, well, I would say best of luck tomorrow in your heats and final. We'll be keeping a very close eye on you, all right? Miles Murphy there, and obviously Mr. Daly, and hello, Mr. Moore. There we go. Right, head out of there. Obviously, yeah, you should imagine a damp feel in the paddock. So as everyone heads out. All right, how are we? All good? Yeah, carrying his tyres, seems all happy. Right, now, a little bit more at Rissington. Now, okay, so Little Rissington is a circuit that is based on an MOD, or MOD land. So there is an airfield just over there. But there's nothing on it, which is a strange thing, as everyone's going to get run over by karts. Out the way, off it goes, through it goes. All good. Now, but yeah, like I say, there's nothing on the airfield. But the MOD are really, really strict here. They don't like having people here overnight or anything like that. And they come and kick everyone off site. And then everyone has to stay elsewhere. And then they have to come back and then get themselves all set up. There's the not so easy up awning. It does make you wonder. Conspiracy theorists, hello, hello. Conspiracy theories, whether or not there's something more here than meets the eye. They're not some secret underground bunkers. So we might go hunting for some like secret doors somewhere and find some like Stranger Things bunker underneath the ground, which would be absolutely fantastic. Also terrifying at the same time. Right, so we've got KR Sport over here. We might pop into KR Sport and see what's going on in there. Who is in here? Ah, Mr. Connor Clifford. Why are you cleaning the floor, Connor?
I was in a rush trying to get the wet/dry carts down for the next heat, so I'm giving my dad a hand by cleaning the floor.
Oh, excellent. Oh yeah, your cart's the only one in
That's
here.
all ready to go, yeah. I'm going to push that down in a second. My mechanic's actually helping my brother at the moment, so yeah.
Well, there we go. Yeah, kind of just left you to it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just got to push the cart down. Should be all right. Still don't know what tyres are going on yet, though, so still up in the air.
It still looks quite wet out there, so I recommend.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some juniors actually gamble on slicks. I think Jack Hobson at the moment, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. But so far, I think we're looking slicks for our race, yeah.
All right, well, I'll let you crack on with cleaning the floor. Sorry, I've just stepped all over your hard work as well. So, right, let's hop back outside. Mind your step, mind your head. We'll quickly dart off this way and we shall whiz through. And of course, ladies and gents, if you are enjoying these paddock walks and paddock shows or anything like that, do get your comments in. Of course, we do appreciate hearing what you want to talk about or your point. There's Kart Pick Stars Net, Mr. Chris Walker, who's I think that was some form of run. Chris, right. Careful, you got your leg caught. How are you? You seem frightful today.
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. Don't run away. I don't bite.
You do?
What? Oh, okay. We don't tell people what. Yeah, exactly. No. How are you finding this weekend? It's not your. Well, photographers always usually get wet out on circuit, don't you?
I'm waiting for the sun to shine tomorrow.
Yeah, and you're dressed up for December weather.
Little boots, have you seen me little boots?
You got shorts on. You're doing that.
Yeah, I look a bit of a mess, but.
Got any decent photos yet?
Yes, of course, always.
Always good.
Always.
Good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, kartpics.net. If your photo needs, head there. There we go. Chris has got them all. You got a proper archive on there as well, haven't you?
Indeed, I have.
Yeah, you got like all the legends of F1, GT racing, all sorts of goodies. None of me. Yeah, quite livid. Get your camera out, lad. Because I'd like some photos there, but yeah, there it is. But right, premium karting. Let's start in here. As everyone, as you can see, it's a mad rush here because no one knows really what tyres. So you can see, look, both wet and slicks on there. But no tyres actually on said wagon yet, so they're unsure whether or not what's going on. Afternoon. How are we? All good?
Yeah, all good. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad.
I still want to be in the way. We are scrapping at the moment.
Scrapping?
Yeah, because it's turning dry. So.
When you due out?
Good question. I should know, shouldn't I?
You should know.
I think in about half an hour.
Okay.
So we got a bit of time.
You've got plenty of time to put tyres on.
Yeah.
Have you only got one set of rims though?
No. We got tyres on different rims and stuff. We just need to change setups and everything. So.
Okay, yeah, because it's not just change the tyres, is it? There's a lot of little things you can do as well to the car.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we have to do at the front, the back, the engine. So.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Complex. So.
Yeah, lovely. Well, it looks like we're getting right in the way here, isn't it? So, yeah, well, thank you very much for having a quick chat with us there. Mr. Serenetics, we'll let you crack on. And, yeah, as you can see, hive of activity here. You can see how many people working on one kart. How many mechanics does it take to work on a kart? There we go. There's your answer right there, folks. Getting themselves all sorted out. There we go. A common sight in a paddock on a wet, rainy day. Jet washing. I'm not going to go too close to that because there is a possibility I may get, well, sprayed a little bit. Let's dart down here. It's a very spread out paddock here. Fusion and ORM are down there, obviously two of the biggest teams in cadet racing. Probably leave them to it because they'll be very, very busy because they have lots and lots and lots of drivers to talk to. Yeah, here's some more KZ2. We're kind of making this a KZ2 special. It's their penultimate round. It's nearly the end of their season. We've got a couple of drivers here. We've got a couple of drivers both on the Energy Course chassis. Right, we've got Joe Charlton right here, 2020 KZ2 British Kart champion, fighting this year for another championship.
Fighting's the right term, yes.
Yes, exactly. How has Rissington been?
When it rains, good. In the dry, terrible.
Really?
Yes.
How so?
Because I'm fast in the wet and slow in the dry.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But in terms of championship this year, you know, has it been? You're looking a lot better than what it was in 2021 because 21 was a bit of it looked like an off season for you. Unfortunately to say, not that I'm not sort of pointing you out on that one, but yeah, 2020 is looking a lot better.
It's
2022.
2022 where we are now.
Yeah.
It's going okay. I've had a few hiccups, made a couple of mistakes at Warden Law, which meant I was then backwards, and then new chassis for GYG, which we hadn't got on top of. So hopefully this weekend goes a bit better, but still to see. Like I say, if it rains, yes. Currently, if it's dry, I'm still working that out.
So far, so good. It's moist on the ground.
If it stays like this for the next hour, I'll be happy.
Exactly. Hopefully it stays like this tomorrow as well, because if it does, well, I mean, I'm fine because I'm in the commentary box. It's all fine and dandy. As long as it stops raining for the finals, that's when I have to leave the commentary box and go and interview everyone.
To actually interview, well, yeah.
Yeah,
as long
exactly.
as you're okay, Anthony.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Lovely. Leave your turn. You seem completely buried in your phone. What are you doing?
Scrutineering.
Scrutineering? On your phone? Oh, what time we live in?
Yeah, I know. Well, if we had any signal here, it would be helpful.
Yeah, that's very true. We don't have signal, so... yeah, but how's it been for yourself?
Opposite to Joe, better in the dry, not good in the wet. Just trying to get used to the wet in KZ because I haven't been doing it that long.
So why don't you share setups then? If one is good in the wet, you know, and this one isn't good in the wet, Joe, why aren't you sharing? Why is he not sharing?
Yeah, it's all me pretty much. Yeah, no, I'm just struggling around the wet, which is unusual because in road tax it's normally the opposite. But yeah, we'll try to get used to it.
Well, there you go. Well, hopefully for your sake it dries out tomorrow. Yeah. Joe's sake it stays wet tomorrow. I'm on no one's team here. Exactly. We're on team karting, team racing. There we go. Cheers, boys. There we go. The lads there for the Energy Course KZ2 team. There's a glider up in the sky. It's lovely. Again, ladies and gents, do get your comments in. Let us know your predictions. One, actually, for the British Grand Prix this weekend. Who do you think is going to win it? Obviously, when you're watching this, you'll probably see this on Saturday night, but you'll also be watching this in the lunch break on Sunday. So the F1 may be on at that point, or yes, you could be watching it tonight, and the F1 hasn't happened. So again, get your comments in. Let us know who you are thinking of. Right, let's pop into here because we've not spoken too much to any TKMs. Mr. Saunders, we're going to sneak on through. It's lovely and cosy in here, isn't it, Jack? How's are you? What are they? Karting shoes, or are they? Are you going? You know, scuba diving?
Wet boots.
Wet boots.
Best things you can use. Stop the race boots from getting wet.
Yeah. They look lovely. I might get a pair. Where'd you get them from?
eBay.
eBay.
£14.
£14. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. £14. eBay's brilliant, isn't it?
Socks are dry.
Yeah.
What more can you want?
Exactly. How's today been?
Struggled a little bit. Now we know what we're not doing, but now we know what to do.
Yeah.
Now we should be on the money to win.
Well, what was that? Can you tell us?
The sprocket.
The sprocket.
Bit high. Sector 1 and Sector 3, we were a bit off. Sector 2, we were second fastest. So
change a tooth here and there.
Change tooth here and there, and we should, hopefully, qualifying goes well, dry, see what happens in the races.
Yeah, what is the weather saying?
It's meant to dry up now.
Yeah.
But we went out then and killed the tyre, so we come in. So. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Pole and win.
Yeah. Heats tomorrow. Are you feeling confident for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Racing.
Right, yeah.
Better than qualifying.
Yeah.
Go around there by yourself and do a lap. Racing's
where it's
go
at.
for it. Oh, definitely.
Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Jack Saunders, number 32. Yeah, in TKM. Make sure you check that out tomorrow.
Cheers,
Bye all. Right, it's the JDR team. I don't know if Jack Dex is here this weekend. He usually is, but I do not see him anywhere. Let's have a chat with Oliver Bowen. Hi, Oliver, how are we?
Good.
Good. Yeah. What you got a flat jacket on for?
No, it's a rib protector.
Oh, rib protector. Right. That's a. There you go. We got someone wearing wellies out there for karting. We got you wearing a body vest and all that. Right. What's going on? What's happened to karting, ladies and gents? Anyway, Oliver, how's today been?
Good. Mixed conditions, I'd say. Just came in after one lap because it was 6 and we went out on wets. But yeah, trying to find the right setup for quality, which is next. It's going to be hard, I reckon. Very close.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. I mean, I have just found out information about a setup for it again, but I can't tell you right now because, one, I have technically forgotten, and two, you can watch it tomorrow on the Paddock Show, or tonight on the Paddock Show. So there you go, study up tonight. There we go. But in terms of this track, Rissington, it's quite a fast one, isn't it, Rizzy?
Yeah, quite fast. Lots of flat-out corners. Like one big braking point, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Some lift-off corners, and that's it.
Yeah. Who's on your spanners this weekend?
Steve Dan, replacing James Buckingham, who had a baby on Tuesday.
Well, he's had a baby on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Well, it's not Tuesday anymore. Why is he not here?
Yeah, just taking care of it.
Right. Okay, excellent. Yeah, perfect. Well, is he any good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Going all right so far. I got Jack Dan on the grid with me, so yeah.
You got a good team here.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, Oliver, best of luck this weekend, and we'll keep a close eye on you out on track. Excellent. There we go. Does make you wonder. Yes, everyone has babies, but as soon as you've had it, that's it. You can, I don't know, chuck it in a crib and crack on. I don't have any children. You can probably tell that. Right. So, well, we've gone round in a circle. I'm not sure how long we've got left on this one. Do you have an idea? Quarter past-ish. Right. Okay. Well, it is quarter past-ish at the moment, so we've probably only got about 1 or so minutes left. We can pop into the Motorsport UK awning. There's a nice fun group of everyone. There's a load of cadets. Well, we've already spoken to 2 of these drivers here. We've not spoken to this one. I'm guessing Laith Khan, is it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Laith, you're having a look through the Demon Tweaks book there. What's caught your fancy, apart from what we were looking at there? Direct throttle bait.
I'm just going. I don't know what
You're browsing.
So I'm just,
yeah,
I'm just doing this.
Yeah, a bit of research. Well, you're not in the karting section.
No.
No, you're on engraved push-button switches.
Yeah. Apparently.
Right.
So electrical.
Right, I think karting's at the back. It's in the K section. There you go. You're currently in air filters. Top tip there for you. Right, okay. Cheers, boys. Right. But, right then, let's pop back out then, and I think we might have to call it there, ladies and gents. I have to say, everyone's a bit tucked in at the moment. Everyone's either tucked in or out on track, so might have to call it there. But, ladies and gents, do get your comments in. Let us know who you want to chat to in next paddock shows, future paddock shows. So let us know who you want to be a part of. Let us know your race results for Formula 1. And, of course, your race results for this weekend as well at the British Kart Championships here at Rissington. But for now, we'll either head back to the racing or you'll see the racing in the morning. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the lunch break and the paddock show there, and a nice chat with Howard Moore, I believe, with who was joining us in the commentary box with yourself, Henry.
Yes.
What a nice treat that was.
It was unexpected, but very nice. And again, it's such a shame that we didn't have more time to talk with him because, again, a driver that raced here back in the very first years of the Rissington Kart Club, when it was Bromsgrove Kart Club that raced. Then his career went all the way to Formula 1, working for McLaren, being the #1 mechanic for Emerson Fittipaldi when he won the second world title for James Hunt in 1976. Didn't get into it, but he went on to work in IndyCar racing in New Zealand, in Formula Atlantic, worked with Gilles Villeneuve, with Didier Pironi, with Kiki Rosberg, places that Bobby Rahal, teams like that, names like that. Fantastic. Could have taken all day, but there we go. That was fantastic. We hope you enjoyed that. But now we have the modern day, the real racing, round 6, event 6 of the 2022 Motorsport UK Wera Tours British Kart Championship. The finals are about to get underway.
Ezra's got his stat book out, ladies and gents,
Yes,
and we're
I
kickstarting Junior X30 is our
Yes.
first race that's heading out.
And looking at the championship standings, Gabriel Stilp leads Fionn McLaughlin and Brandon Carr, with Leo Robinson, Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Macaulay Bishop 4th, 5th and 6th. Freddie Lloyd 7th in the point standings, Jack Nettleship 8th, Zach Green 9th and Josh Agambar rounding out the top 10. A recap, the opening round at Sherrington, Henry Jocelyn for Mick Barrett Racing went to victory lane, followed by Burgoyne Jr. and Stilp. Stilp has won the last 2 rounds at Warden Law and then at Glanagorse. On both occasions, Leon McLaughlin has finished 2nd and Brandon Carr has finished 3rd. That statistic has taken Gabriel Stilp 2 race wins in Junior X30, puts him on a tie in the modern era of the British Championship with the likes of Josh Rowledge, Caden McCrean, Dan Ginchard, and just 1 behind the all-time Junior X30 winner leaders Oliver Gray and Oliver Greenhall have 3 wins apiece. The starting grid, Macaulay Bishop leads from Gabriel Stilp on row number 1. Leo Robinson and Henry Jocelyn are on row number 2. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Zach Green go from row 3, with Jack Hobson and Josh Agambar on row number 4. Anthony.
Cameron Pratt Thompson and Fionn McLaughlin on row 5. Cian Geraghty and Isaac Phelps will take row 6.
Row number 7, Wesley Swain and Fast Freddie Lloyd, Jack Nettleship and Taylor Orridge round out row number 8.
Brandon Carr and Eden Spanswick on row 9. Jack Cox and Chloe Chong will round out the top 20.
Carr, 3rd of the championship, but didn't finish a single heat race yesterday. Row number 11, Lewis Bird and Joey Brown, followed by Nathan Clifford and newcomer Kian Gamiao.
Morgan Moore and Flynn McDermott on row 13. Monday Junior Canini and Michael Rapsey will take row 14.
Dayton Coulthard, Charlie Morrison-Jones and Leo Brown round out the 31-car starting lineup. Rain is in the air, Anthony, at the moment the track is dry. Everyone on slick tyres. Fusion Motorsport have 6 wins in this class, but none with the 2 drivers leading the charge at the moment, Leo Robinson and Fionn McLaughlin. Strawberry Racing, not here this weekend. Harry Burgoyne Jr. has moved away from Strawberry to Mick Barrett Racing, so they're not going to add to their tally. Dan Holland Racing and Croc Promotions are tied on 4 wins apiece. Can they break out of that tie for second place and move into the sole position of second place behind Fusion Motorsport? Or can Fusion add to their win tally? The X30 classes have never been to Rissington here in the modern era of the British Championship. It's new territory for the X30s in the Wera Tours British Championship. But the karts are in the tram lines, the lights are green, we're off and racing. Bishop makes a great start. Now, Anthony, this was a fantastic pre-final, one of the best races we've seen all year. Can the final get even better? Bishop is hoping not. He's trying to make a breakaway as Fionn McLaughlin, no, Leo Robinson, slots into second, and Gabriel Stilp fades to third, and that's Henry Jocelyn up into P4.
There we go. Good start then from Bishop, like you say, breaking away straight away. And Stilp under braking there, almost into the back of Robinson. He is trying so hard to gain places early on into this. It looked like he was committed to the inside, and the direction change there slotted in. And I think, you know what? He has actually managed to get past and a cut straight off.
Exit stage right for one driver coming through there. I'm trying to see who that might have been. We'll pick that up very shortly. It was the number 11 kart of Joey Brown, the Optima Performance kart. That was suboptimal. And can't see Freddie Lloyd out there either. No, yes, I can.
Transponder issue, 22nd place. 22nd place, all good then. So Bishop crosses, Holfield crosses line. 0.6 of a second is the gap. Was right, still did get past Leo Robinson. Managed to get that move done and is on the hunt now. Obviously a little bit slow on that last lap because he had to try and get past. Let's see what it's like at the end of this lap with that clean track in front and already pulling away from the pack behind.
Yes. Now, of course, still was leading until 2 corners to go in the pre-final before Bishop made his move. And Stilp on this lap number 3 now begins to start to close in. There is a driver who's had a fantastic weekend. The Jamie Green Racing, number 53 of Zach Green, already in, well, he started 6th, he's already now up into, he lost a couple of places at the start, but he's now fighting back. Kian Gamiao, welcome to the British Kart Championships, Kian. There's a warning flag for your troubles, showing that he's getting stuck in.
He's getting stuck in, which is good to see. Well, I mean, he races regularly at Whittle Mill Kart Club.
So he knows all about competitive racing then.
So he does indeed know all about competitive racing.
Now, there's Josh Agambar in the premium karting number 16, 10th in the championship at the moment. And, there's Mr. Green getting shuffled wide by Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who then dives underneath the MDL racing kart of Jack Cox, I believe.
I think that's Kean Geraghty.
It is Kean Geraghty. Sorry, it's Geraghty in 10th place. Now, look for the purple, silver and pink KR Sports number 30 of Brandon Carr getting into the picture. So Brandon qualified second fastest on Saturday, but then had two problems in his heat. Not quite sure what those were, where they were obviously retirement related. Started the pre-final from 31st and last position, and is now fighting his way into contention. There he goes. He's now ahead of Jack Cox in the number 91 MDL Motorsport car. Henry Jocelyn has fallen back to 13th position in the Mick Barrett Racing number 26. And Jack Hobson, who is running in 4th place for the BMR Restart team, he has just set the fast lap of the race, 41.58 seconds.
Good start then, and good running all the way through the field. McLaughlin there, comfortable for the time being. Currently sitting in P6, and again, nice low shot there. The Cotswolds back. You can really see again the marbles on the inside there and the outside. There's a real single-filed line all the way through that sort of section there, and that is that's the middle bend sort of area.
And as the day goes on, I mean, we've got 5 races to go after this one. They're only going to get more marbles laid down, which is only going to make moving offline that little bit trickier. And yes, the universal karting signal you're giving me, Anthony.
Yeah.
The gap is closing at the front.
It is indeed, yeah. Macaulay Bishop did have a gap of 0.6 of a second. That has disappeared now to 0.3 of a second. Struggling now in front, and a look behind. He can see now Stilp is there. And what goes through a driver's mind when you think you're leading a final in the British Championship? You know, you look over your shoulder, and then all of a sudden you see the pack.
He's like, oh boy, here we go again. And Stilp now is closing right in. Stilp will not sit there. Stilp will make his move. Given half a chance, given a quarter of a chance, Stilp will make his move.
Well, indeed.
And those two Fusion, the one Fusion car of Leo Robinson and Jack Hobson following very closely behind. Now, Fionn McLaughlin just put in a fast lap. He's down in 6th position. Yeah. So behind these 4 drivers is a gap of about 1 second to Burgoyne Jr. and McLaughlin. There's the first lead change. Let's start counting them. Stilp into the lead. Lead change number 1. It's taken 5 minutes, but we've got 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
Indeed, yeah, we'll keep a very close eye on it. Now, you have to think back to the pre-final that we had, because Bishop made some fantastic moves.
Well, they all did.
They all did, yeah. But Bishop's moves came through, and there's another one.
And that's number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Bishop's move. He only actually made one fully committed move in that pre-final by himself. The rest of them had the assistance of Fionn McLaughlin with them two scrapping with himself and Still.
The 2-for-1 special offer, super duper deal.
Exactly. So to see him make these overtakes now without any assistance, and it's all under his own steam, that's what we like to see. Already holding that inside line, yeah.
And of course, so Gabriel Still ran wide there to try the crossover move, and by opening the door, that allowed Leo Robinson to come through into 2nd place. Well, it's like 2021 in Mini X30 all over again. Bishop versus Robinson.
Yes, indeed.
A little bit older, not sure about a little bit wiser, certainly a little bit faster.
Yes, definitely a little bit faster. 9 minutes then left on the clicker for the final. And again, Robinson down the inside, looks it, holds on against it. Stilp again, trying to get that switch back. Can't quite get the momentum, but does get the momentum. He does get the momentum out the corner.
He squeezes the inside. He forces Leo wide.
Done him.
And up into P2, going back into middle bend. And he's straight back. It's like a slinky. He's straight back on the bumper of Bishop's kart. And McLaughlin in 5th place is closing in. And then the next train of karts, Burgoyne Jr. in 6th, Agambar in 7th, Pratt-Thompson 8th, Geraghty in 9th, Green in 10th, and Brandon Carr in 11th. They are not far behind either. Oh, there's Jack Hobson making his move into P3, showing that, it can't be just Harry Platten having all the fun for the BMR Restart team. I want to get involved as well.
Exactly. It's good to see another BMR driver up there at the sharp end of the stick. As they go through then. Now, where is Fionn McLaughlin? He's currently P5, so he's there.
Right there with the lead group now.
He's with them now. So, yeah, top 5 in there, in shot, and we know that it can get feisty.
Yes.
It can get feisty. And that pre-final, well, if that was one race you need to go back and watch, I recommend it is the Junior X30 pre-final, ladies and gents. With some popcorn. And maybe take some nail clippers, clip your nails first, because you'll end up biting them off before the end of the race is over.
But I've got to say, it was as clean as a whistle. And
it was.
And so far, the opening exchanges here have been likewise. You know, I know it's early stages yet. We're going to touch wood, knock on wood. But I mean, it's been competitive and fiercely competitive.
Well, looking at the race results from the pre-final, everyone in that top section, no penalties.
Yeah.
Clean as a whistle. Clean as a whistle.
Yes, you are correct, Miss Jordan. Now, still pulling away from Hobson in third place, closing back up on Bishop. Now, the second that Gabriel gets within a kart length of Bishop's rear bumper, he's going in.
Yeah, straight away.
And there is a move. That's Robinson fighting back from Hobson to retake third place. And again, doesn't lose too much time when he's doing it. Smart move there from number 37, Leo Robinson, who I know the Algerian Karting Federation watching, Masti Bougache, and my friends back in Algeria. Hello to you guys watching as you support Leo's career very, very, very well indeed, I have to say. But so far, Bishop is keeping, as is McLaughlin, Bishop is keeping Stilp at bay. And again, this is confidence. Macaulay, I said earlier, had a crisis in confidence a little bit earlier on in the season. Dan Holland Racing, they just wrapped their arms around him and it's okay, give him a coach. That gave him the confidence then to sort of like, it's okay, I'm not under any pressure, I'm loved, I'm wanted, and look at this, bang. He's back at the sharp end.
Yeah. Exactly. It's good to see it, isn't it? Big look over the shoulder there for Stilp, just eyeing up the competition, seeing where everyone is. Feels comfortable not to need to hug the inside. Slots right in behind Bishop. And again, they're just holding the sort of pace here, holding the gaps. They're not really pushing too hard, are they? They're just staying, line of stone. 6 minutes to go in this final. It's all going to heat up again in that latter part, but it didn't heat up in the latter part in the pre-final. It was kind of a roller coaster all the way through the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, now several drivers, Anthony, have won races in the new year of the British Championship in 3 different classes. Harry Burgoyne Jr. Has won in Junior Rotax, has won in Junior X30, and he has won in IAME Cadet. Macaulay Bishop has won in 3 classes. He has won in IAME Cadet, in Mini X30, and in Junior Rotax. No driver in the modern history of the British Championship, the modern era, rather, since the start of 2019, has ever won in 4 different classes. Yet. Well, will that statistic change? And you know me, Anthony, I love a good stat.
You do indeed love a good statistic.
And I've got to say, I was expecting Gabriel Stilp to close in quicker and easier than he has done.
Yeah.
In fact, he's not closing in, and on our camera screen, I see a raindrop.
On the window of the commentary box as well, plenty of...
I see a raindrop as well.
Yes, right. This should make it interesting because, well, the track dries quickly as...
There goes Kian Garrity, the number 73, and Brandon Carr.
Hey, where's he?
Brandon Carr
He's come through.
Well, he went from 31st to 17th in the pre-final. He's now gone from 17th to 11th. Make that 10th because they've just passed Harry Burgoyne Jr. So Burgoyne Jr. in the green and white Tony Kart race suit. He hasn't got his Mick Barrett race suit just yet. But Burgoyne Jr., a great day yesterday, not so great today. Yet, but 4.5 minutes ago. Where has this race gone, Anthony?
I know, it's disappeared, hasn't it? First final of the day. I'm going to have to walk all the way down the other end of the pit lane soon.
Yes, and who are you going to be talking to? It looks, well, at the moment, Macaulay Bishop has the race lead by 0.3 of a second. Make that half a second over Leo Robinson. Robinson has just passed Stilp the second. That could be key to the outcome of this race. Here comes Robinson, Stilp at 4 back.
That's McLaughlin.
Oh, right, so... We've had a lot of changing. Robinson initially passed Stilp for second, and then McLaughlin has managed to get himself into P2. Now, Fionn McLaughlin, he has had many, many second places in the British Kart Championship. I think 3 overall, but has not yet climbed to the top step of the podium. Something that rankles with him.
And once again here, doing the same.
Yes, 3 second-place finishes.
Yeah, and, a podium is a podium, but no one really likes to finish second, do they?
Well, I mean, it's points being prized in the championship, but you do get fed up of it.
Yes.
I mean, Connor Duncan has got more second-place finishes. He's got 10 total podiums, 5 second-place finishes, 5 third-place finishes, and no wins. That's the record of the British Championship. 5 runner-up finishes without a victory. That's an unwanted record. Fionn McLaughlin at the moment is on course to is heading towards that. He wants to change it. Stilp has fallen back behind Jack Hobson. So Hobson is now up in the 4th place, Stilp back to 5th, Agambar is 6th, Pratt Thompson is 7th, then it's Green, Geraghty, Brandon Carr now 10th, then it's Cox, Burgoyne Jr., Jocelyn, Swain, Freddie Lloyd, Isaac Phelps. I spoke to Isaac Phelps' mechanic, Angus Fender, mechanic and driver coach. And then behind Phelps, it's Nettleship, Lewis Bird, Spanswick, Orridge, Rapsey, Leo Brown, Clifford, Morrison Jones, Chloe Chong, Canini, Morgan Moore, Dayton Coulthard, Joey Brown, Flynn McDermott, and Kian Gamiao.
Watching the gap then between Bishop and McLaughlin, that gap is coming down. It was just about a second. It's come down 3/10 in the space of only 1.5 laps.
Okay, well, Leo Robinson at the moment, let's have a look. Last weekend at the Little Green Man here in the warm-up event, he finished 6th. He runs 4th in the championship. In total, he has finished on the podium in the British Championship 11 times. He's got 4 wins, 6 runner-up finishes and 1 third-place finish. That is more than anybody else in this field. I'm just looking down. I mean, Bishop has got 5 wins, a couple of seconds, and he's got 3 third-place finishes. So he's got 10. Oh, actually, Harry Burgoyne Jr. has got 12 podiums in the British Championship. 5 wins, 4 second places, 3 third-place finishes. He's 5th, but Burgoyne 5th in the championship. Macaulay Bishop came into this weekend 6th in points, maximum score in the pre-final, and is looking for another maximum here. 1 minute to go. The gap half a second. It's still coming down, Anthony.
It is indeed. 1 minute to go on the timer. Still a couple of laps left in this one because a lap is 40 seconds around here, so that's plenty of time for McLaughlin to close that gap and potentially go for a move. Remember, McLaughlin's favourite place to overtake around this circuit is the elbow, the penultimate corner on this circuit.
And Macaulay's looking over his shoulder.
Yes.
That's significant. Fionn McLaughlin has caught Macaulay Bishop. So, does the desire for your first ever British Championship win outweigh the knowledge that you're ahead of your nearest championship rival and you're taking points off him even by finishing 2nd? Fionn is weighing this up in his mind.
I think, for someone who's only had seconds in this year.
Oh, yes, I think desire for the top step.
I think it outweighs it. I think it outweighs it.
Win it or bin it then, Fionn McLaughlin, that is the question. One thing is for certain, he is not going to sit and wait for his 4th British Championship runner-up finish. What can Macaulay Bishop do? Through middle bend, the clock has struck 0, they come into the elbow. Bishop looks over his shoulder, doesn't defend. One more time around the historic 970-metre Little Rissington Kart circuit for Macaulay Bishop and Ireland's Fionn McLaughlin. Into the loop we go, Anthony. Oh, McLaughlin got a little bit of a slide on there. You saw the understeer. Has that affected him? He's not going to be close enough to make a lunge into the dog leg, I don't think. It's going to come down to the elbow. It's this or nothing for Fionn McLaughlin.
It's not big. It was closer on the last lap, I have to say. So that little mistake there has cost him a lot of time here. Only a few more corners to go. And really, that one opportunity to get it done at the elbow, his favourite corner, all the way through this lap. And Bishop defends, but it's not close enough. This time around, he wasn't able to do it. Oh, but he does. He dives down the inside of the final corner. And it was a Bennett. And did he even get 2nd? He didn't. He got 3rd. Robinson took 2nd from Bishop.
Wow. What an attempt from Fionn McLaughlin, and Macaulay Bishop makes history. 4 different classes this young driver has won in, 5 if you count the Micromax qualifier in 2019 that he won. This young man, number 67 for the Dan Holland Racing team, you put him in a kart and he wins. Simple as that. What an attempt from Fionn McLaughlin. Anthony's going down to win. Let's see if we can have a look at that on the replay once we've been through the results. There is your unofficial result. Leo Robinson back on the podium. He nipped past his teammate Fionn McLaughlin at the last corner Jack Hobson finished a fine 4th, 5th for Gabriel Stilp. Agambar was 6th. Then it was Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Zach Green, Cian Garrity and Jack Cox. Brandon Carr, Harry McGoy Jr., Wesley Swain, Henry Jocelyn and Freddie Lloyd, your top 15. Then it was Isaac Phelps, Jack Nettleship, Lewis Bird, Taylor Orridge, Eden Spanswick, your top 20, Michael Rapsey, Nathan Clifford, Leo Brown. Everyone who started that race finished it, all 31 drivers. Now, can we see a replay, I wonder, of the last couple of corners? Because Bishop defends a little bit, and you think, no, chances are over, but then he runs wide coming out the final corner, and McLaughlin just dived at the inside. He thought, well, why not? Bishop did move across to defend, which is entitled to do, and takes the win. But it was a little bit sloppy going into the elbow from Macaulay Bishop. I have to say, that opened half a door for Fionn McLaughlin. And I thought, literally, as Macaulay Bishop looks to his left, McLaughlin rather, dived to the right. There was contact up over the grass, but Bishop held on. And then McLaughlin, his loss of momentum meant that he got pipped to the post for second place by Leo Robinson. It's a third place finish for McLaughlin. It's not what he wants, but he does gain points on championship leader Gabriel Stilp at the end of that one. Another very exciting Junior X30 race. Anthony Jordan is going to be down speaking to Macaulay Bishop. And I talk about that, how hard it is to win. You talk about the drivers moving through classes. Traditionally, it does take a little while for drivers to get used to that moving up, even if it's staying in the X30 family, from the increase in power between the Mini X30 and the Junior X30. The same in Rotax. You go from Mini Max to Junior Max to Senior Max. Macaulay Bishop, I have to say, in 2019, he won in the Micromax qualifier to the World Finals, the Rotax World Finals. Came second in the World Finals in Italy. So he won in his first ever time out in Micromax. He won as a privateer in 2019 in IAME Cadet, and when you look at the grid in IAME Cadet, then you just think that's almost impossible. He then won the IAME Cadet Championship in 2020. He won races in Mini X30 last year. This year he's already won a Junior Rotax race and a one-off appearance at Larkhall, and now he's won in Junior X30. 4 years he's won races in the British Championship in 5 different types of kart. That is talent, ladies and gentlemen, in a field full of talent. The Junior X30 grid, the envy of the world. I mean, Gabriel Stilp won the Junior X30 International Finals last year, so he is the world's best in Junior X30. And again, just to show how hard this circuit is, or how hard this championship is, and yet, when you have as much talent as Bishop does, it doesn't matter what you put him in, he does one thing, he wins. Like Al Davis, the late owner of the LA Raiders NFL football team. He said, just win, baby. And that's what he does. So, Anthony Jordan is now speaking with our winner, Macaulay Bishop, down in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, probably, again, at a very exciting final, but much tamer than the pre-final. Our race winner from that one, Macaulay Bishop, a fantastic result, making history in modern karting as well. Your 4th different win in a different category as well. 4 different categories, 4 different wins. So an absolutely fantastic achievement for yourself. But talk us more about that final ahead of you, because what a start.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, I got a jump from the second place man, so managed to get a gap. Obviously, I was trying to keep myself in the lead, but obviously people behind me were just a tiny bit quicker. They got past me. I got straight past them and just tried to lead as much of the race, and obviously.
Oh, apologies for that. We've got a brief break up. Well, hopefully we'll go back to Macaulay Bishop very, very soon. I do a redo, I think, but I want to hear what Macaulay says in full and unfiltered. Well, hopefully, I don't mean to filter. He's not going to say any swears, but yeah, we are on MOD land down here in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes the frequencies can get a little bit shaky. Now, Anthony Jordan with our race winner, take 2.
Sorry again, thank you, Henry. Yes, back with Macaulay Bishop again. Macaulay, fantastic result on that one. Brilliant race all the way throughout, and a mega start for you. You got your teammates just behind you giving you a bit of support as well?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, obviously they're proud of me.
Yeah, you've done well. You've shown them how to do it. Are they going to replicate it, though? That's the question.
I bloody well hope so.
I think they need to learn a thing or two from you, mate. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
Sean and Russ Carter, all the DHR, my mum and dad for taking me.
Excellent. Well done, mate. Well done. Go chat with your teammate. Let's quickly chat with Leo Robinson. I was just photo. Leo, well, I don't think you were expecting a second place on that one, but you saw what happened in front of you. How did you avoid that one?
Yeah, but it was like Finn sat on the grass and just went up the inside. It was nice. It's nice to get second place, but I feel a bit sorry for Finn.
It is what it is. That's racing, though, isn't it? Yeah, he's your teammate, but, you know, a position's a position, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to take it. But first time here, or were you here for LGM last weekend?
I was here for LGM last weekend, so we had a bit of practice.
It's all right then, isn't it? Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, my mum, my dad, Danny Taylor, Tom Arm, Chris Rogers, everybody at Fusion Motorsport.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Leo Robinson, second place then in Junior X30. Fionn. Now, you know what I'm going to ask. Go on, talk me through it. What happened?
Oh, well, I started 10th, just didn't have a great pre-final. And done my best, and I think I would have had a nice move in the last lap, but he just squeezed me too hard that I couldn't get it, and I lost control. So.
Is what it is, and of course I'm guessing that will go wherever it needs to go. But in terms of the final, great pace all the way throughout that. You know, you came through the pack, a brilliant result for you. The track here at Rissington, it's a tough challenge, but how do you find it?
That was easy. We did last week, so it was easy enough to get used to it, but decent weekend altogether. Just if I didn't have a bad pre-final, I'd say I could have had a chance of winning.
It's just, again, so close to getting on that top spot at the podium. You've just not reached it this far this year, but is this giving you the boost that you're going to need to fight for it later in the season?
I know I can do it, so I'll keep trying.
Excellent stuff. Who'd you like to thank?
Fusion Motorsport, Aventus Power, my dad, and everyone watching.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Fionn McLaughlin there, third place, and our top three. Henry, the final for the Senior X30s are gridding up, so we're going to head straight back to the commentary box with yourself.
Well, thank you very much. I've got to say, a very, very mature and well-spoken interview there from Fionn McLaughlin, who must be secretly spitting feathers that another win has just gone begging. But like you said, he's got the pace, and I'm sure that win will come. Also interesting to look, you look at the sponsor logos on Leo Robinson. That's an Algerian company. That red, it's an Algerian-based company. This is... we got a big following in Algeria, so hello to everyone in Algiers. And as a nation, they're getting behind Leo Robinson and really pushing him and putting a bit of sponsorship his way, because they know that the Alpha Live coverage, the Wera Tours British Kart Championship, is watched by many thousands of you and all over the world. This certainly, we're in the Cotswolds, but our reach goes well beyond that. The next final is Senior X30 coming up now. So here's a look at the dummy grid. Drivers getting themselves set up there. 21 drivers in total. Look at the championship. Bart Harrison leads by 7 points coming into today over Harry Platten, with Aaron Walker third, Thomas Fleming in fourth, Gus Lawrence in fifth. Our pre-final winner, Sam Shaw, eighth in the championship for premium karting. But moving up today, there's Tom Fleming looking to get himself settled into the karts. Now again, like the juniors, this is the first time that Senior X30 have visited Rissington in the modern era of the British Championships. This year started at Shennington. Harry Platten beat Fleming and Marcus Littlewood at Shennington. At Warden Law, Kalai Atkins took his win, his first British Championship win. There he is, the number 41 kart for the Croc Promotions team. He beat Aaron Walker and Harry Platten to the checker flag. Last time out at Glanagorse in Wales, it was Tom Fleming who beat Platten, and that man on your screen there, Gus Lawrence. Now, in the history of this class, in the modern era of the British Championship, Tom Fleming has now got 4 wins in this class alone. Clayton Ravenscroft, last year's champion, has 5. Danny Curl, champion in 2019 and 2020, has 8 wins. Nobody else in this class has got more than 2 victories. The Jade Racing team, who will be in action with the likes of Marcus Littlewood, have got a total of 8 wins in the final. KR Sports, who aren't represented in this race, have got 6 wins. Strawberry Racing have got 4. Dan Holland Racing have got 3 race wins. BMR Restart, 2. Crop Promotions have got 3 race wins. The drivers getting themselves psyched up. There's the number 31 of Alfie Baxter Davis starting on the 8th row of the grid. The number 9 kart of Archie Tillett for McBarrett Racing waiting. There's your championship leader just sitting himself down in the kart, Bart Harrison, in front of the number 12. Well, it's behind, in front of the number 12 kart. That's Marcus Lucio coming back to the championship. So Harrison has not won a final in the British Championship since Mini X30 in his Mini X30 win in 2019. He's desperately, but he's finished. Yeah, he's desperate to get another win in the books. In total, Bart Harrison has a win. In addition, he's got 5 second-place finishes and a pair of third-place finishes. So he's got a total of 8 podiums, does the championship leader. Here is your starting lineup. Sam Shaw and Gus Lawrence on row 1. Kalai Atkins and Thomas Fleming on row number 2. Aaron Walker and Marcus Littlewood go from row number 3. Sam Heading and Bart Harrison go from row 4. Hard to believe Sam Heading has not had a British Championship podium in the modern era yet. Row number 5, Harvey Ryby and Marcus Lucio. Alessandro Serenetti comes back to the championship for the first time since 2021. He shares row 6 with the ever-present Archie Tillett. James Pashley and Harry Platten go from row number 7, Platten with a penalty after the pre-final. Nat Thomas and Alfie Baxter Davis go from row number 8. Connor Clifford and Oscar Joyce go from row 9. From Los Angeles, California, Cameron Smith and Louis Johnson Cool from Scotland on row 10. Alistair Cresswell, who won the TKM Extreme British Open Championship here at Rissington last weekend. He starts shotgun on the field in the Tim Wilson Motorsport number 33 after retiring from the pre-final. Anthony Jordan, you're back in the booth, as it were.
Back in booth.
Obviously a very excited, very happy Macaulay Bishop.
Oh, yeah.
And I did say a very mature interview there from Fionn McLaughlin, who, again, he'll just go again next time.
Yeah. Yep, indeed.
That win is coming. It is coming.
It will get there.
But case of when. So, Sam Shaw. We've got Nat Thomas getting some support here. Curtis Luai saying, come on, Nat, the king of Rissy. Let's have a look. Lights are out. We're off and racing in Senior X3. It's a good start from Sam Shaw. Kalai Atkins muscles his way up in a second. Gus Lawrence, the old plate kart, getting shoved wide as they come through turn number 1. He's going to lose a bunch of places.
Yeah, a great deal there, but nice wide entry into this one and nice wide lines all the way throughout. And everyone gets through. Bit sideways there in the braking zone into the dogleg section. Everyone round, nice and clean and tidy. Yeah, look at that final time, Senior X, no drama.
Yep. But look, that was great movement there. But look at that second back of cars.
Oh,
it was,
yeah.
Yeah, look at the lead in the front. By going 3 wide through the dogleg on the opening lap, they have cost themselves well over a second, and the top 6 drivers have now broken clear. So this is great news for Sam Shaw, who leads. Aaron Walker in 2nd, Sam Heading in 3rd, Thomas Fleming in 4th, Kalai Atkins in 5th, and Marcus Littlewood in 6th. It's bad news for everybody else, currently being led by Alessandro Serenetti for the premium karting team. You can see the Italian flag next to Alessandro Serenetti from Banbury, just east of Rome.
Yep, excellent.
Bart Harrison is there in 8th. Gus Lawrence, after that terrible start, down to 9th. Tillett, Ryby, Platten, Lucio. Again, Harry Platten in the championship. This is not great for Harry Platten, so he had a penalty after the pre-final, so that the first and second in the championship are mired back in this second group of karts, which contains everybody else apart from the top 2, 4, 6. Here's a move, that's Kalai Atkins. Now, Kalai Atkins did briefly take 2nd place and then wound up back in 6th. Not quite sure how that happened.
Well, he's back in 4th now, so
yes,
all is well.
Obviously, he got mullered somewhere and is now fighting back. One driver we're looking out for, number 7, Sam Heading, ever present in and around the top 10 of the British Championship. There he is for the MDL Motorsport team. Sam, I was looking back. I mean, before 2019, I haven't got the results in front of me, but Sam Heading yet to stand on a British Championship podium. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
But it's true.
It is true. There we go. If your stat book says it, your stat book says it.
And my stat book doth say that.
There we go. Marcus Luzio, fastest lap of the race. Currently P12 for the number 12. So he's doing well in that mid-pack section there. You're right, Sam Heading, he's doing a good job here. He's right on the back of Aaron Walker, and he's not letting him go. If anything, he's fighting for him. And there it is. There's the move down the inside, spot on.
Yep, won heat races, top 3 in heat races, top 3 in pre-finals, has run at the front. Always runs at the front.
Yeah.
But yet, the podium has eluded him so far. Well, we've had a bit of history. We've had a bit of history so far today. Macaulay Bishop, I said he's now won in 5 classes.
Oh, is it 5?
Four. Micromax was a British Championship qualifier.
Right,
it was
okay,
a one-off
yeah,
round
yeah.
at Forest Edge in 2019, which he won. It was an official British Championship class, but it was a British Championship, Motorsport UK British Championship qualifier. So 5 classes of kart that Macaulay Bishop has won in. Are we going to see a little bit more history with Sam Heading finally standing on a podium?
We'll find out as Calais Atkins gets that move done also on Aaron Walker and moves up into P3 now. So Calais back into the top 3 podium sections. Now he won at Warden Law. I reckon he'd really like to replicate that here at Rissington.
I'm sure he probably wouldn't mind.
I thought it would look good on the resume.
It would. The resume. There's your fastest lap for Sam Heading, 40.68 seconds. Sam Shaw currently leads. Sam Shaw won in his final Junior X30 outing at PF International last year. He's in a couple of second places, couple of third places, and was only 12th in the Little Green Man warm-up event last weekend. Harry Platten won that, but has not been able to replicate that form this weekend. Just looking now, Reggie Dewey, Mr. Excitement himself, finished second at that Little Green Man event a week ago. He's here helping to mechanic for Freddie Lloyd in Junior X30. Thomas Fleming, Dan Holland Racing. No, Thomas, it's Dan Holland Racing, official UK importer of the Lando Norris karting brand. There we go. It's given its full title.
Yes.
Now, there is, whilst we watch the race leader Sam Shaw and Sam Heading closing in, now Mark and Dave Litchfield, they've had a couple of wins, but the new MDL Motorsport team, so Litchfield Motorsport was Dave Litchfield teams, and MLR was Mark Litchfield Racing. At the start of last year, they combined efforts, so the MDL Motorsport team looking for their first win in the British Championships. Now, we have to say, for everybody watching on the live stream, there is another race in Britain starting very soon. Please, no spoilers, no one putting anything other than karting on the VMix social. We don't want to spoil it for anybody who quite rightly is watching this race first.
Exactly so. 9 minutes to go.
Or else, if you do put a spoiler, I'll come round your house and batter you.
Well, that's one way of dealing with it.
Go.
There we go. 9.5 minutes plus 1 lap. There's a cue.
I've shut up. That was a friendly threat of violence.
For a friendly one. Sam Shaw leads, though, and is it a comfortable lead?
No.
No, it's not, is it? I mean, he's led for a good chunk. The last laps, they're roughly on the same pace, but he's slowly bringing it in. There's Marcus Littlewood, currently in 5th place. Now, I had a good chat with Marcus Littlewood in the lunch break.
Yes,
now, he was saying that tyres are actually struggling this weekend.
Tyres struggling in X30?
Tyres.
Never.
I know.
I've never heard of that before. They were struggling at the end of 3-lap practice yesterday.
Yes. He was saying, the understeer's really starting to kick in now, and the tyres have worn down by quite some way.
But if it's happening for him, it's happening for everyone.
Yes.
And Sam Heading, though, closing. I mean, now look at the body language. Body language there. Sam Shaw, very still in the car. Oh, there's a move. That is Harry Platten up the inside of Archie Tillett, and he takes over what is only 10th place. Now, body language. Sam Shaw, very still in the kart, not moving around. Look at the lean that Sam Heading has got. Sam Heading is really pushing this kart. He is really driving. Now, especially coming into these corners, you can see Sam Heading is leaning over a little bit, going into turn 1. It's very pronounced indeed. That shows that Heading, he wants this. Every driver wants it, but Sam Heading really wants it.
Not had a podium. Could he start his podium statistics with a win?
That would be a very good statistic. There's Marcus Littlewood. Well, the understeer is not really holding him back, I've got to say.
Yeah, he's doing all right, isn't he? Yeah, despite what he was saying, he was feeling very dubious. You know, he was happy the fact that he was starting P6. He tried to move in one of the pre-final, I think it was. Yeah, where he was up into 4th, and he tried a cheeky move, and it didn't work out too well for him, and he had to stop back in 6th. So he learned his lesson, and he said, right, I'll learn from that, and he's coming back stronger, and he's doing well.
And I noticed there that Bart Harrison has sort of caught. So Thomas Fleming has fallen back.
Yes.
So that initial breakaway group of 6, 5 of the 6 are still there, but they've been joined by Bart Harrison from the second group of karts, which is now led by Gus Lawrence, but there's still a 1.2 second gap between the top 6 and the 7th place battle. Fleming has slipped back to 8th place, so Harrison has bridged the gap between that second group and the lead group. And looking at the lap times, last time around, 40.76 for Shaw, 40.79 for Heading, 40.83 for Atkins. Very, very close, but this looks like a good lap. In fact, it is. Sam Heading goes a 10th quicker than the race leader, Sam Shaw, and you can see visually that Heading is beginning to get within lunge range.
Yeah, I'm sure this will be heading into a last lap decider.
What it very possibly could be. Round the dog leg.
Did you not get it?
Last lap decider. Heading. Oh! Sorry, I was so zoned into being serious for just a moment. Because you know me, always serious, but is he heading? Well, hopefully he's not heading for disaster.
Well, no. But I'm sure he's heading to something.
He's heading somewhere. Hopefully it's the front. Well, he hopes the front. Sam Shaw is trying to say, well, let's keep behind you. Yes, I get it. Very good, very good.
Thank you.
The School of Bad Punditry is open here in the commentary box. There's Aaron Walker and Marcus Littlewood and Harrison. This is the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th coming into the dog leg on lap number 14. 5 3/4 minutes to go. All 21 drivers that started this race still running. Cameron Smith, our American driver, down in 21st. Nat Thomas, wow, the king of Rissington, is being dethroned. He is only 20th. Alfie Bax Davis is 19th. James Pashley 18th. Harvey Ryby has slipped back to 17th place. 10 seconds separate the top 20 drivers after 15 laps of racing. Senior X30, the tyres might be struggling, but in terms of engine parity, it's superb as Harrison makes his move on Littlewood to move into 5th position.
Yep, nice move there from Harrison. He's working his way gently through the pack. There's still 5 minutes to go in this race as well. Plenty of time left to gain more positions in this one. And right now, everyone just seems to be a little tame.
Yes,
which is nice.
But the top 2 are lapping a 1/10 of a second quicker than everybody else.
Yes.
So their tameness is a little bit quicker than everyone else's tameness. So Kalai Atkins, he's starting to fall away. Now, this is a classic case. Heading is pushing the envelope as much as he can. Sam Shaw is responding. Even though they're not nose to tail, they're aware of Sam Shaw is aware of Heading's presence, and they are just pushing each other away. You know, this is one-upmanship. Heading puts down an amazing lap and closes in. Shaw responds. Heading responds to that. Shaw responds again. And then then they look around 3 laps later and they've dropped the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's a very easy thing to do, and that was Bart Harrison diving down the inside of Aaron Walker there.
Did he make the move stick? Yeah, no, he didn't.
He didn't. So he tried to go for the move, and that will have cost them time.
Yes.
That will have cost them quite a bit of time as well. So that's not going to help their fight of getting to these guys, but...
more precipitation.
Yes.
More precipitation, and the lap times dropped. They did a 40.9 last lap around. Everyone else in the 41.0s now.
So, but the track's still bone dry out there. So is that just kind of it's that?
That's a mental thing.
Yeah.
You. I don't care what any driver says. When you see a couple of raindrops on your visor,
ease off.
Instinctively, there's an element of caution flashes into your brain, and without realising it, you've eased off slightly.
Yeah. It is what it is. That happens so often, and you see it sometimes. If you're a driver and you don't do it, well, the questions may need to be arised in that one. But
I am going to. I'm going to say that if the only person that ever in the history of, not even Ayrton Senna, the only person that went quicker in the rain was a driver called Pedro Rodriguez.
Right.
Mexico's Pedro Rodriguez. Up until recently, the only driver to the most up until Sergio Perez, he had won more Formula 1 races than any other Mexican. He drove Formula 1 sports car racing. He drove the Porsche 917 Gulf Porsche. And at Brands Hatch in the 1970 Boac 1000, the team went over the initial radio to put on the pit board, someone tell Pedro it's raining. On slicks, in the wet, he was going faster and faster than anyone else had ever been before. And yes, someone tell Pedro it's raining.
Yeah.
Someone tell these drivers it's raining. Sam Shaw, Sam Heading. Ooh, Sam's Club at the front. That's the American version of Costco, Sam's Club.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, yeah, there we go. Just letting you know. Lap 18, 2 minutes to go. Sam 1, Sam 2.
Sam 1, Sam 2.
Shaw leads Heading. Atkins in third, but is now a peripheral factor. His job is to try and hold off Aaron Walker and Bart Harrison for the final podium race. There's Aaron Cresswell on your screen briefly. Aaron has made it up from last of the grid to 11th place, gained 10 places. That's very good. Thomas Fleming has slipped to 13th. Terrible afternoon for Thomas Fleming.
Yeah, he really has dropped back in that one. And the bit that I love the most about this as well is the variety of teams that we've got in this top 6. We've got Premium Karting, we've got MDL, we've got Crop Promotion, we've got Strawberry Racing, we've got Mick Barrett Racing, we've got the Jade Racing team, all in the top 6.
6 different teams, and they're not all OTK products as well.
They're not.
You know, okay, you've got Tony Karts there with Premium Karting with, I think with MDL and with Strawberry, but you've got the Croc, you've got the Birrell with the Jade Racing team, and Heading. He had a little breather. Now he's back into the 40.7s. The top 2 continue to pull away. You think there's not a lot of overtaking for the league going on? No, but this is great stuff. This is 2 drivers pushing themselves to the very limit. There goes Bart Harrison, finally passing Aaron Walker before. There's been a great drive for Harrison, a championship leading drive for Bart Harrison. Championship winning? Well, we don't know that yet. It's a long way to go. But I would say that Harry Platten, his nearest rival, is only 9th. Aaron Walker, he's just got ahead of the 3rd place driver of the championship, so he's gaining points on him. And Thomas Fleming, who's 4th in the championship, is all the way back in 13th position.
Well, we'll have to see how that goes on, because 15 seconds to go. Last lap board will be out. Probably not this time. It's going to be very close whether or not. It's going to be another one of those 1 second wonders, I think.
You know, I think it could be last lap this time around.
Do you? Let's see. One more corner to go. Yeah, easily done.
So, real time is now of the essence for Sam Heading, because time has run out. Last lap. Can he do it? He's closing in. Sam Shaw looking for his first win as a senior. Sam Heading looking not just for his first win, but for his first podium. Half a lap to go, Anthony, into the dogleg.
I don't think it's going to happen. If it's going to happen anywhere, it will be the elbow, but he's just not being close enough. He has been closer than this all the way throughout, but I have to say, Heading, Sector 1, purple, fastest of the session so far, 15.82.
Look at him driving that kart through the middle bend. Is he going to make a lunge? Is he going to make a lunge? He can't. So, Sam Shaw comes out of the final corner, takes his first win as a senior, and the long wait for Sam Heading is over. Welcome to the Wera Tools British Championship Podium Club, Sam Heading and the MDL Motorsport team. Kalai Atkins, 3rd for the Crop Promotion team. His championship challenge is back on course, and I tell you what, Sam Heading came into today 6th in the championship. He's 43 points behind racing about Harrison. Very quietly, the number 7 seed is playing himself into title contention, and the fact that everybody really in the top 5 in the championship coming into today had poor results, relatively speaking, is going to help, because the 3 podium finishers, Sam Shaw, Sam Heading and Kalai Atkins, they started today 6th, 7th and 8th in the standings, and the whole Senior X30 title picture has just got a little bit closer. Don't forget, this is round 4 of 7 for the X30 and IAME classes, so still plenty of racing to go. I'll look down at the rest of the running order. Behind the top 3, Harrison was 4th, so the championship leader finishing in 4th place. Aaron Walker was 5th. Marcus Littlewood in 6th. Alessandro Serenetti, well, welcome back to the British Championship, Alessandro. Finishes 7th. Gus Lawrence is 8th. Alistair Cresswell comes home in 9th place. Great drive from Alistair Cresswell. One of his best in X30. Harry Platten only 10th, last week's winner. Then it's Archie Tillett in 11th, Marcus Lutzio 12th, Thomas Fleming. Well, that was obviously some sort of mechanical-related issue that saw him drop back to 13th place. Oscar Joyce finishes 14th, followed by Alfie Baxter Davis, James Pashley, Harvey Ryby, Nat Thomas, Louis Johnson Cool, and Cameron Smith. We lost Connor Clifford after 18 laps, and that is your senior X30 final. Hello, Mr. Cameraman. Good to see you. Yeah. Wave. There's our cameraman who's been giving us all the fantastic low shots as the drivers come into Parc Fermé. You can see the IAME Cadet drivers waiting to go out for their final. Let's have a little look. There's a bit of a wobble. But Anthony Jordan will be winging his way down to the Parc Fermé area to speak to Sam Shaw, to speak to a very happy Sam Headings, and to speak to Kalai Atkins, who I'm sure will be quite pleased with 33rd place. Good luck to Aaron Richardson. We're also proud of you. Love all your family, says Gillian Bennett. Well, Aaron Richardson goes in our next race. Just having a look to see where he starts. He will be starting from the 12th row of the grid. We'll get to that a little bit later. There's Thomas Fleming looking down at his kart with the LN, the Lando Norris race suit. He's just chatting with one of the premium karting drivers. I think that's Josh Agambar, but doesn't look too impressed with that. Shaking his head, having a chat. Now maybe there was a little bit of contact earlier on, and that has then, affected the handling of the karts. But Anthony Jordan is with our top 3 down in the paddock now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, here with our, well, race winner in that one and first senior win, Sam Shaw. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Long time coming.
Yeah, long time coming. Obviously, I got the win in the last one in junior, but in senior, I haven't managed to get a win yet in the British, so really happy to get the win.
Yeah. Talk us about that race. It seemed pretty confident all the way throughout, no real dramas, but from your point of view, how did that feel?
Yeah, it was still a very tough race. Sam pushed me all the way. I just couldn't, I managed to keep the gap at 1-2 kart lengths, but I just couldn't seem to pull away. But yeah, really happy to get the win.
The important thing is you kept your cool.
Yeah.
That's the important bit. You got game.
Yeah. Yeah, I just managed to stay calm. I knew that if I carried on doing consistent laps that I could maybe pull a gap. So yeah, I just tried to keep calm and not panic.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank all my family, Premium Karting and Aventus Power.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy the victory. Enjoy it. We'll see you on the podium later on.
Cheers.
Excellent there, Sam Heading. Let's chat to our second place man, Mr. Sam Heading. Well, welcome, firstly, to the podium club.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's been a long time coming, many years to do this, but we made it in the end.
But how does it feel? I mean, what a result that was. I mean, you were flying in that one, I have to say. You were closing that gap all the way. I reckon, you reckon couple more laps?
Yeah, a couple more laps. It was the longest 15 minutes of my life, that felt. Sam Shaw was so consistent. It was so hard to stay with him, but yeah, couldn't quite get there in the end, but happy with P2.
Yeah, a solid result. First time on the podium. It's not a P3, it's a P2, so, a little bit better than that one, yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. Even better.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Mark Litchfield, my dad, Rob, and Scott Goldsby.
Brilliant stuff. I'm sure the MDL boys will be pleased with you as well.
Lovely, cheers, thank you.
Cheers, excellent stuff there. Let's chat to our third place man, Kalai Atkins. Kalai, again, another brilliant performance from you this weekend here at Rissington. Third place, it's not what the result that you had from Warden, but a still solid podium. Are you happy with it?
Well, I'm not the happiest about it. I just struggled to hang on in the end. I think pressures, but no, still good points for the championship, and next round we're going to a track that we've done a lot at previously, so hopefully we make up for this result.
Well, it's great to see Croc Promotion again on the podium. The Croc team, always a fantastic team for supporting their drivers, and they're always out there. Could see them alongside Stilp. He was not on the podium for his race, but he came to the side of the track and was watching alongside as well. So absolutely fantastic to have you with the team. But a brilliant result for you once again. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to say a massive thanks to Tim Blacksmith. He's been there for me since day one. You know, he's helped me a lot. Stellar Songs. They're new to sponsoring me. McGill's Boxing Gym, Croc Promotion, of course. You know, team have done a great job. Bit of a shame I couldn't deliver, but it is what it is. And my dad for always supporting me and always being here for me.
Well, plenty more finals to go in this season, but Kelly Atkins, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our top three. One more of the IAME class to go before we head to the TKMs and KZ2 a little bit later on. It's time for IAME Cadet.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you to the drivers. Now, there is centre stage, our sitting marshal, who has been... I hope he stands up for the races, but he certainly likes that patch of grass, doesn't he? Oh, yes. I love that patch of grass. He's been sitting in it most of the days. But, yes, here we are. There is a look at the top half of the Little Rissington circuit, the glider club in the background. The houses you can see just at the far left. You can see the old training tower, control tower there. The quarters for all the RAF staff that stayed here. The remnants of them are just behind there. They've got some new houses here. And, of course, the Neolithic long barrow is over there as well. Only 2,500 years BC that dates back to. There is a look at the IAME Cadet class. Now, first time here for the IAME Cadets at Little Rissington. Before we get there, let's introduce the race. It is IAME Cadet, the next final, up now. Yes, we do. And that's a fantastic way to start the coverage by looking at someone's backside. But no, here we go. This is IAME Cadet. Kit Bolofsky had the opening round win at Shannington ahead of Jensen Graham and George Edgar. Jesse Phillips won at Warden Law, with Noah Baglin second and Jensen Graham in third. Then George Edgar won at Glenagorse last time out ahead of Riley Cranham and Lewis Islin. So 3 rounds, 3 different winners. This is where the Ollie Roller Motorsport fans have to turn their ears off, because Fusion Motorsport have won the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 finals. They have won every final in 2021 and 2022 so far. It gets worse, Ollie Roller Motorsport fans. The only non-Fusion podium finish this year. Second place for Noah Baglin at Warden Law. But, fear not, because it's not all Fusion at the front. Henry Domain goes from row 2. Blair Smith goes from row 4. Art Lovett and Henry Harter go from row number 6. There is the number 5 plate car of Henry Domain. There's the number 63 of Noah Baglin. There's the O plate of George Edgar. Let's have a look statistical-wise. Well, Zach Drummond, our 2021 IAME champion, has got 4 wins in this class. Kit Bolofsky has now got 3 wins in this class. So does Harley Keeble and Harry Burgoyne Jr. Up to 2 wins now is George Edgar. He shares 2 wins with Brandon Carr, Keen Nakamura Burton, Nathan Ty, new European junior karting champion, to name a few others. Fusion Motorsport have got now 14 final wins compared to 11 for Ollie Roller Motorsport. So in 2019 and 2020 it was all Ollie Roller Motorsport. The last 2 seasons has been all about Fusion Motorsport. The stat book is going away for now, Anthony.
Ooh.
Looking at Jensen Graham. Jensen Graham, he obviously has raced in Honda as well. He hasn't had a win yet, but he's had a second place and 2 third place finishes. 2 podiums so far this year. Jensen is the only driver to finish on the podium twice this year. Stat book being reopened. Just to check that. Bear with me momentarily. Yes, so 1 podium for Bolofsky, Jensen Graham. Yes, Jensen Graham, 2 podium. Oh, George Edgar's had 2 podium finishes this year. He's had a first and a third. So even among the you know, the inter-fusion battle, we've had lots of different drivers. So we've had 7 different podium finishers in 3 rounds so far. 3 different winners. Jesse Phillips, of course, won at Wardenlaw. There he is, the number 26 kart. And, of course, the number 27, Jensen Graham, led the championship coming into Glenagorse last time out, but lost that championship lead then. Jesse Phillips came into this weekend just 1 point in front of George Edgar. He's extended that advantage ever so slightly. Jensen Graham, Henry Domain and Riley Cranham all there as well. Kit Bolofsky is a tie for 5th in the championship, but less than 40 points separate the top 6 in the championship. Plenty of racing still to go.
There, a nice shot looking back from behind Jesse Phillips out onto the circuit, and double grid here slightly lower than the actual track itself, so all they can see really is probably sky as they look out onto the track, and it's
not all
a daunting
not
feeling.
all of them can see sky, because Sky is only starting back in 8th. So everyone on row 9 backwards can see Sky. That's Sky Parker, number 25. Thank you very much. Here all week.
That's absolutely...
There's Jacob Ashcroft. Now, he needs some good luck.
Yeah.
He needs some good luck. There is the number 22 of... starting behind there. I've only got one grid of Kanish Grau. Teddy J. Porter goes through. There's Anthony Witkowski and his mechanic Reese Wade. Number 21. Harley Musk there.
I'd also like to welcome the fans of the World Olympic squatting team.
Oh, yes. I mean,
Yes.
squatting. I mean, that's yeah. Yes. Oh, bit of technique on the other side there. That's a one-knee squat.
Yeah,
Extra. Less style points. If you've got to
Yeah.
use one knee, then nah.
Nah.
Now, a minute. Here's a look at the starting grid. Jesse Phillips and Jensen Graham share row number 1. Kit Bolofsky and Henry Domain on row 2.
Riley Cranham and Noah Baglin round out row 3. Blair Smith and George Edgar go from row 4.
Row 5, Ethan Woodward and Lewis Islin. Row 6, Archie Lovett and Henry Carter.
Row 7, Jacob Ashcroft and Laith Khan. Kanish Grau and Sky Parker start that 8th row.
Now everyone else can see Sky.
Yeah.
Teddy J. Porter and Will Green on row number 9. Anthony Witkowski and Austin Newstead go from row 10.
Harley Musk and Jensen Ackerman on row 11. Aaron Richardson and Edward Haynes will take row 12.
Kazra Kamiab and Colby Patterson on row 13. Joseph Smith and Luca Narroway on row 14.
Yalis Sayer and Henry Clark will round out the grid. 30 karts on row 15. And what a final this is going to be. IAME Cadet, they always give us a good final. What is going to happen this time around? Are those top 3 Fusion drivers going to drive away?
No.
Or is ORM?
They'll try.
They'll
They
try.
won't.
But ORM are going to fight back.
I think they shall. I think, you know, Middle England, as this were, the beautiful Cotswolds, is about the peace and tranquility of this Sunday afternoon. It's about to be shattered by 30 screaming Cadet IAMEs. We're going to go around again.
Well, not yet.
Once again, you're going to see a much faster rolling lap. These IAME drivers, they're very, very conscious of the fact that they've had problems this year with carbs oiling up and drivers not taking the start. It's affected all the big names, all the big teams. It's not exclusive to either Fusion or ORM. They've all suffered from it, and nobody wants to suffer from it here. So that's why we're seeing a quicker pace lap than usual.
Rightly so. Rightly so. There we go. All the mechanics for the Fusion and ORM teams line the barriers here at Rissington, watching eagerly along. And the hand gestures will come in thick and fast, of course. You've got the many different hand gestures that come out, but this is a nice start, rolling side by side. Here we go then. Jesse Phillips on the left, Cranham on the right, green flag out. We're off and racing. Great start from Phillips. Takes the lead, holds on to it as well. And on the outside. Oh, Graham.
It was not a golden Graham.
It wasn't.
Just then. That was almost a disaster for Jensen Graham, but he held on as lost ground.
Yeah, tremendous amounts of ground as well.
And I have to say, look at that. Very, very good, clean start. Now, there's a key move. Back coming into the dogleg. Saw, I think that was Noah Baglin and Blair Smith diving up the inside of Riley Cranham. You've got a 3-kart Fusion train, and now you've got 3 ORM karts right behind.
Yeah.
And already Henry Domain going in on Kit Bolofsky coming into the elbow. Did that work?
Not too sure.
It didn't. We've got Someone needs to go out there and tell the Fusion mechanics to move away from our camera.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see Jake Walker's elbow, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. Now we're starting to see an interesting development here because the top two, Phillips and Bolofsky, are breaking away from the rest of the pack. Riley Cranham on his own, and then it's Blair Smith and Henry Domain. Noah Baglin also. So 3 ORM drivers within close proximity to the race lead.
Well, yeah, that was the key move because Riley Cranham was ahead of both Baglin and Blair Smith coming into the dogleg on lap number 1, but they both made that move to just break that initial Fusion trainer. But again, we've got a top 2 breakaway now with Jesse Phillips and Kit Bolofsky. Riley Cranham in 3rd place. His foot faded a little bit, but you'll see now Cranham, he'll look behind, you'll see ORM drivers behind you. You go, okay, boys, I know we're in different awnings. Let's go. We got to work together and push towards the front.
Yep.
This is co-opetition.
It is indeed, but then you've got to keep an eye out on Graham and Woodward just behind as well because they're 2 Fusion drivers. They can quite easily make their way through the ORM boys there and get them out of the way, which it's a highly likely sort of situation that they're going to do.
There they go, into Middle Bend, with the poppies in the background. A reminder of Rissington's past as an RAF base during the Second World War. Through the final corner. There is the number 18 of Cranham being pushed along. Great, well, say this was home to the Red Arrows.
Yep.
And this is formation flying in karting terms of the finest quality. Blair Smith gets a fast lap of the race, and as a result, now he gets shuffled wide by the number 27 cut of Jensen Graham, who was fighting back after that first lap. There goes Henry Domain past Riley Cranham into P4.
Now,
and Cranham goes, okay, let's go and push. And do you know what? Riley Cranham will push him.
Yeah,
Riley Cranham will push. So Henry Domain, there's no need to defend now. Cranham will stay true to his word and will push away.
And Domain's a quick driver, so, you know, Cranham has got a good wing there. So,
good wingman, yes.
Yeah, good wingman, but not the same team, so they're frenemies. But, yeah, they're going to have to be frenemies until the end of this race.
Oh, and there's Noah Baglin getting shuffled wide by Jensen Graham. So Baglin now gets moved to the back of the second group of karts. Belofsky and Phillips pushing away together. So there they go, into the dogneck. And Domain, let's look at the gap. Last time around, Belofsky and Phillips, 47.75, 47.73. There is Henry Domain, he did a 47.72. So he needs to pick it up a little bit. 11 minutes to go. There is Joseph Smith, the SWRD driver, the Simon Wright Racing Developments driver, getting a warning flag for his troubles. Luca Narroway update. Wanted a top 23 finish, like you said in your interview, but is running 28th at the moment.
So, a couple of positions to gain.
Oh, Teddy J. Porter has retired.
Yeah, I just spotted that.
So on lap 3, so Teddy J. Porter, not been a great couple of rounds for Teddy J.
Blair Smith with the fastest lap of the race, with the rookie driver currently in P6. Doing very, very well down the inside. Yeah, Graham gets that move done.
Passes Cranham. Now, Cranham has been playing nice behind Henry Domain.
Yes.
Will Jensen Graham follow suit, or will Jensen Graham, who of course will be somewhat perturbed by the fact that he was elbowed wide by I couldn't see who it was at the first corner, will Graham be as inclined to sit and follow, or will we see a battle develop? In which case, the race is now between Belofsky and Phillips. It all depends on Jensen Graham.
Does really, doesn't it?
At the moment, he's playing nice.
He is playing nice.
Yes.
For the time being. Whether
we'll
or not
see.
that will stay the case is another question. There's the answer. Oh, no, that was further back.
That's Lewis Islin passing Noah Baglin.
It was indeed, yeah.
And Noah Baglin's over his shoulder, so that is for 8th position. Here comes George Edgar, and, this is now not panic stations for George Edgar, because this is only round 4 out of 7.
Yeah.
However, Edgar is losing ground to the championship to Phillips. Oh, and there goes Henry Carter. That gives a whole new phrase, the term bounce back ability, as he goes for a wild ride coming off Middle Bend. And Carter drops to 13th place behind Laith Khan.
Archie Lovett does the same as well. The 88 also running wide out of the elbow, clouting that grass section. So far, so good for third place. Domain still leading that trio of karts to try and catch up to the back of Jesse Phillips.
Yeah, no one's thrown their toys out of the collective karting pram yet.
No, not yet. Like I say, there's still 9 minutes plus 1 lap to go of this one, so plenty of time.
But they're not. I mean, these two drivers, the 9 of Belofsky, the 26 of Phillips, I mean, they are just in perfect formation. And try as they might, Domain and Graham cannot catch them.
Yeah.
As well as Domain and Graham are working together, there is the abandoned Teddy J. Porter kart. But again, Henry Domain and Jensen Graham cannot catch them. The gap has been about 1.1 seconds, and there is, so there's Jensen Graham making his move. So they played nice, and again, I mean, that was Henry Domain. He didn't try and fight back. He allowed both Jensen Graham and Riley Cranham to go past. Now he slots in, and he'll try and push the two Fusion drivers along. Again, that's co-opetition. Right, I'm leading, and that's not working. You lead, let's see if that works.
Yeah, exactly. That's the main crucial thing. And if drivers can learn that, again, fabulous thing. It's that is one of the great skills in racing. If you know when you're not quick enough, let someone else give it a go, and you slot in behind them, give it and just follow suit. So that's great stuff. Keep an eye on that gap then. So
Jake Walker gives his driver the thumbs up. Yes, we saw that.
All is good. All is good. Right, so the gap's 1.4 seconds then between second and third. We'll update that every time they cross the line.
It was 1.1 seconds before Graham made the move.
Yeah.
So it only cost him a tenth, and already you can see that on the split timing on the left-hand side of your screen. Graham has got that back to 1.1 seconds. So I think that was a smart move by both Graham and by Domain, you know, to let Jensen Graham lead this. Here's a move. That's Noah Baglin in the number 63, getting past, and Jacob Ashcroft both getting past Lewis Islin. So Baglin and Ashcroft moved into 8th and 9th places. 7 minutes to go. 29 drivers still running. Luca Narroway update. Down to 29th. You know, he wants a top 23 finish. So, but I mean, look at that. He's in a group of karts. Luca Narroway is 29th place. He is 2 seconds behind Austin Newstead in 21st.
Yeah.
So all is not lost yet in Luca Narroway's quest for a top 23 finish. And he was quite particular about 23.
Very particular about 23 there, it was.
Yes.
Well, there is Sky Parker. That is a little further down the order. 16th, yeah. Have the company of Kanish Rao just behind. Next group behind is that group from 18th down to 29th, being led by Will Green, Jensen Ackerman, Aaron Richardson, Austin Newstead. But yeah, the rest of the field just slotting through. Harley Mustard, they're dropping 1 place at the moment, so down in 22nd place. Colby Patterson, good start to this race, up 3 places. That's just dropped down.
I mean, we just saw that there's the battle. There's Luca Narroway.
Yes.
So this is the battle, ladies and gentlemen, between Luca Narroway and Jarlath Sayre for 28th position, 28th and 29th. And they've got a trio of karts, Edward Haynes, the privateer driver, Kazra Kamyev and Henry Clark in front of them. The fighting is just as intense for last place as it is for first. And there's Luca. So Anthony spoke to him early this weekend, and we had played the interview before the pre-final. And Luke was saying that, you know, he didn't race here last weekend. You know, he does a lot of practice on the simulator, but he can't, you know, go racing as often as he would like. And he said that, this year's not gone well. He says he's driving well, but it's just so tough, you know, without any teammates here. He's the only crop promotions driver. There they go through. I mean, there's nowhere to rest. The back of the screen there, somebody else has gone off. Edward Haynes out of the race. And we're looking up there. There is now what has happened to Henry Domain? The number 5 kart. There's Edward Haynes, who's out of the race. The 2020 Motorsport UK Bambino champion. But up at the front of the field, you can see that Jensen Graham and Riley Cranham have pulled away from the number 5 kart of Henry Domain, who has fallen back into the clutches of Blair Smith and Ethan Woodward, who are running 5th and 6th. So it's now a fusion 1, 2, 3, 4. Belofsky and Phillips lead. Graham and Cranham pushing together in 3rd and 4th to try and catch them.
Well, that is an interesting development because Domain seemed to be on it. There is Edward Haynes' stricken kart. That's now retired from this race. But yeah, that does baffle me slightly because Domain it must have been a mistake somewhere on circuit because,
he had no one behind him and he was pushing.
Yeah.
So it must have been an off-track excursion, potentially of his own making. I mean, he's back at speed now, pushing Blair Smith along, and again, that's literally pushing him along at speeds of well over 50 miles an hour. There's Jacob Ashcroft in the number 8 kart, being obscured by Jake Walker's elbow and underarm. Someone really should go out there and tell him, just move away from the camera, Jake.
I'll let you go tell him.
No, right, I'm going to shout out the window. Oi, Jake!
I'll mute your microphone so we don't hear you shouting out the window. But 3.5 minutes to go. Having a full argument out the commentary box window. There we go. He's moved away now. Perfect. So when we next go to that camera shot, it should be absolutely fine. And we can see the drivers that we are watching and the drivers who they are mechanicking as well. I'll unmute your microphone now, Henry.
Right. Well, I mean, I told him, and he moved. You know, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Hey,
clear.
Not an elbow or underarm in sight, ladies and gentlemen.
Perfect.
The power of yelling out of a window at somebody.
Fabulous stuff. Right. Well, nothing's changed really. Bolowski and Phillips still holding on to that one. I'm keeping a very close eye, though, on that gap between the two Fusion groups. 1 second was it when they crossed the line.
7/10 of a second.
7/10
Hold
now.
on to your handbags, ladies and gentlemen. The cavalry is coming.
The cavalry's arrived. It's going to be a 4-way battle for the race lead. 2.5 laps to go then, plus that one additional lap. And there's the third group just behind. That is Blair Smith, Henry Domain, and Ethan Woodward. Again, those three drivers are wanting to latch onto the back, and they will. They will, of course, because as soon as Graham and Cranham close up to Phillips and Bolowski, they will start scrapping because there is not much time left to go in this race.
Now, Riley Cranham, first ever British Championship podium, last time out at Glenagorse. And again, once you've got onto the podium, you kind of get that winning feeling. Third in the Little Green Man here a week ago. And is really, I mean, he's not in a championship contention. I don't think he's in the top 20 in the championship. Looking down to see where Riley Cranham is, and the answer is, oh no, he's 5th in the championship. What am I talking about, Henry? Henry, shut up. He's 5th in the championship, but he's got that, not winning feeling, but he's got that podium, so he knows what it's like to stand on a podium. He thinks to himself, right, I can do it. All the drivers think they can do it, but then actually getting over the line. Oh no, Chris Walker's moved into the camera shot.
Elbow to head.
We've gone to elbow to
bald scalp.
Bit of a Friar Tuck going on there.
Yes.
The Friar Tuck. Oh, dearie me, Henry Domain getting squeezed wide by Ethan Woodward there. We've got 1 minute to go. Bolowski and Phillips lead by half a second over Graham and Cranham, who will continue to close. Will the time run out before they catch the two leaders? Blair Smith is 5th. That would be his best result in the British Championship. Then it's Henry Domain, Ethan Woodward, Noah Baglin, George Edgar and Anthony Wachowski at top 10. The leading non-Fusion ORM driver is Will Green in 18th place and 28 karts still running. Luca Narroway update, everybody. He's up to 25th. He's only got Joseph Smith and Colby Patterson in front of him, between him and a top 23 finish.
There we go. Keep a close eye on that one now. Timer, 30 seconds to go. This is really the open book moment when it comes to racing for the lead within IAME Cadet, because yes, they will stay line astern throughout the entire thing, but when it comes to these last couple of laps, it is open game. Anyone can go for any move in the team, so they will keep a very close eye on that gap. It was half a second. It's now 0.3 of a second between those top two as we continue to watch this battle for 5th place. Blair Smith, Domain and Woodward are slowly closing in, but I think it's going to start heating up at that front very, very soon.
Well, yes, because the clock has struck 0. The last lap begins now, and look at that, 4 karts in the same frame. The 27 of Graham and the 18 of Cranham closing in. They've worked for the last 5 or 6 minutes to get to this stage. It's now down to when Jesse Phillips pulls the pin and makes his move on Kit Bolowski. Jesse Phillips leading the championship. At the moment, he's extending that championship lead, but he's going to want to take the win from Bolowski. He's not going to just sit there. Here comes Jensen Graham. Jensen looking for his first win. Riley Cranham looking for his first win. They're looking over. There goes Bolowski. Oh, Phillips gives Bolowski the signal saying, come on, keep pushing. I can't believe he's not even going to try. He's got to try. It's a British Championship wins begging. Bolofsky defends. Does Bolofsky run a little bit too deep? Yes, he does. But Kit Bolofsky comes out of the final corner and takes the win with Jesse Phillips in second. Jensen Graham holds on to third. Riley Cranham comes home in fourth position. Henry Domain finishes fifth for Oliver Rowland's Motorsport. Blair Smith in sixth. The rest of the field coming across the line. We're going to wait for the number 17. There goes the there goes the number 17 Croc Promotions cart. Luca Narroway. Oh, a 25th place finish for Luca. Just too shy of what he wanted, what he told Anthony he wanted in his interview. But your winner, Kit Bolofsky, that moves Kit on to 4 wins in the British Championship, and that puts Kit behind only in IAME Cadet. Well, that puts him on a tie with Zach Drummond as the most successful in terms of wins drivers in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. There is a look at the rundown as the drivers come into Parc Fermé. And sadly, we had 2 failures to finish, Edward Haynes and Teddy J. Porter. But that was, again, Kit Bolofsky did defend into the elbow in the final corner, but, I mean, Jesse Phillips obviously thinking points there, but will he rue come the end of the season not trying a little bit harder to make a move on Bolofsky for the race win? Bolofsky, before drop scores, is like 30 points behind the leader, but that's nothing. Lots of racing to go. Phillips finishes second. I mean, okay, George Edgar only finished 9th. Good result there for Anthony Witkowski, coming home in 8th position, and Ethan Woodward finishing in 7th. Noah Baglin slipped to 10th. Edgar in 9th. Laith Khan up into 11th place. Henry Carter was 12th. Lewis Islin, we saw him earlier on, he faded to 13th. Jacob Ashcroft down to 14th place. 15th was Archie Lovett. Then it was Will Green. So the best of the non-fusion ORM drivers, Will Green for the Jamie Green racing team in 16th position, just ahead of Sky Parker. Then Austin Newstead, Jensen Ackerman, Kanish Grau, Aaron Richardson, Harley Musk, Colby Patterson, Joseph Smith, Luca Narroway, Kazra Kamyab, Henry Clark, and the last driver running at the finish was Jarlath Sayer. And there is Teddy J. Porter returning to the pits. So Edward Haynes' kart on the trolley, Teddy J. Porter's kart under its own steam. And look at the paddock. Anthony will be down with our top 3 in the paddock very shortly. But the IAME Cadet Championship just gets that little bit more interesting as Kit Bolofsky playing his way back into contention. He's been one of the quickest drivers all year, although he's been very forceful as well, and that has cost him a couple of penalties, which of course in this class, if you get a 5-second penalty, that's not 1 or 2 places, that's 8 or 9. Jensen Graham also getting himself back into championship contention. Have to say, really, any one of 6 can still win it in IAME, but Anthony Jordan is down with Kit Bolofsky, Jesse Phillips and Jensen Graham in the paddock now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here with our race winner. Next to that number 1, once again, Kit Bolofsky. Nice result, pretty calm race. Probably the calmest IAME Cadet race we've ever seen. What did you think?
Yes.
There we go. Team seemed to be pretty happy with it as well. Kart's looking lovely. Talk us through that race. I mean, you had your teammate pretty much behind you from the word go from that one. Pretty clean start as well. Managed to get an early breakaway. No dramas, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my teammate over there, since he helped a lot. Also, my mum and dad, Paddy and Shian from Rolls Royce Pinnacle, Tommy Moffat, Simon Livriera, and also Alex T and Future Motorsport.
Brilliant. Well done there, Kit Bolofsky. Another race win.
Thanks.
Brilliant stuff there. Let's chat to our second place man, Jesse Phillips. Jesse, let's bring you over here. Next year, you're number 2. Quite sporting, that number 2, isn't it? But nice cheesy grin on your face. You happy with it?
Well, yeah, I'm really happy with it because, I mean, I wanted to push Kit because I thought maybe if we did defend, maybe Jensen could get past because I knew that they were closing in towards the end. But then, yeah, I just wanted to push, and then that's a good result for the championship, and so overall that's basically all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, great weekend here. Enjoying Rissington? Nice circuit to race on? Say yes.
Yes, it's very good.
Remember, whatever circuit you go to, you think it's the best circuit in the world.
Yeah, okay, this is the best circuit in the world.
Top man, top man. But again, great result, fantastic. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Well, yeah, Fusion Motorsport, Jake Dalton, my mechanic, Shocks for the engines, and yeah, Fusion Motorsport.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Jesse Phillips there on your second place. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's have a chat then with our third place driver, Jensen Graham. Jensen, come on in. Yeah, we'll bring him on that side. Again, nice result for yourself. Had to recover a little bit from that one. What happened at the start?
Yeah, outside line always usually gets squeezed out a bit. Just I never thought I had to use a bit of rallycross in there.
Do you like rallycrossing though?
No, it's not very fun.
No?
Ruined my race there.
Well, you're good at it. Maybe a future career path for you, a bit of rallycross.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, yeah, a brilliant recovery drive though in that one. You had to come through a little bit in the pack, but you got back at the sharp end. Looked like one more lap, you could have got away with that one.
I think we were just one lap too late. Bet surprised that Kent never defended anchored it up on the last 2 laps, but that is what it is.
We were surprised too, but hey ho, that's racing again. Plenty more rounds to go. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just got to get that lead back down and we'll have a shot at winning the title.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mechanic, my team and my mum and dad for getting me here.
Brilliant stuff there. Well done, Jensen Graham. Congratulations, third place.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, there we go. More races to come up. I believe it is time now for KZ2s.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes. 3 races to go, ladies and gentlemen, here at Little Rissington. And up next, it's KZ2. So just as we look at the KZ2 drivers on the dummy grid, just a couple of little snippets to pick up. Susan Woodward saying well done to Ethan Woodward on the live chat. And a few others there. There's Miles Murphy in the Demon Tweaks overalls, the red Demon Tweaks overalls with his arm folded there. Now Miles, he designs the crash helmets for many professional drivers, both in the UK, in abroad, and in the United States. On the Formula 1 grid, he's got Sergio Perez, Alex Albon, George Russell, and Lando Norris. He designs their crash helmets. Of course, nowadays, Formula 1 drivers, they change their crash helmet designs almost every race, which is good news for Miles' bank balance, ladies and gentlemen. Probably keeps him in racing. Here's Morgan Porter getting his crash helmet on in the white, orange and black Kart Republic race suit. Morgan will be starting in the centre of row 1 for this next race. Now, this is the penultimate round of the championship for the KZ2s. And unlike the X30 classes, KZ2 have been to Rissington before in the British Championship. Back in 2019, the very first round of the new era of Motorsport UK British Championship, Fabian Federer won both finals for the SRP race team. Adam Gleer, that year's eventual champion, was second in both finals. Scott Allen and Tom Longfield finished third in those 2 finals. We didn't race here in 2020 or 2021 due to COVID, so this is the KZ2's first time back here since 2019. Now, the season so far, James Glenister won the opening round from Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner at Shannington. At Warden Law in the wet, Charlie Turner won on slick tyres, by the way, ahead of Tom Adams and Sam Ward, the only 3 drivers to go out on slicks. Then at Glanagorse, Rhys Ujijima won on his British Championship debut for the Pierce Sexton racing team, ahead of Morgan Porter and Charlie Turner. Interesting fact, Jack Doohan, who won yesterday's GP2 race and Risu Sujimu, who was on the podium in Formula 3 this weekend, both used Glenagorse last round 2 weeks ago as a bit of a warm-up event, and it certainly paid off in droves for them. There is a look at the number 8 kart of Lee Ward, who is the Synergy kart. Just there is the Energy Course Collective with Lewis Halliday and Joe Charlton. Further up, there's Shane Daly. There's Ginger Spice, the mechanic for the Dan Kelly racing team.
Oh, good, yeah.
There's Bradley Barrett, looking at the Sodi kart overalls on. The Sodi Vitesse driver came into this weekend second in points. Morgan Porter. Now, in the championship. Now, last weekend, Morgan Porter won here at Rissington in the warm-up event. He beat Charlie Turner, Dan Gould, Shane Daly and Miles Murphy, which are top 5 last weekend. Coming into the championship, coming into this round of the championship standings, Charlie Turner did have the lead by 26 points over Bradley Barrett. 2 points behind Barrett is Tom Adams. 3 points further back is Dan Kelly. 2 points behind Kelly is Joe Charlton. Then Shane Daly, Morgan Porter and James Glenister with Miles Murphy also in contention. So in fact, the top 9 in the championship separated by 45 points. But of course, and now drivers will be starting to think about dropped scores. There are 10 point scoring opportunities, intermediate classifications and finals. You count your best 10 out of 12 scores. So you drop your 2 worst scores. And that could be from any round. It doesn't have to be from the same round, any round. Let's have a look at the starting lineup, shall we? Pole position, James Glenister, Morgan Porter and Charlie Cole. It's a three wide front row of the grid. On row number 2, two wide row, is Bradley Barrett and Spencer Shinner. Then we go back to row number 3, Anthony.
We do indeed, yeah. Miles Murphy, Hannah Lang and Tom Adams will take row 3. Charlie Turner and Dan Kelly take row number 4.
Row 5, the E-plate holder, Dan Gould, who'll be starting alongside Shane Daly and Caden McQueen. And on 6th row of the grid, Joe Charlton and Derek Morgan.
Final 2 rows then, Lewis Halliday, Ashley Lewis and Lee Ward take row 7. Sam Ward starts at the back of the grid for the MK Racing Team, the number 67 on row 8. What can he do from there? As we're about to find out, 2-stroke, 6-speed gearbox madness is about to start whizzing around the Fullerton Circuit. Fullerton Circuit? It's the Rissington Circuit.
And
It's been a long day.
The KZ2s, they don't use the dog leg.
No.
At the end of the back straight, these KZ karts are topping 100 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen. That is enough to get your attention, no matter what you drive. So, 15 minutes plus 1 lap around, and it's a very quick lap. So we're going to be seeing about 25, 26 laps, I think. It's going to be a long race, a real test of endurance. You're going very quickly. We'll have 2 rolling laps to get the karts, to get the engines fully up to temperature. And then we'll go racing. I would say this championship, any one of 9 coming into this weekend still had a chance of the championship, with Charlie Turner retiring from the second heat and only finishing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, only finishing 9th in the intermediate standings. That gives, and again, he finishes 9th, so Dan Kelly, Miles Murphy, Tom Adams, Bradley Barrett, James Glenister, Morgan Porter, all 6 of his title rivals gained points on him in the heats. And now Turner has got a lot of work to do to try and get past the traffic and prevent some of those rivals outscoring him again in this next race.
Oh, the noise that these karts are making as they do their test starts before getting onto the dummy grid. Or onto the grid itself, I should say. Absolutely fantastic there at the back. Sam Ward, he's had a tough old weekend, has Sam, and a lot of work ahead of him in this one. Karts line themselves up. Spectators at the ready.
Oh, yes. Commentators at the ready.
Oh, yes.
Drivers at the ready. No, they're not, because some of them haven't gone into the correct grid position.
There we go.
Right, we'll start again.
There's no flag up at the back.
We'll do it again. Derek Morgan's in the wrong place. Del Boy. Right.
Everyone's in the wrong place.
Now Lewis Halliday's in the wrong place. And talk amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Does it get to a point where they might say, should we go around again? Oh, no, we've got a hand up at the back.
Now we're at the ready. Now we can say drivers at the ready. Watch, top right, Lewis Halliday's all askew. That's not going to be good for Lewis Halliday.
It's a false start. It's a false start. They're going to go round again. Yellow light flashing at the back.
On the left-hand side of your screen, go round again.
Lewis Halliday is at 90-degree angle pointing into the grass, so I don't think he'd have the optimal start.
Yes, this is not a senior pro kart race. These KZ2 karts are not automatically attracted towards the nearest bit of grass like a pro kart. Have to say, it's lovely being in the countryside, isn't it, Anthony? But not if you suffer from hay fever.
Yes. What have you got?
No.
Suffering from hay fever?
I'm just saying.
No.
Just saying it's not. It's lovely being in the countryside. Now, second time of asking. Down the back straight we go. Let's have a little look.
So, everyone just getting themselves ready, just trying to keep everything warm, keeping the temperatures up. Tyre temperatures are the crucial one, aren't they? Because if the tyre temperatures just drop off, you
go into turn
will
one.
spin off the line.
These cars 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Comparable to GP2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're going to need tyre temp. And they're so small little tyres that they can lose temp so quickly. I'm pulling off the track there. Who was that? I think. No, he wasn't. He was just taking a wide line.
Well, so far today, the star of the show has been Charlie Cole in the number 66 Jade Racing Team entry. Absolutely superb performance, even though James Glenister has won both heat races. Now we can say, better. Spectators are ready, the drivers are ready, the commentators are ready, the lady with the flag is ready. Look to the left, 1 red light, 2, 3, 4, red lights out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from the centre of the front row for Morgan Porter, who grabs the lead, and Charlie Cole goes into second place. Through turn 2 now, all 19 drivers safely to the first couple of corners. Dan Gould, the E-plate holder, getting shuffled back a little bit. Bradley Barrett's at the 4th place, but it is Morgan Porter and Charlie Cole running 1-2. James Glenister back to 3rd place in kart number 22, plunging down the back straight into bottom bend. Now uphill through middle bend into the elbow. Good first lap from our KZ2 drivers, and championship leader Charlie Turner out of the race. You can see the desolation, and he's got a wheel that's come off, and it's taken something out. And there goes Sam Ward for a spin.
Weekend gets even worse for Sam Ward.
That is game over. But look at that. That is Charlie Turner. A wheel has come off, and the championship leader is out of the race. This has opened things up exponentially. And now everybody else, the top 9 in the point standings coming into this weekend, is thinking, do you know what? It's game on. It's absolutely game on, because they will come past Charlie Turner's kart, which is parked at the side of the circuit, on the outside of the circuit corner here. There, they'll see it. They'll see it, and they'll know he's out. They'll all be looking at his kart, glancing over now. It's just off the left-hand side of the screen there. So this is game on. Turner will stay on 423 points. There's Sam Ward. He got the kart restarted, but now it's stopped again.
And his NAS panel's loose at the front as well, so he'll have to bring that in, because at the speeds that these karts go, that will just go straight up in the air.
That is less than ideal.
Yeah.
So, including dropped scores, Charlie Turner maintains the championship lead with 423 points. Morgan Porter moves up to second on 408 points. Bradley Barrett third, 407. Tom Adams has got 404. James Glenister 401. Dan Kelly 400. The vultures are circling the carcass of Charlie Turner's broken go-karts.
They are indeed. Well, there again, Morgan Porter comfortably holding on to that lead. I say comfortably. Charlie Cole, what a performance from Charlie Cole.
Superb.
We've not seen Charlie really up at the sharp end before this year.
He comes into this event 12th in the points table. This is his first year as a gearbox driver. He's one of the youngest in the field, and he is challenging 2020 British Senior Rotax champion Morgan Porter, who absolutely took it to Rhys Ushijima, Formula 3 driver at the last round. And, well, Cole looks good, but he's the Jade Racing team. Now, Jade Racing team run by the Allen family. And if there is two people that know how to get around here in a gearbox kart, it is Scott and Ross Allen.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. Do you reckon Charlie Cole's like, a secret professional around this circuit?
I reckon anyone who drives the Jade Racing team here at Rissington has had not secret, they've had the training, and he's just taken the race lead, Anthony.
Well, there we go.
My goodness gracious me. Charlie Cole throwing the cat amongst the pigeons here in KZ2. What an absolute turn for the books.
This is some fabulous stuff then from Charlie Cole. Great weekend so far and lining up to potentially take a final win here. Has Charlie Cole won a final in the British Kart Championship?
He's not been on the podium.
He's not been on the
This is
podium.
his first season in the British Championship. So I'm having a look, I look back at the results this year. In the final, where did Charlie Cole finish the final? Bear with me. So he's had a 53 points. That is
live maths.
10th. 10th is his best finish. He's had a 10th, he's had an 11th, and he's had a 13th in the 3 finals so far.
Right.
Well, the only person that can stop Charlie Cole from having a best weekend in his career so far is now Charlie Cole.
Yeah.
Because, he's got the pace to finish at the front. Whether he does, because he's now got James Glenister closing in on Morgan Porter behind him.
I was going to say, with the fastest lap as well, James Glenister, who's now going for the overtake here on Morgan Porter.
Mirror signal manoeuvre done, 100 miles an hour.
No
on
worries.
the brakes, down a couple of gears, into P2. Well,
Glenister's got some waft here.
He has got major waft. And of course, what Morgan Porter got to do, I was going to say, Morgan Porter's got major something else.
Yeah.
if he tries a move going into that corner, but quite sensibly he backed out of it. Spencer Shinner is up into 4th place in the number 55 kart, followed by Bradley Barrett. Hannah Lang's up to 6th, Tom Adams is 7th, Dan Kelly 8th, Shane Daly 9th, Caden McQueen is 10th, and it's Joe Charlton, Miles Murphy, Ashley Lewis, Derek Morgan, Dan Gould, Lewis Halliday, and Lee Ward. 17 drivers still running. Of course, the only thing that Charlie Turner has got going for him now is the fact that the grid is so competitive and large. All his rivals are taking points off each other. Glenister is now up to 3rd in the championship, 404 points. So even now, Bradley Barrett, with Morgan Porter dropping from 2nd to 3rd, that puts Barrett back into 2nd in the point standings, Glenister to 3rd, Porter's down to 5th.
This is definitely an interesting development that we're seeing here. Definitely not the sort of drivers we'd see around this sort of...
Well, I mean, Charlie Cole is,
certainly changing things out again, but I like it. It's good.
Variety. It's a spice of life.
It is indeed. It is indeed. There you go. Well, Charlie Cole, fantastic job so far, but Glenister's closed in. He's closed in by quite some way now, absolutely line astern. I reckon we could see Glenister go for the move in the next lap or so, because he's not going to stick behind. He wants to get in front and drive off. Really,
and already, James Glenister, in terms of wins and podiums in the KZ2 class, Glenister 4 wins, 2 second places, 2 third places in this class. I mean, Rush Performance. So, Rush Performance and Andy Fearless Racing are now tied with 5 wins in the KZ2 class apiece. Andy Fearless Racing, well, Dan Kelly's in 8th place. I don't think he's going to add to there is number 29 kart. I don't think he is going to add to their win tally. So a win here for James Glenister would put Rush Performance atop the all-time KZ2 victory list in the modern era of the British Championship. A 5th win, personally, will put Glenister into a tie with the likes of Henry Ayres, Kian Berta, Clayton Ravenscroft, Vinnie Phillips, Dan Ginchard, Ethan Jeff Hall, Guy Cunnington, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Bishop's now got 6, but I mean, that could be very significant for Glenister.
Looking down at these grids, and we say it's nice to see drivers up in good positions, and Hannah Lang is also another one of these drivers for the MK Racing team, currently P6. Hannah has not had the best of luck this year with mechanical breakdowns and all sorts, but
She's a very experienced, very quick driver.
Yeah.
And that MK Racing team, they had a podium. Oh, that was Tom Adams. Tom!
Right on the edge of the track there, and looking at that rear bumper, looking a bit low on one side. Would you not agree?
It is looking a little bit low, but has it been just dislodged ever so slightly by that?
I think it's just dislodged.
It's, well, Adams there. Another inch to the left, and Adams would be in serious trouble at that
pirouetting.
point. Yeah, so Glenister leads now. James Glenister leads Charlie Cole. So this is now experience versus youth. We talk about the old guard in KZ2 and the new breed of KZ2 driver. Glenister, the old guard. Charlie Cole, Morgan Porter, the new breed. In the championship, Glenister now second in the championship. And the gap, I wonder, could we have the championship positions on our screens, I wonder?
I do believe we could do such a thing.
Can we? Maybe not. But anyway, Charlie Turner, 423 points. James Glenister up to 407. This is including dropped scores, by the way.
Yes, indeed. So, there it is.
But look at, okay, so Joe Charlton and Miles Murphy, they've not had a good weekend. They've probably raced their way out of contention. But anyone in the top 6 can still do this.
Definitely so. I mean, it's very, very close, isn't it? When when we're talking about 60 points that are up for grabs, 65 for a win, you know, when you see there's 20 in between.
There's 130 points available in each round. 130 points available. And, I mean, finishing 19th, well, that gets you about 30-odd points. So you can gain 60, 70 points in a race weekend. You know, so drop scores will come into play. But Glenister really coming into this weekend, James Glenister was only 8th in points. Just goes to show having a good weekend at the right time is critical. And Glenister is having a good weekend at the right time, and it's being helped in no small part by Charlie Turner having, and the technical term in this, he's having a mare.
He is, yeah, he is having a mare, isn't he? He was very confident going into this weekend, you know, saying, hey, it's just another weekend for me, no dramas whatsoever. And coming into this one, it's ended in drama, really, hasn't it? And especially penultimate round. Well, I mean, we talk about how important it could have been.
Most importantly, Charlie Turner is absolutely fine because obviously a wheel came off the kart, bringing potentially some of the rear axle, or was it the front axle? Anytime a wheel parts company in one of these KZ2 karts, there's no such thing as a slow accident when that happens.
No, definitely not.
Oh dear. Dan Kelly, 2018 British champion. His 2022 title tilt, I think, has just ground to a halt at the elbow. He gets it back in gear and going again. That drops him back to 17th and last of the 17 drivers still running.
Well, there we go. That's not what you want, is it? It's all the mechanical gremlins are really showing now, aren't they? They've had a full day, full weekend of racing. It always happens in the final, doesn't it?
You say mechanical gremlins, Anthony. A kart was facing backwards. I think that might have been a spin-related gremlin.
It could have been a spin.
A sudden lack of adhesion.
Sudden lack of adhesion, or
resulting in a brief rotation. Before traction was regained and racing could continue.
That's a solid way of putting it. 3.5 minutes to go, plus that one lap. There's your race leader, James Glenister. Currently 0.6 of a second leading ahead of Charlie Cole for the Jade Racing team. Is Morgan Porter starting to close in? Gap 1.7 seconds that time around. 1.8? No is the answer.
No,
he's slowly falling away.
Charlie Cole continues to belie his lack of experience at this level by putting on an absolutely... I mean, Glenister has got away from him a little bit. Understandable. But Cole has not let his head get the better of him, which is key. And you can see Glenister there fighting a bit of understeer going into bottom bend. Comes out a 5-second penalty for Dan Kelly. Obviously, the judges were not appreciative of his style points for that spin. It may have been a self-inflicted spin.
Maybe it involved another driver as well.
Lewis
Halliday.
Halliday has just retired from the race. I wonder. And Lee Ward has dropped back. Now, they were all in around about the same position. Well, we didn't catch it on our cameras, but here's a battle going on. There's the battle between the number 17 kart of Tom Adams, running in 7th place, with Shane Daly in 8th, Miles Murphy 9th, Joe Charlton 10th, Ashley Lewis 11th, and Dan Gould in 12th. So there's Adams in the 17, then there's the O plate of Daly running a little bit wider bottom bend there. The 37, more racing kart of Miles Murphy. Miles makes his move, and Murphy's Law up into 8th position, Daly back to 9th, Charlton runs in 10th in the number 3 plate kart. And then it is Lewis and Gould, the back of this group. They're all trained. I mean, Spencer Shinner, fantastic performance so far from Spencer Shinner, 4th place, his best result of the season so far. Bradley Barrett quietly going about his business in 5th position. He's one of those but he's being caught by Hannah Lang. So Hannah Lang in the number 91 MK Racing kart is closing in on championship runner-up at the moment, Bradley Barrett. Oh, he's dropped the 3rd in the championship. So just in front of this group, we'll see at the court. There's the Spencer Shinner, Bradley Barrett, and Hannah Lang. That trio going around top end.
Yes, indeed, and this is good stuff from KZ2. But again, it's just showing how quick they can get around this circuit. I mean, the lap time's 34.1 from James Glenister when he crossed the line. That is an outrageously fast lap time as Dan Gould just sends one down the inside of Ashley Lewis. The E-plate passes.
There was a shot. We've got 50 seconds to go. Glenister just hammering home his advantage. Now we're looking, there's Joe Charlton. So Charlton has picked up a couple of places. He's up into 9th place now. So Daly has dropped back 10th, the British Open champion. But in front of this group, you can see them just going into bottom bend there. That trio, Shinner, Barrett and Lang, they're fighting over 4th place. There they go into the elbow. Miles Murphy in the number 37 kart, he's got a bit of a late burst of pace as he is challenging Tom Adams for 7th position. As we're on lap 26 now with 13 seconds to go. So, I mean, this is a real test of endurance. Okay, it's only 15 minutes. The race isn't longer, but it's just more laps than usual, which makes it a real test of endurance.
Timer struck 0 then, and the last lap board will be out this time to your current race leader, James Glenister, who crosses the line now. And this will be his final lap before he sees that checkered flag. And, well, what a weekend it's been for James Glenister. Yep. You know, he started this race weekend today, you know, and it was in doubt. There was a shadow over it because of the smoke out of the back of the car.
Yes.
But all is well, and
all
the car goes. There was speculation of, was it water? Was it was it going to seize up? Was it going to be an expensive end to the weekend before it even started? But we see here now that it's not going to be an expensive end. It's going to be a victorious end for James Glenister as he crosses the line to take the final win in KZ2 here for the Wera Tours British Kart Championships from Charlie Cole. Morgan Porter will take 3rd place, and the rest of the field come through now. Great results from the rest of the field. I'm going to stop talking. Henry, take over, because I've got to go for a bit of a walk down the paddock now.
So, I mean, I've got to say, first ever British podium at Charlie Cole. James Glenister wins, and now we'll go into the final round of the championship at Kimbolton in September. 2nd and a tie with Bradley Barrett for 2nd in the point standings, and they are 16 points behind Charlie Turner. And ladies and gentlemen, 20 points separates the top 5 in the championship. Turner, Glenister, Barrett, Porter and Tom Adams, with Dan Kelly 6th, another 10 points further back. 30 points separate the top 6. The KZ2 championship finale at Kimbolton in September is going to be very special indeed. We said that this year was going to be special in KZ2, and it is turning out to be just that indeed. Great drive from Spencer Shinner to finish 4th. Great drive from Hannah Lang to finish. There is a look, and the Rush Performance Mechanic looking at it is the right front of Charlie Turner's kart. Turner is just behind the barrier there, speaking to Chris Adams, Tom Adams' dad. Now, Charlie Turner, I have to say, he's lucky, because that is coming around top bend, which is quite a quick corner. Charlie Turner's lucky it was a front wheel, not a rear wheel. But great drive from Spencer Shinner to finish 4th. Superb drive. Best yet of the season for Hannah Lang, finishing 6th position and chasing Bradley Barrett and Spencer Shinner home. Murphy finishes in 7th, 8th for Tom Adams, Daly is 9th, Gould 10th, Derek Morgan 11th, Ashley Lewis 12th, Joe Charlton 13th, Caden McQueen 14th, Lee Ward and Dan Kelly, the last 2 finishers. Lewis Halliday, Sam Ward and Charlie Turner failed to finish. There's Charlie Turner in the baseball cap on the other side of the barrier, walking back, his mechanic pushing his 3-wheeled wagon, and 3 wheels do not a happy go-kart make. But Charlie Turner still leads the championship, but a safe lead has turned into a very precarious one after 4 of the 5 rounds of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Anyone of 6 can still win it at Kimbolton. We've got a lot of racing between now and then. Next time the British Championship is going to be in action, we're going back to Warden Law for the road tax rounds in a couple of weeks' time. But Anthony Jordan is making his way down to the paddock. We've got 2 finals to go. The 2 TKM finals are coming up next on this fantastic weekend, not just for karting, but for British motorsport as a whole. And Anthony is with 5-time British Championship winner in KZ2, James Glenister, now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the winner's circle, and our race winner from KZ2, James Glenister. Well done. Congratulations. Nice result here at Rissington, and the sun is shining on us here for that victory.
No, it's it was hard work. 66. He was pushing me, and just to catch him and overtake him was a bit of a push, so I overcooked the tyres catching up to him. And there's a few laps I thought he might get me back where I cooked the tyres, so I backed off a bit, and then just gradually brought the pace back down up to a decent pace to hopefully be able to pull away. But yeah, what a difference from Glannygores to here.
Yeah, what a difference. But what a very different circuit to Glannygore as well.
Definitely.
Borderline flat here, no undulations, and yeah, a cracking result. And I have to say, just from yourself, championships looking a bit nicer now. You push yourself up into second in the points with drop scores.
Stop looking at the championship.
Really?
Yeah.
It's still close.
No, I haven't looked at it. There's so many drop rounds, it's a bit hard to work out.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky to work out, but
I used up all my dropped rounds literally straight away. One at Shenny and then wherever we were after that, and then at Glannygores is just, yeah, one to say.
Well, we go into the final round. Are we feeling confident still?
Yeah, no, chassis. We tried a different setup this weekend. It seems to suit me a bit better, so yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Brian Rush, Rush Performance, and Mike from SRP in Germany for the engines, yep.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, James Glenister, race winner.
Great, thanks for that.
Perfect. Let's chat to our second place man. Well, Charlie Cole, welcome to the top 3. How does that feel?
Feels amazing, to be honest. Like, never been on a British Kart Championship podium, so it's brilliant.
It's nice. First time chatting to you here, so hopefully your interview skills are up to scratch. But tell us on that one. I mean, that looked like a challenge for you. You know, you were leading for that one, wasn't it?
Well, I was leading for the first half, then the pace started to drop off a bit, but towards the end, it started to come back again. Don't know why, but my neck was absolutely killing me, to be honest.
Well, now, is your neck killing? Well, because you've done plenty of races here and around this length. Obviously, a lot of laps here because it's a quick lap. That may not have helped with that one. But you got to think, do you think that's the stresses going through? Do you think you were tensing up there?
So 100%, but it's also looking at the back of James Glenister's kart the whole race, to be honest. It starts to get a bit boring after a while.
Yeah, you wanted to get in front again?
Yeah, of course. You always do.
Always do. Oh, well, I mean, the first podium is always the best. The second one, is it going to be a first?
Oh, I hope so, to be honest.
Let's aim for it. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my sponsors, one being Baobab Calf and Milio Sport. I'd like to thank my dad and the team, Jade Racing.
Well, perfect stuff. Charlie Cole, congratulations. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Let's chat to our third place man, Morgan Porter. Morgan, we speak to you a lot in this championship and, you know, another podium for you. How do we find Rissington, though, this weekend? Because it looked tough out there.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a very fast-flowing track. I think it's also very sort of power-related down the straight. I found it very hard sort of looking behind me, and there's somebody already alongside me, so I find that difficult. But I think we made the best out of the situation, the team. And yeah, I'm happy with third place. Big well done to Charlie. I think he drove really, really well and definitely struggled to hang on to him.
So, he's got some weft he has now, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, props to him, though. He did drive really, really well. He did struggle to hang on to him. I pushed hard in the middle of the race just to try and create that gap from fourth position and then settled in because I knew to catch Charlie, it would push the tyre a bit too much.
a very mature driver, obviously, to just maintain the pace and everything like that. But, you know, it's very easy to overheat these tyres. It's easy to push too hard and, you know, mistakes come in, and mistakes, we saw them out in that race as well. So, you know, the fact that you can still come away with a third, it's still a good result. You can be happy with that one. Points still looking okay. You know, you're still within that top group as we go into the final round as well. Are we feeling confident?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good for Kimbolton. I think on drops it's going to work out quite well for me at the minute. I had a hard round at Shellington, being new to the class, but ever since then it's been going really, really strong, and I'm happy with that. So yeah, no, I'm happy.
Good stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd just like to thank Tom at Moore Racing and Sam as well, my dad for mechanicking me, and mainly the people at Kart Republic as well. I think it's a great chassis, and I think it proved that as well today and in previous races.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well done, Morgan Porter, third place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our KZ2 drivers. 2 more races to go, and it's all time for TKM.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. And cloudy and blustery, but generally bright skies here. There's a bit of blue poking out between the clouds, so it's a fine summer's afternoon here. There's spectators are still lolling about on the banks in their shorts and T-shirts and other summer clothing. 2 races to go. The first one is TKM Extreme. So, the TKM Extreme class, again, like the others, we didn't visit Rissington back in 2020 or 2021 due to the COVID outbreak. But back in 2019, it was Lewis Wadley that won both finals here at Rissington. Lee Whittingham finished third in the first final and second third in the second final, rather. Adam Sparrow, second in the first one, he's here. And Chris Whitton finished third in the opening final. So both Sparrow, Lee Whittingham and Whitton both have experience of finishing on the podium here in the British Championship. The season started at Shellington with Chris Whitton beating Sam Johns and Kai Springfield. Johns then returned the favour and beat Whitton to the line at Warden Law with Joe Fowler third. And this race, Chris Whitton is going from pole position, but he's aiming for his 7th British Championship victory in the modern era, and that would put him 4th on the all-time list behind Kai Hunter, Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall. Can Chris Whitton further strengthen his grip on the British Championship? He leads it already by over 15 points. This is round 4 out of 6. Here's the grid. Chris Whitton and Ben Watts on row 1. Aaron Lask and Charlie King go from row 2. Whitton's nearest championship rival, Sam Johns, goes from row 3 with Michael Cornell outside of row 3. Then it's Adam Sparrow, the 2020 British champion, and Joe Fowler, third last year. Spencer Lane and Lee Whittingham go from row number 5. Kai Springfield and Jack Saunders go from row 6. Harvey Roth and Archie Strong are on row 7. Ashton Cox and Cian Bennett on row number 8. Row number 9 is Isaac Marsh and Megan Lawson. Tom Johnson and Fen Chapman round out the 20 kart grid. Oh no, problems for Tom Johnson. The class and motorsport number 42 is pushed out of the way. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Whitton. Muscling his way up into second place. The first corner is Aaron Lask. And now the drivers know they have to try and get past Whitton quickly, because if Whitton gets some clean air at the front, he goes and he cannot be, and he's very unlikely to be caught. So Whitton leads, Lask in second, into the dog leg for the first time. And everybody round cleanly. And you can see the number 93 of Aaron Lask already getting his head down and really pushing to try and drag Whitton back into the pack. Megan Lawson gets up over the curbs going through the elbow as we complete lap number 1 of this 15 minutes plus 1 lap pre-final. And Anthony, Aaron Lask's task is clear. get to Witten, get past him before Witten can stretch his legs.
Well, so far, he has not managed to stretch his legs. He has stayed right beside him. So Aaron is in a good position here to send it down the inside, but he didn't there.
I was going to say, gotta go.
You've just got to do it, Aaron. You've just got to get past. Just hold it.
This is nothing against the Rob Saw Racing team.
No.
However, Witten has had the pace on everybody.
Yeah.
So, Lask, I mean, I can't imagine Aaron Lask thinking to himself, oh, do you know what, I can hang with Chris Witten and sit on his rear bumper for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Because no one else has been able to do it for 10 minutes during the heat races. So, in this longer race, you just think, well, Witten's just got an even bigger opportunity to pull away. But now, of course, Witten sets his kart up to come on in the second half of the race. So this is where he's susceptible. You've got Ben Watson and Charlie King, 3rd and 4th. So Witten's nearest title rival, Sam Johns, is down in 7th. And Aaron Lask is just happy to sit there and, oh dear, Harvey Roth and Kai Springfield out of the race. And there looks like a bent side pod. There's a bit of communication. Luckily, I think it's muffled by their crash helmets, because we may have to get the bleep button out if we could hear that. Not happy. So with Tom Johnston retiring on the rolling lap. There's Sam Johns getting squeezed wide. A 3-wide situation going off into turn number 1. Somebody's on the grass. I can see out of the corner of my eye, there is the bent rear bumper of the number 63 car of Harvey Roth. So Kai Springfield, who finished 5th in the O plate here a week ago, 4th in the championship, is now out of contention. Lask, I've got to say, still doing a good job on this lap number 4 of pegging Witten back, but the gap between Witten and Lask 2 laps ago was 2 kart lengths. It's now about 3. Inch by inch, Witten is pulling away, and Lask has got, I mean, well, it's a good last corner from Lask. If I was Aaron Lask, I'd be gunning for it. I'd be going for it as soon as I could. Nearest opportunity. Not there. Maybe into the dogleg. You're not going to get too many of these opportunities, Aaron. So make the most of it while you can, my son.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, like you said, he's doing a fantastic job at the moment. He is sticking with it. But I have to say, Ben Watson is starting to fall back a little bit now. The top 2 are breaking away. But like you say, he's got to keep that up. You said it earlier. Chris Witten's momentum comes in the latter part, and you can see at the exit there, the dogleg.
Now 5 kart lengths.
Yeah, you've got to try and get past ASAP.
I mean, Aaron Lask is 3rd in the championship standings at the moment,
yeah.
So he is thinking of points being prizes. But of course, this is round 3 of 6 for the TKMs. We'll be at the halfway point of the standings this time around, and Witten has been utterly dominant. You know, he's either finished 1st or 2nd in the points standings, after the heats and the final at Shenington, the heats, the final at Warden Law. So he's not dropping many scores. Well, he's not having many bad weekends. But Lask, to his credit, and to the credit of Ben Watson, the number 95, and the number 16 of Charlie King, they're closing in. So we've got a Talco-supported privateer leading, RSR driver with Aaron Lask in 2nd, a Klassen Motorsport driver with Ben Watson in 3rd, and a Tim Wilson Motorsport driver with Charlie King in 4th. And there is Lee Whittingham, true privateer entry, as in a non-Talco supported privateer, moving up into P5 ahead of Adam Sparrow. Joe Fowler runs 7th, Archie Strong is 8th, Jack Saunders 9th, Sam Johns all the way down in 10th place. Not good for Sam Johns or his title contention. Once again, Anthony, commentators being proved completely wrong as Aaron Lask closes back in.
He has indeed. Now, is that potentially because Chris Witten tyres have gone off maybe? He won both the heats.
I mean,
he drove away with it.
This is as close as he's ever been.
Yeah.
I'm got to say, I'm surprised. Look at all those marbles on the outside. But Aaron Lask, of course, Aaron Lask, he's not won, and just checking my statistics, has he been on the podium in the British Championship in TKM Extreme? The answer is no, he hasn't. I'm just going to check the junior results, and his name doesn't appear on the list there either. So Aaron Lask yet to finish on the podium, and that is also going to play a part, I think, in his mentality. You know, it's like, do I gamble it and risk taking out the race leader and the penalty and costing myself a podium when I'm there? But there are 4 karts in this group. One of these 4 drivers, at least, is going to miss out. But Lask is looking so good. Come on, can we spring a surprise? Well, we've had championship table turned upside down in KZ2. I mean, a second place for Chris Whitton's not going to affect his championship lead, which at the moment stands at about 40 points. But if Aaron Lask makes this move, that would move Aaron into second in the championship. So we'll have to see. And of course, he wants to try and drag Whitton back and give Watson and King a chance as well.
That's the first time I've seen Chris Whitton ducking behind the steering wheel.
Ah.
I reckon he feels like even he's struggling out there with pace.
Yeah, obviously, if he's trying to do that, he's just trying to gain an extra 100 that he possibly can. So he knows that the pressure, whatever was working for him in the heats, is not working quite so much in this race. But with about 8 minutes to go in the heat races, that's when we start seeing Whitton pull away. We've now got 8.5 minutes to go. We're on lap 10, however. Lask has been inch perfect so far. Whitton using a little bit more of the circuit than Lask. That tells me the rear end of Whitton's kart is not as glued to the track surface as he would like. And there is Archie Strong trying a bit of horticulturalism.
Yes. I don't know if it paid off too well, though.
No, I don't know. A bit of grass in the intake.
Yeah.
You've got to stay off the grass. It's illegal.
Yes, yeah. And you can't get too far off the grass as well, because the MOD will be on your case very quickly. Yes, especially here.
There will be a sniper
in those trees in the background. But yeah, no, this is good stuff. Now they're starting to spread out a little bit in between the two groups. So Whitton and Lask breaking away. Watson and King slowly starting to fall back.
Oh,
and there goes
Charlie King.
Yeah, King thought, okay, they're starting to lose them. I'm going to go. Let's go. Yeah, straight away.
Indeed. And so Charlie King obviously feels that he has got... Now, Charlie King had a podium finish as a junior driver, hasn't yet been on the British Championship podium as a senior. So, Chris Whitton, as I was saying, Anthony, this could be Whitton's 7th British Championship win, which would put him 4th on the all-time list behind only Danny Curl, Clayton Ravenscroft and Ollie Greenall. And when you think that traditionally the TKMs do less rounds, like we've only got 6 rounds this year compared to 7 for the X30s and the IAMEs and the Rotaxes, that is significant. There's a little bit further back. That is the battle for 5th position. Joe Fowler in the number 3 kart for Klassen Motorsport. And again, the Klassen Motorsport team recovering collectively. They're recovering well after last night's revelry, which did involve some darts, a dartboard, Joe Cheek's hand,
butter knives,
a slice of pizza, a dartboard, a butter knife and a dartboard, and an angry landlord. All fun and games, a typical night out for Klassen Motorsport.
That landlord is watching.
Well, they all 15 of them, they spent their money.
Yeah.
You know.
There you go.
What's a new dartboard? 70, 80 quid? Ah, that was 1 round of drinks. Here we go. Back up there. Now, Joe Fowler is 3 seconds. There's Joe Fowler just exiting stage right of your shot there. He's 3 seconds behind the top 4. Just under 6 minutes to go. Whitton, Lask, King and Watson. Nose to tail, although King and Watson now a couple of tenths back, and Whitton, his lead is up to 0.2 of a second. So while we're watching this group battling for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place, there's the number 34 kart of Lee Whittingham going through. Sam Johns is still down in 10th. The lead back, you can just see going out of the top of your screen there at top bend.
Didn't look like 0.2 there to me.
No, it looked like about a cigarette paper.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a couple of cigarette papers.
Yeah.
Half a pack of Rizzler.
Okay.
Half a pack. Yeah. Still not a great deal.
No.
Now, Jack Saunders having a good run, started stone last for the 2 heat races. And there's the leaders. Oh, and that gap, it's... well, the gap between 2nd and 3rd is now less than the gap between 1st and 2nd. Now, Ben Watson is starting to fall back now. So Whitton beginning to just ease away ever so slightly. Oh, I'm by no means a talented driver as these guys are. Never was. That's why I talk about it, not do it anymore. But have to say, I think Lask's best chance is probably gone.
Yeah.
You know.
Now,
but I've been proved wrong quite a few times today already.
Yeah.
Come on, Aaron, prove me wrong again.
Rissington is proving us wrong in many aspects, isn't it?
Ways.
So, well, Aaron Lask there just did the think symbol to Charlie King.
Yeah. And
Now-
Charlie King goes, yes, I'm thinking about passing him.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Now, as Lask has dropped back from it, is he thinking that he wants Charlie to push him, or is Charlie just going to send it and think, what would you be doing in Charlie King's
Judging
shoes?
on Charlie King's mentality so far this race, the minute he saw a slight gap emerge between
got past.
Lask and Ben Watson, he went for the move.
Yeah.
He's now seeing a slight gap emerge between Witten and Lask in front of him.
But he's not going for the move.
I think he's not gone for the move yet, but this is his first year as a senior, and a couple of drivers have said, look, Charlie, you know, it's a bit different now. You've got to think a bit more than you did as a junior. You know, is this now Charlie King's maturing during the course of the season? But whereas Witten was under real pressure 3 or 4 laps ago, he's now got that inching away. He's now got that little buffer behind him. He's not leaning down behind his NASA panel anymore. So he's not trying to squeeze. Yes, was there an issue?
No, Charlie King's now dropped way off it. He's dropped way back now off the back of Aaron Lask.
Oh, there he is. He's a couple of kart lengths back. Ben Watson is the driver that's really... Ben Watson is falling like the proverbial Cotswolds stone, which is very nice, by the way. Every house in the area is built with it. But there's the number 95, and the number 95 is now being caught by Joe Fowler. Bit of a dark horse in the championship after missing the opening round. The number 3, Joe Fowler, closing in on Ben Watson. They're side by side between, I think that was Jack Saunders and Adam Sparrow, possibly.
I think that was Lee Whittingham and Spencer Lane.
Ah, okay, could have been. That would be Lee Whittingham trying to pass Spencer Lane for 8th position.
Tried it, don't think it completed it though.
There's Michael Cornell, the number 33 kart. Cornell back in 15th position as we look at the number 7 of Spencer Lane and the number 19 of Adam Sparrow, and behind them is the number 34 of Lee Whittingham. So Lee Whittingham has not only failed to gain a place, he has lost a place to Adam Sparrow. 2 minutes to go. Further back, we've still got 18 drivers running. Harvey Roth is a lap down after his incident with Kai Springfield. Fen Chapman is 17th, 16th for Archie Strong, then Michael Cornell in 15th, Isaac Marsh is 14th, Ashton Cox 13th, Megan Lawson up to 12th, Cian Bennett up to 11th, Sam Johns disappointed in 10th, then Lee Whittingham in 9th, Sparrow is 8th, and the number 7 kart, the Spencer Lane, conveniently running in number 7 in P7.
Harvey Roth did say to me as well before this final that he was going to make this exciting. I think he's failed in that.
Well, he did make it exciting at
for
one
a brief
corner
moment
when he crashed with Kai Springfield.
Yeah, that's not what I had in mind when I wanted to make it exciting. So,
but Aaron Lask now 7/10 of a second down. You know, I think maybe, Anthony, when you speak to Aaron, if things stay as they are and Aaron finishes on the podium, it'll be a great first podium for him in the British Championship. But does he regret not making that move on the first 3 or 4 laps when Chris Whittam was right in front of him?
Yeah.
Because I think now the opportunity has gone, and 7/10 of a second, Aaron Lask is going to be now more concerned with defending second place over Charlie King than trying to take the fight to Chris Whittam.
it is one of those sort of hard situation questions, isn't it? Because, like you say, for him, it's his first podium. Does he want the podium over?
And he's third in the championship.
Yeah.
He's 1 point behind Sam Johns, who's second. At the moment, in the season with 20 seconds to go, the championship positions, Chris Whitton has got 384 points, Sam Johns 346, Aaron Lask 345, Spencer Lane on 331. So Johns almost 40 points behind Whitton at the moment, and Whitton just reels off the laps.
Yeah, King's caught back up now to Lask, and those two very, very close for P2 now. Keep a close eye on it, because where is Joe Fowler in this mix? P4.
He's passed Ben Watson.
He has, and he's 3 point something odd seconds behind,
He's a bit far behind to catch them unless something happens. So we're on to the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, and Chris Whitton easing his way towards a seventh final victory. He would be easily the most successful TKM Extreme driver, but now it's Lask defending into the dogleg. Charlie King is going to get a great crossover move. Oh, Lask's gone in very deep. Here comes King. King to the inside, and Charlie King picks him up and says ta-da as he goes past. But that, I think, was a sign of saying, look, we tried to work together, and now Aaron Lask is going to try and return the favour. But up front, it's 7th heaven for Chris Whitton. He takes the win. King is second. A first podium for Aaron Lask in third. Joe Fowler comes home in fourth place. Ben Watson is fifth. Jack Saunders takes sixth, followed by Adam Sparrow, Spencer Lane, and Lee Whittingham in ninth place. Sam Johns rounds out the top 10. And Cian Bennett, Isaac Marsh, Megan Lawson, Ashton Cox, and Michael Cornell, your top 15. So it is win number 7 for driver number 5, Chris Whitton. And with 3 rounds to go in TKM Extreme this season, Chris Whitton can further march his way up the historical pecking order. He could end the season behind, ahead of Danny Curl, ahead of Oliver Greenough as the second most successful driver in the modern era of the British Championship, behind Kai Hunter, who has 11 final wins. But a long way to go. Firstly, Chris Whitton has got to think about the championship. And as a Talco supported privateer driver, well, privateer drivers have got a habit of winning the TKM Championship. There is Tom Johnson Klassen Motorsports kart. Tom's final didn't even get underway, sadly. Hands in pockets, a sort of desultory bit of body language there. He's at the stand by that marshal post all race, watching his rivals go round, and not quite sure what went wrong, but something significant went wrong on the rolling lap, and it's going to be a long trudge back to the Klassen Motorsport awning for Tom Johnson and Les Latham, the marshal there. And again, a big thank you to all the marshals, the most important people in all of motorsport, the Orange Army, who give up their time weekend after weekend after weekend, come rain or shine or anything in between, to allow everybody to go racing. Without the marshals, there would be no racing. It's quite simple. So that is, and there's another trolley. That's Kai Springfield wheeling his car. Well, that's very helpful of you, Kai, to give your mechanic a little bit less of a walk, but then he does give the mechanic the heavy end of the cart to lift onto the trolley. Well, I help you a little bit, you help me a little bit. Pointing down now. I'm not sure who was the assaulter and who was the assaultee in that accident between Springfield and Roth, but Springfield certainly came off worst, and they begin their long trudge back to Parc Ferme. Every cart has to go back to Parc Ferme, regardless whether they have finished the race or not, so that Paul Klassen and his team can inspect them and make sure that all was right and correct and proper and legal. But very shortly, Anthony Jordan will be down in the paddock with our podium sitting starting with Chris Whitton. Anthony Jordan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the winner's circle with our race winner, Chris Whitton. Again, fabulous result for you. You're slowly becoming one of the most successful British karters in the UK. Your 7th British final win. That must be a nice feeling.
Yes, brilliant. Yes, brilliant to be, especially to compare myself to everyone else in the other classes as well. It's yeah, it's really quite good.
How are we finding Rissington? This is a fabulous circuit. Have you raced here much?
Yeah, we've raced here quite a few times over the years and that, and luckily this weekend the kart's just been amazing. So we've lucky to get away at the end and win the race.
Championship is looking good for this season. You were 5th in the championship last year. Are we looking to fix that to a number 1 this year?
Yeah, definitely. It's everything's going to plan this year so far, so hopefully we can keep the momentum into the next round and into PF.
How are we feeling for the next round? I mean, yeah, is it sort of the momentum's going strong? Are we still feeling that confidence?
Yes, pretty much. We've got sort of my worst of tracks out of the way now. I really do like Wilton Mill and especially PFI, so only the stronger tracks to come for me, really.
That's brilliant stuff. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mum and dad, everyone at home that watches me, my mechanic Craig, and then Alan from Talco.
Brilliant stuff. Chris Whitten, congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent. Now, a bit of a change-up with the top three. Nose cone drop down for Charlie King, meaning Aaron Lask, your first British Champs podium, and it's going to be a P2.
Yeah, pretty happy with that. Obviously, I haven't been on the podium before, so just like to thank my dad. We weren't very fast here last weekend, and we've never really been at the front, but obviously now got a bit tuned, so pretty happy with that.
It was a solid performance from yourself. You kept up to the back of Chris Whitten for the majority of that one. Do you feel a bit of regret, though, for not going for the overtake early on in the race?
Not really. I wanted to stay with him, but I didn't want to make the move and then start having the rest catch up. So I could have made the move, but at the end it was just too quick, and that was it at the end of the day. I'll take the P2. It's points, so...
It's a solid result. You can be happy with that one. Who are you thanking?
Rob Saw Racing, got the car amazing. And my dad, he's never stopped believing in me. Even when we've been having some pretty bad weekends, he's always been cheering me up, getting it ready, and spending all his money. So big thank you to him. Couldn't do it without him.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on second place. Let's chat to our, third place man, you third place man. Joe Fowler, you come through, you bring your number 3 in, and yeah, were you expecting that?
Not particularly. We really didn't get the weekend right up until that final. I was very slow and started in 8th. Didn't have a good start, was down to like 10th or something, but then I had so much pace once we got going.
Do we know what the cause was for that being off pace?
Just a couple of little technical issues, and then we didn't get the setup right, and that's a lot of time around here because all the corners are pretty much the same, so you gain around every corner if you get the setup right.
Well, despite that, you're coming away with a British Champs podium, so it's a P3, a nice big smile on your face. Are you clearly happy with it? Who would you like to thank?
Big thanks to TKM Motorsport, Dave and Ash. The ARC was great. I was same pace as Whitten, and then obviously my mum, my dad, everyone else, my family, my friends.
Well, brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on P3.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent. There are our top 3 drivers for TKM Extreme. One more final to go. It's time for Junior TKM.
Thank you, Anthony. And again, good to see that. I mean, I think the extra pace shown by Joe Fowler, I mean, the collective hangover in the class of motorsport tent has dissipated completely. Or maybe the night out helped spur the whole team on and to get them a podium. There's going to be more class of motorsport drivers coming in this next race for Junior TKM, which is the last race of the day. It's race 21 of the 6th event of the 2022 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's coming up live now. $20 more drivers set to go. Junior TKM, well, it was a long time ago in 2019 that the Junior TKM drivers last raced here at Rissington. Of course, it's the nature of junior karting. All the drivers have now moved on. Harry Yardley Rose and Zach Oates were the winners at Rissington back in 2019. Oliver Stewart finished 3rd in the first final, who now, of course, races in British Formula 4. And Louis Harvey was 3rd in the second final, of course, who went on to win the British Junior TKM Championship a year later, and now races in Senior Rotax, and whose kart and who was on display at the Wera Tool stand at the Goodwood Festival of Speed last weekend. And Louis and his entire family did a fantastic job of representing the British Kart Championship at that event. There on your screens, the number 70 kart, Joe Cheek. Just a quick reminder for those of you that missed this morning. 2 weekends ago at Kimbolton, Joe was involved in an accident with the driver. The other driver's brake disc went across the top of Joe's leg, just above his knee, and clipped his main artery. The medical team at Kimbolton, and I'm not joking, his medical team at Kimbolton saved his life by treating him. And the stories of what Joe was doing and saying when he was given the morphine and the gas and air are not repeatable on a family show. It's safe to say, however, that Joe is back in fine form this weekend, starting out P2 in this final. Now, I missed the last Junior TKM heat race because I was chatting to Howard Moore, who was our our guest during the lunch break, please tell us, Anthony Jordan. No, Anthony Jordan will not tell us because he's not eating crunch cream ginger nut biscuit. But okay, now you can tell us very quickly because Leon Frost is about to lead them off on pole position.
Leon Frost took the race win in that one from Tyler Harris and Joe Cheek. Great result for Joe. Great result for Tyler. 7 places gained to finish in that P2. Any penalties? 3 penalties. Aidan Mitchell, Yihan Kalachan and Jack Stewart receiving penalties.
Now, a third successive win for Leon Frost would put him in a tie with Oliver Richardson in third on the overall win list. Looking at the only other, 2 other drivers have won 3 finals in a row in the modern era of the British Championship. Oliver Richardson won the final 3 rounds of the 2019 Championship. Alistair Cresswell won the first 3 rounds of the 2021 Championship. This year, Frost has won both at Shannington and Warden Law. Olivia Jenkins finished second at Shannington and Ollie Rands third. Jan Kallichan finished second at Warden Law. Tyler Harris finished third. Frost and Tyler Harris remain the only drivers in this class who have won a race in the British Championship previously. Alfie Garford, the defending national champion, who's back in this class, he's had 2 second places, 2 third places, but became the very first driver in British Championship, the modern era of the British Championship history, to win a championship without winning a final.
There we go. Stats galore.
Well, I looked them up, so you guys don't have to.
There we go. Perfect.
There's number
Saved me a
34.
job.
There's the number 34 Kart on our screens. That is Oliver Bourne. Now, will Oliver Bourne rise? Will he be born again?
Oh, very good.
In this race, he's starting on the back row of the grid alongside Sasha Bagley. There's the back end of Aidan Mitchell's kart. He's starting on the 5th row. There's Jake Humphrey in the number 51 kart. There's Tyler Harris. A big hello to Tyler's family watching in China, in Australia, and in the Middle East. And there is Joe Cheek again. Brave young man. Ashley Clash this morning showed me the day after Joe's operation to repair the gaping wound at the top of his leg. He was in his garage and his dad, who's Paul, is there, his dad, had gone to work. So Joe wanted to see if he could sit in the cart. So he put the camera, his phone camera, on the side, used one of the wooden beams in his garage to lift himself up, then with his legs pulled the cart back so he could sit in the cart and use it. He then, because of course his leg was a day after an operation for having a nicked main artery in the top of his leg, couldn't get out of the cart. But he was in it and he was able to send the video to his team and say, look, when they gave me my licence back, because they did temporarily take his licence off him, such as the severity of the accident, he said, look, I'm good to go. Now he's got his licence back, he's fit, he's going to have a huge scar on his leg, a nice war wound. He did show me that he's painted it like a little, because the scar is in the shape of a smile. So of course, what would any driver do? Put 2 eyes and a nose above it. There we go. Here's your starting lineup. Championship leader Leon Frost leads the aforementioned Mr. Cheek on row number 1. Dara McInerney and Olivia Jenkins second the championship on row number 2.
Alfie Garford and Tyler Harris take row 3 from Ollie Rands and Jake Humphrey, who take row 4.
Row number 5 is Patrick Leaf and Aidan Mitchell. And then it is Joel Hull and Seth Hathaway.
Yihan Kalachan and Luke Bate take row 7. Leon Robinson and Luke Jarman on row 8.
Oliver Bowen and Jack Stewart are on row 9. Rounding out the field, it is Sasha Bagley and Oliver Bourne. 15 minutes, the last race of the day here at Little Rissington. And again, when you drive to Little Rissington in the Cotswolds, obviously you've got Upper Rissington, the Barringtons, Great Barrington, Lower Barrington, and you've got the Slaughters, Upper, Lower and Middle Slaughter. 3 of the best little village names anywhere in the country. But here, in the Cotswolds, the TKM smoke rises, lights are not out, it's going to be a bonus rolling lap for you, which we can extol the virtues of this classic circuit and what will be a superb race. So, once again, the O Plate last weekend in Junior TKM was won by James Morley, who's not here with us in the British Championship this season. But Leon Frost was second, Alfie Garford third, back in the class for the first time. I think an abortive move over to TKM to X30. Now he's back in the familiar surroundings of the TKM environment. So we haven't got the O-Plate champion with us this weekend. We do have Leon Frost second, Alfie Garford third, Olivia Jenkins fourth, and Luke Bates, who was fifth in that event 1 week ago here at Rissington. And see some of the old aircraft hangars in the background. So here we go. For the second time of asking, Junior TKM into the tram lines. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing. And it's a good start from both front row drivers. Joe Cheek trying to go around the outside of Leon Frost. And he does it. What a start from number 70, the Class and Motorsport driver, Joe Cheek, at the back of the pack. There was the number 95 of Luke Bate that was getting all crossed up there. Now Luke Bate is third in the championship in the number 95 kart. He's got work to do to try and catch his title rivals, who are all at the front of the field. But Leon Frost, now we've seen Leon Frost doesn't mind running in second place. We've got 3 wide action there with Aidan Mitchell involved coming out of there. But look at the start. Joe Cheek has gone off like a scalded cat.
He's done a good job there. 1 car off in the background. It's the 57 of Jack Stewart, privateer driver, who's off the track, goes to the back of the grid. But yeah, like you say, Joe Cheek, fantastic start for him. Already holding on to that lead and breaking away. Also, fantastic start, Alfie Garford. You know, he was back there on the third row starting P5. He's already come back to take P2. So, you know, 2 drivers ahead of Leon Frost. This is not what Frosty wanted, because he was looking confident going into this final, you know, and this time around, he's got a bit of work ahead of him.
So Leon Frost, Alfie sitting in third place. Now, obviously, a racing driver's mentality is win, I want to win.
Yeah.
But look around him. In front of him, Joe Cheek came into this round 18th in the point standings. Alfie Garford missed the first 2 rounds, so he's out of he's not a championship factor. Dara McInerney, the E-plate holder, directly behind Leon Frost. There goes a move from Alfie Garford. So Garford, the number 1 plate, the defending British champion, takes the lead, and Leon Frost, it's about 12 minutes too early for Leon Frost to be making a move for the race lead. He normally saves it, but look at this. Suddenly, we've got a 6-kart battle up at the front. It's the Tim Wilson Motorsport, number 7 of Frosty, who leads. Oh, and there's Cheek tripping over Garford out the dog leg, and look how much ground that's cost. And here comes the E-plate, the English champion, Dara McInerney, into contention. And then you've got the number 27, Ollie Rounds. Oh, Cheek off and over the barriers. That is his chances of victory pretty much done. You can stick a butter knife into that, or a dart, as the case may be. There is a story about Ashley Klassen, a dartboard, and Joe Cheek's hand last night that we'll save for another time.
Yes.
All ended well. All good fun.
Yes. 12.5 minutes to go then. Leon Frost now leads the way from Dara McInerney, completely different to what it was 2 laps ago with Joe Cheek and Alfie Garford. Just shows you how quickly a grid can change, especially in karting and especially in junior TKM.
So the last time, I mean, look, that's a great example of the speed of these karts. Dara McInerney, if ever there was a driver with a chip on his shoulder this weekend, it's Dara McInerney. A winner on the track at Warden Law, excluded tyre issues. He'll just, Dad accidentally took his wet tyres out of Park Ferme, realised, brought them straight back in, doesn't matter, you can't use them. He did use them for the final, got excluded, there we are. Nothing sinister about it, just a simple mistake and a simple error. Dara McInerney had that first win taken away from him. Now he will be on a mission.
Yep.
Man on a mission. Alfie Garford, a 5-second penalty for Alfie Garford and his old teammates at Premium Kart. Well, that tells you a lot about Alfie as a person.
Yeah.
He went to Premium Karting in X30. I don't know what happened, it didn't work out. So he's gone back to TKM, but all the Premium Karting team are there watching and supporting him, which I have no idea. I think it's because he might be ginger. I'm not quite sure why. I don't know. But the Premium Karting team turning round. So Alfie Garford has got now. There's a change to lead. Dara McInerney into top spot. Leon Frost doesn't fight it. Leon Frost checks over his shoulder. Okay, where's they now? They will know. They will have seen the board go out for that 5-second penalty for Garford. So Garford is no longer a factor. His wait for a first British Championship win continues.
Yep. He's got to be, well, he's going to be pretty disappointed with that, isn't he? But hey ho, it is what it is. They come thick and fast.
Disconsolate, and he's not ginger. I just don't know what the team at the window saying. What was that for? And I'm like, I don't know, and I made it up on the spot.
There we go.
No offence to any ginger people around the world.
There we go. Well,
I married one of them, so I'm allowed to.
Well, questionable. There we go. So. McInerney leading then. So this is again not something that Leon Frost wanted to see. You know, Leon Frost, he's won both the finals so far this season.
Yes.
You know, so he's been pretty good when it comes to winning the finals.
Yes.
But Darren McInerney was the only person to take away 65 points from him when it came to the heats racing at Warden.
Yes.
That was the only time someone's taken away maximum points from him.
Yep.
And right now, Darren McInerney is in between him and his 65 points.
So McInerney, a true privateer. Now in TKM we talk about privateers, we talk about Talco supported privateers, where the drivers that get a little bit of support from Antony and the Talco operation that run TKM. But then there's a true privateer, which is just, the likes of like James Pashley winning the championship last year, who are out on their own. Obviously, they don't get any support, but they're not supported drivers. Oh, there's Olivia Jenkins. I think she may have had a little bit of an assist there from Tyler Harris coming into the dog leg, but Olivia Jenkins, still with the Tim Wilson, running as a privateer driver, was running with Tim Wilson Motorsport, but now as a privateer, and she is in 8th position, holding on to 8th place. Ian Calichurns gained 6 places, moved him to 7th place. Joe Cheek running in 6th. Patrick Leaf is there in the number 27 kart in 5th. And Ollie Rands in 4th place. And I think there's been a bit of a change around there. But here is McInerney. And again, Leon Frost at Sherrington. It was Olivia Jenkins in the heats and the final. And Leon sat there and waited for his chance. Okay, McInerney took the win on track at Wardenlaw. Earlier on, it was McInerney again who was leading, and Leon sitting, waiting. This is Leon's modus operandi. I sit, I watch, I learn and study, and then, when I have found a weakness in my prey, I pounce.
Yes, I think it's a good mentality in terms of racing to have, because you can learn a lot about a driver by being right behind them for a long period of time, and then and do all of that. So again, it's a good mentality. And are we seeing that again right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what else is that the more he does that, the more the other drivers get worried about it.
Yes.
Because Leon has time and time again, he sat behind me, and 2 laps to go, or on the last lap, pop, he wins.
Yeah.
Passes me and wins. When the they're thinking about it. Darren McInerney will know, he'll look round, he'll see Leon behind him, and it's an inescapable fact. What happened in Heat 1 will be on Darren McInerney's mind.
Yeah, exactly. And right there, we were making that decision of where's it going to be. Is it going to be at the loop? Is it going to be at the dogleg? And it happened at turn 1.
Yes, he completely confounded our expectations.
So this time around, is he going to do it again at turn 1? Or is he going to pick somewhere different? Again, it's one of those things. It's a mental game.
Absolutely. He was literally pushing McInerney along.
He was, and McInerney did have a good behind,
I grew up watching NASCAR.
Yeah.
And everyone said the same. Dale Earnhardt Sr., the black number 3, the GM Goodrich number 3. When every driver looked up and they saw the black number 3 in the mirror, they all said it affected them. They thought, uh-oh, I've lost this battle already. Now, this is going to start, I'm not saying this is happening now, but Frosty is gaining a reputation as the stalker who stalks his prey and pounces right at the end. 6.5 minutes to go. McInerney continues to lead. He is just driving. He's not defending. This is all he can do. And Frosty is sitting and waiting like a lion in the long grass. There's plenty of it here, watching the gazelle that is about to become his lunch.
I don't think Darren McInerney likes that metaphor, but yeah.
No. I mean, Darren McInerney is the gazelle that gets away.
Yeah.
That skips and hops away and just escapes from the jaws of death.
There is Garford, keeping it in P3 at the moment, all with it that 5-second time penalty upon his name in this one. And again, is not 5 seconds clear of Ollie Rands, who is right there just behind. Only about 0.3 of a second behind, really, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, Alfie Garford, add 5 seconds to Alfie Garford's time, and that puts him back into, 12th position. So Alfie has really got to get his head down. Luckily, Ollie Rands at the moment Ollie Rands stands to inherit 3rd place.
For the time being, yes, indeed. Whether or not Joe Cheek or Patrick Leaf have anything to say about that is another question.
Ollie Rands is 7th in the championship at the moment. But again, this is all playing in to Leon Frost's hands, remarkably, because where is Olivia Jenkins? She's down in 7th place in the race, so she is not gaining ground. There is Rands. Now, behind Rands is Patrick Keefe in the number 22 kart. He's a second behind the battle you're watching on screens. Then it's Joe Cheek. That one mistake from Joe Cheek has cost him, well, it's cost him a chance at victory, but it's also cost him really a chance at the podium at this point in time. And still, and there's Ihan Kalichern, the number 28 kart, chasing Aidan Mitchell. In fact, he's just been passed as Ihan by Seth Hathaway and by Leo Robinson. So Kalichern, podium at Warden Law, only 12th here. So this junior TKM field so competitive. Oh, and Frost just sits and waits. I mean, it's patience.
Yeah.
And, oh, hang on.
He's going early.
He's gone early. He's confounded the predictions once again. So, Dara McInerney, has he gone too early? Dara McInerney's got 4 minutes to do something about Leon Frost and get back at him. And get back at him he will, I am sure.
Oh, again, yeah, playing... well, that's another thing I didn't expect. We were thinking it would happen at the same time, but at a different part of the track, where he's thinking, oh, no, I'm going to do it at a completely different time.
Well, let's see. So, I mean, Leon Frost, he's now got to defend a little bit. Has he got the pace to pull away from Dara McInerney? McInerney checks over his shoulder, and he seems to be uncontent. But, of course, now McInerney has got that driver in front of him. He almost outbraked himself going into dogleg. It's cost him half a dozen kart lengths. So now Dara's got to really work hard and close back in, which I think he will do. Late on the brakes going into the elbow. And now through the final corner. And again, McInerney back on the rear bumper of Frost. Can he drag Leon into a battle? Well, there's through the loop we go. Lap number 16. And, well, will McInerney turn the tables on Frosty and just sit there until the last lap and go, I am,
I'm thinking that, I reckon...
Predator has turned into prey.
The hunter has become the hunted.
Yes. Oh, we're getting many, many wildlife. I mean, and quite rightly so. I mean, this is a tactical game of chess.
Yeah, it is indeed. And I reckon, I'm surprised at how early Leon Frost has gone on that one.
Too.
I am surprised how early he's done it. But this is now, I don't know, it's getting me quite giddy because I'd really like to see Dara McInerney just, give Leon a bit of a taste of his own medicine with that. You know what? You follow everyone and get past on the last. I'm going to follow you. I've got the pace. I've got the waft. I'm going to do that.
Yeah, this could be a very important lesson for Leon Frost. But of course, he's thinking, can he win out from the front? That's a question he wants to ask. He's great at waiting and following and then pouncing at the last minute. But can he win under pressure? That's the next question he wants to ask himself and answer himself as a driver. And he's under pressure. Dara McInerney is going to pile the pressure on. 2 minutes to go. We start lap number 19 here in Junior TKM at Rissington. There goes Chris Walker.
Hi, Chris.
Getting himself into position to get some of the fantastic photographs that Chris has continued to provide the British Championship with. Now, there's a club meeting at PF International this weekend. It's the first time in 10 years Chris Walker has missed a meeting at PF International. He was telling me this morning. But now, well, Frost, McInerney, they are 3.6 seconds in front of Garvin. Now, what's this battle going on a little bit further back? That is between Jack Stewart, Joel Hull, and is that Sasha Bagley involved in that scrap, or is that Luke Jarman? I think it is Jack Stewart, Luke Jarman, and Oliver Bowen battling over 17th place. All 20 drivers that started this race still running.
Good stuff. It looked like a bit of a heavy front end damage there to one of those karts that were just whizzing past our screen.
Somebody has dented their nose cone. possibly on the rear bumper of a rival.
On one other kart, yeah.
Another
that would
kart,
be,
yeah. Here's, look, there's the number 18. So this is Jarman in the number 18 kart.
Yep.
The number 55, Oliver Bowen, two of the Rob Saw Racing teammates. And then the number 57 and privateer driver Jack Stewart. We come back to it. The battles for last place just as intense as the battles for the lead. Quite often, even more intense.
Oh, definitely.
And they're case in point.
Yes, case proven right there as down the inside, Jack Stewart gets that move slightly done, but fair play to Luke Jarman. Straight back out.
Hanging it side by side on the outside around middle bend. Now, 10 seconds to go.
Now do that at the front of the grid. We've got a race.
Well, I think we're about to see if that can happen. The clock, ladies and gentlemen, strikes 0.
It does indeed.
Leon Frost continues to lead Dara McInerney by that much, which is
not a lot.
They're going to see the last lap board now, although Frosty has got a bit of a gap. Now, come on, Dara, if you're going to take that first win, it's now or never. You need a very good couple of corners to put yourself in a position to do something at the dog leg or at the elbow. And you know what? Dara's doing it. Dara's having a very good last lap. Frosty checks over his shoulder, around top bend, and now into the dog leg. 2 opportunities to go. Will Frosty defend? He's going to have to defend.
He's going to have to, and this is where we're going to see the switchback manoeuvre here. Here comes Dara. He's got it lined up now. Is he going to have the waft out of the corner? He's gaining, but not close enough.
He's going to be in a position to do something at the elbow. One more opportunity into the elbow. Here we come. Frosty defends. Can Dara McInerney do around the outside? The crossover. He's not got enough run to the line. Side by side. And Frosty takes it by an inch. Leon Frost, well, can he win under pressure? Tick. Yes, he can. 3 wins out of 3 for Leon Frost. He joins Oliver Richardson and Alistair Cresswell as the only drivers in Junior TKM Championship history to win 3 finals in a row. Dara McInerney, his best results ever, a first podium, officially in second. Now 3rd, Alfie Garford finishes 3rd on the road. A 5-second penalty drops him back to 5th, which means Ollie Rands moves on to the podium. And quick check of the result. Ollie, he finished 3rd in the opening round at Shellington. So another podium in his debut season of the British Championship for Ollie Rands. And there is a look at the provisional results. Olivia Jenkins will come home in 4th. Garford, after his penalty, will be 5th. Aidan Mitchell will take 6th position. Patrick Leaf 7th. Seth Hathaway in 8th. Leo Robertson in 9th. Jake Humphrey rounds out the top 10 ahead of Luke Bate, Sasha Bagley, Ian Calichurn, Joel Hull, Oliver Bowen, Luke Jarman, Jack Stewart, Oliver Bourne. And we lost, sadly, a lap from home. We didn't see what happened, but Tyler Harris and Joe Cheek sadly failed to finish. Well, that is the last race of the day. Anthony Jordan will be going to interview the drivers. I'll join Anthony down in the pits as they look at the Motorsport UK race control truck where Danielle Short and her team administer the race meeting, and they do a fine job. It is a bit blustery here, as you can hear on our cameras, but Leon Frost, 3 wins out of 3, his championship lead at the halfway point of the Junior TKM season. He is 38 points in front of Olivia Jenkins. Who can anybody stand in Leon Frost's way? He's won by watching and pouncing at the last minute, and he's now won by withstanding pressure from behind. So he can win it any which way, including loose. Anyone stop him? Anthony Jordan will be about to find out what his thoughts were, and also speak to a rather happy Dara McInerney and a surprised and potentially delighted Ollie Rands. That's 2 podiums in his first 3 rounds as a British Championship driver for Ollie Rands, and that is not bad, and that helps him into 4th place in the championship. Aidan Mitchell, consistency paying off for Aidan. He is currently 3rd in the championship standings. Luke Bate has dropped to 5th. Ian Calichurn drops to 6th. Jake Humphrey 7th in the championship, and Tyler Harris 8th. While behind Leon Frost, the battle for 2nd in the championship is going to be superb. And it's not won yet. It's halfway in the season, so I'm not, crowning him by any stretch. But Leon Frost tightening his grip on the 2022 Junior TKM British title. So the marshals head back to the paddock. And again, a big thank you to the marshals, the medical team here at Little Rissington. And although Little Rissington might not be everyone's cup of tea, it's a great venue to have on the British Championship calendar. Anthony Jordan is down with Leon Frost now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, and here with our race winner in Junior TKM, well, Leon Frost, that's as close as you'd like to get for a final win, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was very nervous across the line. I was sweating quite a lot there, so...
I can imagine so. Talk about that race, because again, looking like a comfortable start, but you dropped back to third, came back through. Why so early with the overtake? Because that's not your usual style. You usually like to go to the last lap.
I mean, at the start, we dropped back and I just wanted to get through. And I got behind Dara and sat behind him, but I thought, you told me what am I going to do today, and I decided that I would just go for it straight away. Yeah. Put a show on today.
There you go. Well, you certainly put a show on. Absolutely fantastic run. You know, Darren Marcanelli kept you innocent through that race. You know, he was right behind you all the way through. So definitely a contender for you. But 3 finals out of 3 this year so far. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah, it's good. You know, it's a comfortable lead in the championship. I think we're in the best seat really now because a few of my competitors have been quite inconsistent today. So I think we've done a good job.
It's a nice look for the season so far. Fancy changing that number 7 to a number 1?
I reckon, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my team, my dad and my mum for supporting me, and Wera Tools and the MSA for putting on a great event.
Brilliant stuff. Leon Frost there, our race winner. Let's chat to second place, Dara McInerney. Dara, well, that was an interesting race. It looked like you were going to do a carbon copy of what Leon likes to do, wait to the last lap and send it down the inside, and it nearly came to fruition.
It nearly paid off. I think it was only 0.6 over the line, so it was a good attempt, but I'm happy with second.
It's a solid, second. I would class that as a first and a half, I think.
After last week, that was a really good result because we couldn't even get in the top 10 at the O plate. So.
Yeah, I mean, an absolutely fantastic result here. But talks about the heats because, of course, they were a little bit challenging for you. You had moments in that one you dropped back. You had to fight back through in Heat 2, didn't you? So, you know, it's been a challenging day, but are you still happy with the result?
Yeah, really happy. It's really good. Just pushed Leon all the way, so I'm happy with it.
Solid day. Who would you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, and Privateers Rule.
Excellent stuff. What's with your dad's hat, quickly?
He's just an idiot.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. That's harsh.
It's actually to hide his bowling ball.
Right, okay. Brilliant stuff. Well, let's chat to our third place man, Alfie Garford. Oh, you're not Alfie Garford. What happened to Alfie? Of course you got the 5 seconds. Sorry, Alfie. Oh, I feel really bad. Ollie Rands, well done, mate.
Thank you.
But talk us through that one. That was still quite a challenging race on that one. It's been a long old day, but I mean, are you still happy with the result?
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Yeah? You've been on the podium before, haven't you?
Yeah, but I didn't get an interview. The camera died.
So there we go. Well, camera's on this time around. You can say hello and thank you to everyone. Who are you wanting to thank?
Dan Burgess on the spanners, Mum, Dad and Brogans for the sponsorship. And Tim Wilson Motorsport.
Well, brilliant stuff. A nice end to the sunny weekend here at Rissington. But, yeah, congratulations on your P3.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, Henry, do come on in. It's been a long day. The sun's come out, though, hasn't it?
Sun's out. You know, a great way to end. You know, we're looking over there now. I mean, Leon and Dara and Dara's dad and Leon's dad are all chatting away, which is sportsmanship. It's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Hard racing, an inch between them. Not one little bit of contact between them. Really, really good to see. You know, some of the racing we saw today. That Junior X30 pre-final candidate for race of the year, I think. You know, again, this circuit. It's why. With the restrictions and people having to leave, you're not allowed to stay over here. You know, Rissington's not everyone's cup of tea, but the British Championship needs circuits like that, throwback circuits, old school circuits. It gives the championship character. To win the British Championship, you don't just win on the nice new modern circuit. You've got to win at every type of circuit. That's the challenge that really makes the British Championship special.
Yeah.
So long may we continue to race here at Little Rissington in the Cotswolds. You know.
You always need your classic circuits, don't you? It's the same in Formula 1 as well, and again, no spoilers, anyone.
You always need your classic throwbacks, bit like some of the commentators, bit like Dara's dad's hat, which is now, apparently the whole family have got to wear the hats because it's a lucky charm. Dara thinks it's a lucky charm. So there we go, the festival. I'm not quite sure about the flowers, though. Not sure about the flat. Oh, well, there we go. That's why. But again, you know, people in high spirits. At the end of the British Championship, you want to see families congratulating each other, drivers congratulating each other. It's the real spirit. And again, TKM is great for that. It's great for that, a family environment. If anyone wants to get into karting and they're looking for a class where you can compete as a privateer, TKM's the one.
I think I can agree with that one. TKM is a proper family class in that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, for you Motorsport UK or karting fans, we're back again in a couple of weeks' time. We're back up to Karting Northeast, Warden Law.
Up north. I can't believe the season's halfway over. This is event 6 out of 12. Where is 2022 going? We've had a great first half. I think the second half is going to be even better.
I reckon so. Stay tuned for it, but until then, we'll see you then.
Ciao for now.